Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our continued coverage of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We're only 1 week into the season, and we're already seeing several stories developing.
That's right, Glitter. The standings are starting to take shape, and after tonight, we should have a clear picture of who's in the hunt to make it to the challenge finals.
The surprise standout from Week 1 was Mystic Esports, a new team formed after the region split. They started their campaign 2-0 last week, including an impressive win over the reigning champions, STMN. They'll look to carry on the momentum into this week, where they'll be taking on CMG and Papi Chulos.
And remember, friends, it's not just the challenge finals these teams are vying for, but the biggest competition outside of the BSC, the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. It's an arduous journey and a lot of numbers, but I'll help you break it down, and we'll see all the implications a little bit later.
All this and more awaits us as we get ready to dive into our second week of action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We are live from Burbank, California, and it is week 2 of our Brawl Stars action. And if week 1 was any indication of what we're going to be seeing here today, we are in for yet another entertaining night. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, joined by our casters, Trav and Reddy. You guys prepared to dive into week 2?
I mean, there's no better way to spend an evening, is there really, than week 2. Week 1 was absolutely incredible, so I'm sure week 2 will be just as good.
Yeah, in the best region in the world as well. Yeah, bring it all home. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Best region in the world today.
No bias.
No,
Not at all.
completely unbiased caster up here.
You know, it's going to be another fantastic day. But, of course, if you missed everything that we're referencing from week 1, don't worry, because we've put together a quick little recap to catch you up to speed.
Well, the first thing we saw, and actually we didn't see because it was off stream, STMN versus Mystic Esports. It was an incredibly close match that had STMN starting off quite strong.
Yeah, interestingly enough, but we did see STMN Esports, they got a couple of victories in this match, but they were both very, very close ones, both 2-1 victories. Mystic Esports, they came in strong yesterday, or in the last competition, and pulled off a really unexpectedly strong performance versus STMN Esports, though. Despite being an inconsistent roster at times, this was very, very impressive.
Well, I mean, STMN Esports are the reigning champions of this competition. They won Season 1 in Seattle, and they're hoping to come into this one doing the same. But Mystic Esports, if they've got anything to say about it, it's going to be a different story. It's an incredibly big win for them, because they're looking to get towards San Diego, and STMN are trying to do the same, but not having the best of luck so far.
Mystic Esports are certainly gunning for it, and STMN, they got a lot on the line, seeing as they are the champions from the very first split, but they do have some runner-ups hot on their heels. Tribe Gaming and Wash Team up against them in the last competition. I think we saw pretty strong stuff from Tribe Gaming, and even though I personally hedged my bets on Wash Team taking a W in that match, they did take a single set, and they've looked otherwise strong throughout the last split.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't misplaced trust that you had in them, because they did manage to take down CMG in a later game. I believe they won this one quite convincingly. And Wash Team, they really are putting on a bit of a show, looking to come and try do some more of that this week, as all of our teams are trying to get towards San Diego.
Yeah, if we sort of backtrack a little bit to Split 2, we saw Chazmat Gaming going on a total tear. Wash Team, really the only team that was able to stand up to that sort of prowess, really the only team that was able to locate the Achilles heel of Chazmat Gaming.
Well, looking at how things line up after Challenge Day 1, Mystic Esports did finish things off 2-0 with a great performance. Tribe Gaming still undefeated, but only with 1 win. And all the 1-on-1ers, Chazmak, Dogwalkers, STMN Esports, Wash Team are down from 3rd to 6th. 7th is West Coast, and Papichulo's looking pretty defeated at the bottom with a 0-2 so far.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, a scarily even week across the board. The competition was insane. As we take a look at what we've got in store for us on stream here today, we're going to be kicking the day off with West Coast versus STMN, and we'll be moving our way down from there. We're going to see a couple of these teams a few times, which will be nice, and then we'll get some one-off appearances as well from Papichulos and Dogwalkers. So it's going to be yet another competitive day of action, but we are going to be talking about this a lot throughout the entire challenge season. What are these players playing for? Ultimately, we're making our way to DreamHack, but it's Masters, okay? The epic finale in Japan. That's where everybody wants to be. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, well, don't worry. We've got F-Dot standing by with first period with F-Dot to break the whole thing down.
Hello, friends. Welcome to another episode of First Period with F-Dot. I'm F-Dot, and this is where we break down how teams are getting to Masters. Yesterday, we sort of set the table, told you that we were going to Tokyo at the end of the road, and broke down how the teams were getting there. We do have some clarifications to make, so let's roll. Right off the top, we were talking a little bit about APJ. Now, if you completely change your team, you lose all your points, and that's what we said happened to famed Team Zeta Division 1. But turns out it's still the same players. Shitampo and Moyogoku are just having some fun, and they've just changed their names. And so, still the same people, there are going to be different names, so they keep their points. That's the important part. Same team, new name, done, dusted. We also got a chance to catch up with the folks from Rising Sun Esports, and this team is split into two. So now Rising Sun Esports has two representatives. We've got the Southeast Asian flavor of this one, which features this incredible roster, and then also we have Rising Sun Esports East Asia, which will feature these 4 players for sure. So again, just some clarifications. Zeta Division 1 will retain their points, and as they bring up the entire region, you can see because of that, they are still the team to beat. Going to be kind of tough for them as everyone else kind of has to catch up, and their Rising Sun, their points are gone out the window. They have to start from square one. So good luck to them, because that's a ladder to climb for sure. Moving on from AJP into our Indian region. Last week I told you about the 2 top teams, and this week, well, I'm going to show you more of the 2 top teams. Shout out to Revenant Esports. Here they are just doing it to them, man. I mean, clips like that speak for themselves. Revenant Esports absolutely deserve to be on top, undefeated so far. True Rippers, same song and dance, also very good and also undefeated. Point worth noting, Algiri, this team that they're playing up against, this team, well, they're not undefeated, but they're number 3 as they're the only other squad to reach that 3rd victory. They do have that L, so they are going to be in 3rd place for now. It's a little scary as we see India kind of rile up and get things loaded. Now, of course, we come to our region here in North America. So, NA, we've got a fantastic show for you today. We're going to show you what isn't up here just yet, because this is what we've seen so far. Stamina, they won last season, and they're trying to do the same this season. But right now, Tribe Gaming are doing real well. That said, who don't we speak about? It's Mystic Esports, 480 points last week. So all of a sudden, a new team has entered the zeitgeist as the top squads to take a look at. Season 2 is really spicy as we see all of these teams show up, and we're going to see who's going to wind up on top and go all the way to Tokyo. That does it for us here on First Period. Leave your reviews, and of course, do your homework, or don't. I'm not your teacher.
As always, Professor Dodd, thank you very much for the explanation, the breakdown, the update on our Masters standings, because it's important to keep track of those storylines as we move through the challenge season. But I mentioned it earlier before when we took a look at the schedule. Time to start talking about our upcoming matches. The first one that we have on the docket will be West Coast versus STMN.
I mean, these are 2 of the big names in this region, starting things off with West Coast, Alec26, Jack Chepo, Min Woong, and Shine.
And it's no secret that these 2 teams have faced before in this competition. We saw STMN and West Coast play in the last finals at LAN. Alec26 in particular being an absolute demon. This is kind of the core roster. It's Shine, it's Alec, and it's Jack Chepo as well. Now they have Min Woong subbing in for their 4th, and I think that this is going to be an interesting development too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously lots to talk about with this team, but we got a chance to catch up with Alec for a little bit and talk to him about just how much being a Brawl Stars pro has truly impacted his life.
So I started playing Brawl Stars before I started college, and I wasn't really for the money at the time, just because I really liked the game. And by the time I graduated, I was able to pay off the majority of my school with the money I was making, and it helped me a lot to graduate with no debt. I'm not really like a flashy guy. I don't really spend my money on that many things, except for the basic things like rent and food. So mainly focused on my goals and not really pursuing things for the money, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really make you happy. I would say the hardest time through Brawl Stars and school would probably be the end of the 2020 season. We were competing for Worlds, and we were scrimming a lot, and I'd have school all day, I'd scrim after school, and then I'd study all night, and I was only sleeping a few hours a night, and it was a really hard time in my life. And fortunately, I wasn't able to qualify for Worlds, but taught me a lot about work ethic, and I was able to graduate school still, so it wasn't a total loss. I learned a lot from that experience. So Seattle was my second LAN. My first LAN was in 2019 at DreamHack, so it was a few years before I went back again to LAN. But it definitely, it really changed your perspective a lot, playing on the same ping as everyone and meeting a lot of your online friends that you talk to every single day. So it's really a lot of fun, and at the same time, you'll learn a lot about yourself and about your team. And I definitely think that we improved a lot because we know if we're on the more even playing field, a lot of people's egos are challenged, to say the least. I didn't really have any memorable experiences of looking out at the crowd, but I do remember having fun with my teammates on stage. There's a moment that actually my friend just sent me the other night. Shout out to Flacco. He sent me a GIF of us fist bumping each other, and me and our coach Kang fist bump each other, but Shine aired him, so Kang was left hanging, and that always makes me laugh whenever I see that. I like to shout out all my buddies, especially everyone in my group chat with like Bobby, the West Kids, Tooney, and especially my teammates for 2023, Shine Chapo for ESL, and second Tooney and Steel for BSC.
I mean, talk about being able to juggle a lot between being a pro, doing well in school, and somehow it all working together to pay off those student loans. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think you've kind of got to juggle up the fact whether being better at Brawl Stars or actually getting a college degree is the main thing you want to focus on, but it looked like he was pretty competent at both.
Yeah, I mean, I know where my priorities were, right? This is really the esports dream, though. You never know exactly what's at stake until you take a look just beneath the surface. For some people, it's, you know, there's a lot of points, there's a lot of money on the line, there's fame and glory to be won. But for other people, it's their livelihood, right? It's their chance to make it through college and make it big after.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool story to hear, even if that was a little lackluster fist bump situation at the end. But of course, we got to talk about their opponents a little bit because that is STMN, and there's a lot to say.
Well, STMN, the reigning champions of Season 1 from the game we just saw Seattle there. Bobby, Cute Sans, OG, and Czar is the roster that we'll play today.
And they've been playing very, very well lately, though they have taken a bit of a break after Worlds. Now they're getting back into the mix. We saw last week they had a bit of trouble versus Mystic as well. Looks like we got some push-ups, some pre-game warm-ups and exercises too, and a lot of fun in the team house especially.
Looks like he's tiring off after about 5 there. Yeah, he's done, completely done. Bobby, I think you might need to get in the gym a bit more there, lad. But the team house looking good, all three of them there, and they're going to have some much easier communication.
I certainly hope so. And here we see as well, I mean, these guys, they played before. We saw them play at LAN. And West Coast pulled out an extremely strong performance, taking third place as well, when I think a lot of people hedged their bets that West Coast, they were going to kind of fall on their face. They were playing with a player that was typically their fourth Falcon, not part of the team anymore, but the West Coast roster, it has shaped up. It has changed a little bit. STMN still, they're looking strong, sometimes inconsistent. I think that this is a worthy opponent and a good challenger for STMN in the form of West Coast.
Yeah, well, I mean, the last time these two actually played each other was at PAX, so it's been a bit of a while, but STMN are arguably looking like the better team, even though they had that difficult first week, and the statistics do back it up. Well, that's from last season anyway. The statistics are looking much better on the side of STMN. No
doubt. I mean, STMN, of course, this is them ramping up for the end of the year, the paramount event of the entire year, now having taken a break, and over the last sort of week, getting back up to speed for the big competitions, this one included for this year. I think we can expect to see them in better form than they were in last week.
I mean, you're talking about big competitions. So let's talk about the one that we actually have right around the corner, because that, of course, is DreamHack San Diego. !DHSan in chat for more information. You can use that coupon code down below as well. But use that exclamation in chat to get more information, the where, the when, the how, and buy your tickets to come see the Challenge Finals live in person at DreamHack San Diego. I mean, it's going to be a very cool event. I'm going to keep saying it because we're all going to be there. All the pros will be there. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I mean, us being there is arguably the best thing. But yeah, I mean, the competition's going to be there too.
Yep, 10% discount on my signature, by the way. Still cheaper than Trav's. I'm just saying, I'll forge his signature too, so you can get that too.
Lots of reasons to go. And of course, chat, we also want to hear from you before we get into the first match of the day. Who do you think is going to be winning? Will it be West Coast or will STMN have a little bit of a bounce back as we head into week number 2? You know how it works. Twitch chat poll down below. Let us know your thoughts. And we'll let you know how right you were at the end of the day, because it's picks and bans, and it's your turn now.
Picks and bans, ready. Who's your money on?
Definitely got to go with STMN this time. I think that we've seen West Coast in great form lately. Once again, this is the core roster, right? A ton of cracked players. all grouped together on this one roster. But STMN, I think that they've sort of, after last week, gotten a bit of a reality check, said, okay, we need to shape up, we need to get back in the game, and then sort of prepared for this match from there.
I mean, I like to get your definitive prediction because I can laugh at you if you're wrong, but at this time, we might be laughing with each other because I'm going to go with STMN as well.
Yeah.
Bans are already in. Meg, BB, and Poco going to be banned out from West Coast instantly. Then we have the Crow, Lou, and Squeak bans down below with the Griff as the first pick, and you can never really go wrong with the Griff first pick.
Yeah, Griff, he's just a good all-around brawler. Once you break down some of the walls, you can get a lot of mid-control. Here comes the B from West Coast, and I definitely like this, and the Otis as well. Once again, two consistent brawlers. However, they're going to have to rely on Griff for some of the wall break should they actually want that. And with B on the roster, they're definitely going to need it. I think also B with the Poco ban as well could be a bit of overkill, but never a bad brawler to have in your arsenal. They also have last pick, and I think that this is a very, very strong asset to have on a map such as Dueling Beetles. You can go for a penny and not have any issues with wall break on the opposing team, be uncounterable. Sprout, also one that throws a lot of wrenches in people's plans. With Griff on the table, I don't know if it'll be such a consideration, but we'll get the next couple picks in from S-Team, and Gus is going to be their first selection.
Yeah, I think you kind of got to question, you know, if the Griff wants to kind of shape the map for his team and kind of go more with these longer range brawlers, which it kind of seems like they are doing, or just kind of cut off the fact that he could open it up and leave it closed for West Coast to kind of have a bit of an issue. But Janet going to be that last pick, and I do like that. Pretty much one of the most versatile brawlers in the game. No
doubt, and also keep in mind sort of the geography of this map. You have different corners and walls that you can place things behind, and Janet with her drop the base gadget is going to be really, really irritating for West Coast to deal with, unless they should go for something that can fire over walls. And even then, Janet can opt to land on them. Griff could break down the walls. I think that West Coast, while they might not be able to get a pick that is the thing that shuts everything down, the ultimate counter pick, they can still go for something fairly consistent. Here's the Stew. You can get sort of a faster rollout if you want to, just by using that first gadget, but since they only have one wall breaker on their team, should it be Stew running Breakthrough, I think they'll probably be running Breakthrough instead.
Yeah, it's a definite possibility, and even with that drop the base, you know, they don't have to take someone else because that Fat Splatter can occasionally deal with it if they're not really being too mindful about placing it just a few more tiles back behind that wall. So pretty good draft either side, I'd say. I don't think I have a kind of a definitive favorite, and it could go either way.
Absolutely, and I think that's a really good shout on the Fat Splatter, being able to hit through the walls. It's a huge consideration here. And drop the base, it doesn't have a whole lot of health. It decays over time too. You should be able to deal with it fairly consistently. Here's a speed zone, actually, from Shine, and it'll allow them to move around and dodge and juke out these shots much better at mid. But note that also, drop the base, popped on the other side. Shine, he's trying to stay just out of range. And STM and Esports, they're having a much better time walking over this point so far. Not quite tying up the percentage just yet, but it looks like they're in possession.
I mean, regardless of Bobby being in that can, we are seeing Sans playing as well, who does get a trade up the top right. Zara and OG just trying to get some level of control together, but he's getting absolutely dominated by Alec and Jeppo now pushing forward, using all their abilities onto them as well. 3K available, and Sans takes that directly to the face, but he gets some nice returns. Jeppo's going to go down, and he manages to hold on to his super as well.
Yeah, Sans, he's going to be popping that super on someone, or maybe hang on to it in case of an emergency. Here comes Zar, now charging forward, trying to get in range of Alec and tapping him just a little bit. Alec now sent out for commission. And Shine also on the back lines could get hit by a bomb, just grazed by the bomb, and a final coin from OG to send him packing. But still, West Coast, they boast a vast lead. S-Team and Esports now finally get their chance to walk on this point, break open a few walls, and get rid of the bushes that were a huge asset for West Coast just moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, you can't complain about the trade that Zar did as well. The amount of value he got with that super and the takedown with Janet. Got another super in hand as well, and he might be looking at Alec for his target, but just wanted to get one final hit on Shine, which he did do, but he's still maneuvering nicely and gets one up top. Sans trying to recover some control now, but it's all West Coast. Get two, and now it's just the Gus remaining. These three are just going to be sitting on this zone and extending the lead they already had.
Well, S-Team and Esports certainly on the back foot, but they do pop the super. A little slow as well on Sans. He's not going to be able to charge forward as quickly. Zar also not getting to make any use of the spirit animal offered by Sans or the shield, but Sans, he was able to cycle it out. Now goes for a second one. Chepo on the back lines trying to force these guys off. West Coast, they're so close to finishing this one off. Just one more push in, and they should have this game, but they can't be too hasty, especially not Shine. He's already been lowered down pretty low on hit points. Final gadget popped, and it should offer a lot more ability to dodge, bob, and weave. Alec 26 now sent down, but West Coast know it's drive time. They only really have one more push left in them after this one right now.
Yeah, I mean, Shine looking for a super. They don't want to give it to him, but they also don't want to give up the control and go backwards to not feed him it. Chepo's going to get one, though, but he is low. It's going to be Janet looking for the kills now, finishing off Shine in one shot, Chepo in one shot, but he just gets the heal off as well. Alec's going to survive, and 10% needed. Zar's going to take flight. He does get one, and now Chepo's kind of stopping and not going into the zone. This might be the turnaround that STMN need. It's a 3v1. one. Can they get back in time? I don't know if they can.
Alec, he needs a super. Shine, he needs to boost in. He needs a super, but he's too far out of range. STM Esports, they close it out in a beautiful comeback. They had West Coast just on the edge of that point so many times. But I really can't harp on the gameplay from West Coast. I think they played this one very, very controlled, especially if we look at Chepo on the B. He wasn't taking unnecessary risks. He was staying alive a lot of the time. It's hard to identify where exactly West Coast can improve as they head into Game 2.
Yeah, see, that's funny as well, because I was enjoying what Shine was doing in that mid, be able to dodge quite a lot. I just question if Chepo was maybe being a little bit too passive and not going aggressive enough to get that last bit of percentage. But it was STMN who come out on top, and they do take the first game. And it's looking just pretty similar to the previous one. Shine getting a few percent here and there, drop the base B in place, so if he does go towards that zone, he is going to be reset set from that bottom left-hand corner, and now it is STMN who establish themselves once more.
Well, here comes OG marching forward now, breaking open some of the walls. Early game stuff for STM Esports and West Coast. They managed to hang on to that area for a little bit longer. Here comes Shine charging forward on the right side. A little explosion by OG. Big damage from the cards from OG as well to send Shine back to the grave. STM Esports, they've gotten a decent start in a 3v2 as well. They could get some more control. Here comes Chepo, high power B, right in the face of Sands. He marks his territory still. Remaining on that area, Shine also on the right side. Needs to go for a flank in. Czar also getting 2 elims on the center and the right. West Coast looking fairly battered so far.
Yeah, I mean, STMN is just looking so good, and Czar is really the big force to be scared of. He's just playing it so well. Got a shield now, drop the base to tank a few shots as well, and it's going to go quite a long way. Chepo does fall to one shot. Alec does as well, and they just don't have the HP pool to push onto this zone and contest it. STMN have been sitting on it all game long. 3K is going to hit, and that is their call to action. Shine's going to go aggressive in the slow down, placed over the right-hand side onto Sands. They take down 2, but 1 still remains, and so does a 50% gap.
Great comeback for West Coast, though. They need to be able to stay on this point, though. Czar is consistently applying the pressure, now dropping some bombs. Sands also with the elimination with the use of the gadget. Alec 26 tries to retreat, but gets caught up in the mayhem at mid. It's only one more shot that West Coast can have in order to take this one back, and even then, they got to play it perfectly. Nearing the point of no return, STM Esports remain in their positions. Shine taking big damage, now going down. Alec 26 still giving it his all, but STM Esports, they take game number 2 and thus set number 1.
Yeah, that was a lot more convincing as well. It's usually the losing team who kind of adapts and comes back, especially when it was such a close first game like that. But this time it was even more dominant by STMN, and we got push-ups all around here. Not only is this a Brawl Stars game, but at least we're getting the physical fitness sorted out as well.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, sometimes you got to hit the gym, but we need some more like thumb workouts here in order to really be able to flex the movement, the gadget, the aiming abilities. So far, though, I think pretty calm, collected stuff from West Coast. The opposite approach from STM and OG. Now banging out 5 push-ups too. These guys are feeling confident, and this is not always a good thing. I would really rate it as 50-50 because sometimes STM can get caught off guard. With this game, though, this was extremely convincing, very dominant. Even though the draft, it didn't seem to particularly lean in anyone's favor, STM still pulled out 2 game victories in a row, even though the first game was pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I said at the start as well, I felt like the drafts were pretty similar in level, and there wasn't a massive favorite starting things off, so it must have just been STM Esports playing that little bit better, unless I'm missing something, but it does seem like they were playing much more as a team rather than playing the 3 individual lane approach, and the statistics do back it up as well. Usually if you've got a lot of heals, you're able to stay on the zone a lot more, but this time it was actually the team with less heals and more damage that were the victors, because pretty much almost 10 extra kills.
Yeah, very interesting. You know, this is sort of the paradox sometimes, is that it doesn't necessarily matter how many times you die all the time, right? You can have a comp that consistently rushes out of mid, or rather rushes out of spawn into mid, plays the objective, whatever it may be. Heist is a great example of that, and pretty much the same thing for Hot Zone as well. Looks like the STM guys are having a lot of fun, and looks like all of you guys in chat, 73%. Very convincing stuff, especially from the community in favor of STM Esports. We shouldn't be surprised, though. These guys are like long-time OGs in the scene and have a huge fan base, but I'm glad to see some support for West Coast as well, even though they did kind of get taken out hard in the very first set.
Yeah, I was going to say, honestly, it's kind of a good prediction in my opinion. I'd say just over a quarter of the people going for West Coast.
Yeah.
It's a good shout. They looked pretty good, just couldn't quite get those killing blows onto STMN, and it was kind of the reverse way around where STMN were getting the kills and getting the control, but Safe Zone is up next, which is completely the opposite. You don't have to get the kills, you don't have to get the control, you just have that one burst of damage, and we'll see some surely high damage brawlers being banned out here. We've actually got quite a lot of a range approach being banned out with the Eve, the Piper, the Mandy, the Grey, the Grom, and the Max down the bottom side from STMN.
Yeah, well, when I see West Coast loading into safe zone, I really, really hope we get to see Alec on the 8-bit. I think that only really happens, though, if they're able to snag Colette in the same go, given that Colette is a very difficult brawler to play against if you're playing 8-bit. The whole thing where I have a lot of health, therefore I can walk forward confidently is totally countered by Colette when she's able to pump up so much damage, especially when her opponent has a lot of health remaining. Brock first pick from STMN. I like it. Break open the right lane for free. Allow your teammate to move through. There are other ways to do this, but Brock is, I think, pretty much the best way.
Yeah, I mean, there's other ways to do it. You know, we might see the return of a Griff once more, and, you know, Eve is one of the options that's banned out. They choose to go for a Colt, actually, instead. I was questioning whether we would see a Griff or a Carl or something like that can make that route without having to really have too much issues doing it. But Colt is the brawler of choice from West Coast, and they are some pretty OG players, so I'm not surprised they kind of bring out this more OG pick.
Hey, I mean, if this is your main from back in the day, then you can make it work, but note the terminology, make it work, right? It doesn't work by nature. You have to facilitate that in versus opponents like STMN, where we saw just how effectively they were able to dodge. There's the 8-bit. This is what I love to see from West Coast. However, they could be facing a Colette, and this is where maybe the last pick is sort of their secret weapon, and here's a Colette from STMN. I mean, it's pretty much textbook how this plays out, and a final Colonel Ruffs from STMN can block up a lot of damage and could opt to run a different gadget, but I don't really see them not running sandbags.
Yeah, I mean, you see, I'm never against an 8-bit, but when it's paired up against that Colette, that Brock, it's dangerous for it, especially you know, when the walls can be broken down and the amount of places where your turret can be placed is reduced quite heavily, especially with Ruffs as well, who's going to be surely raining down and breaking some walls for those supers. They do have a remaining pick, though, and you've got to question whether it's going to be something with a bit more pace. Max off the board, it's not going to be as easy, but Rico, not a bad option. They're probably going to be breaking that wall with the Colt and letting the Rico go that side and try and dominate, but it's just up to STMN to stop him from getting in that position, and it should pretty much be a tied-up game.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I predict too, right? Break open that lane with the Colt using your Silver Bullet, and then allow Rico to run free. Here's the other thing is that Rico, I think, is going to be pretty effective for dealing with Colonel Ruffs, right? A little bit more range, also Colonel Ruffs. He really likes to use the ability to ricochet, to sit in, if we're looking at our perspective, the back right corner of the map. Sit in that position, hunker down, get some free taps on the safe. Rico's going to be able to flush him out pretty effectively, but if all these walls are broken down by Colonel Ruffs, that's bad news for Rico. You're playing like a worse Colt, is what I always say, and you already got Colt on the team, so good luck. It's going to be challenging.
Yeah, it's kind of just up to whether or not that he's going to be able to get this control, and so far it looks like Bobby is the one with it all. Super already, and gets an instant 12% on safe, and even though he goes down, it doesn't really matter that much. He can't let Shine have the position, however, though, and you'll see him breaking up those walls, and as you said, making it more like a Colt. That's not going to be having much of a victorious lap around this round side, but Bobby instantly back up, and even though he went down, he got 12% and is straight back in position.
Well, Bobby making some advancements on the right side. Alec26 still trying to stay in position. OG now confidently marching forward, making big plays, almost a kill as well. Bobby and OG combining forces now taking down the Alec26 and big stuff in as well. Lots and lots of damage. You got to appreciate we get to see this stuff on screen because of our friends at Snapdragon enabling all of this stuff and allowing us to see huge, huge plays. STMN now raining down and surely going to eliminate the safe now.
I mean, it's done. Even without the Colette Super, the incendiary damage from OG comes down and does finish that one off. First game in the bag for STMN, and they're carrying on this dominance from the previous set, especially in that last game where they looked so convincing, into this one clearly as well.
Yeah, I mean, really, this is just momentum in full force, and if you've ever played in a competitive setting, you know that momentum is a very, very real thing, and nerves are absolutely in play. But West Coast, they looked fairly confident heading into this one. STMN Esports, I would say doubly so, though. Doing push-ups and also kind of wiping the floor with the competition so far, particularly in the picks. OG just shutting down Alec26, but Shine fires back on the right side. Takedown, Chepo also down on the left side, and big damage in. Shine also eliminated just a no-look shot to the right side, and STMN Esports boasts a big lead so far.
And he wasted a gadget as well in the way there. OG was just getting him down when he popped that gadget, but sandbags do tank quite a lot. Bobby looking for another super as well, gets the kill, but doesn't get another one. Nice super from the right-hand side from Shine there, but it's not enough to take down OG, and Zar still sitting in a comfortable position. Got big damage done as well, 67% here. OG and Zara are going to tie that one up as well, throw a power-up back to Bobby, and it's just all-out control. Not really a lot being said or done by West Coast.
And it's not really a whole lot that they can do in response either. They're countered. Their main power player, Alec26, especially when you have that 8-bit in your arsenal, That's how you're dealing most of the damage, and they haven't gotten a single % off the enemy safe. S-Team in esports, they wipe through the competition so far. More push-ups as well. Hopefully they don't tire themselves out, go the go the absolute marathon all the way to set 5, but they seem to have a lot of excess energy here. They're not going to let it go to waste.
I mean, you've got to hope that this overconfidence of doing push-ups in between every single set doesn't come back to bite them as it did in some of the previous games. And the reverse sweep is definitely still, getting the collapse in as well now. He's just maybe getting a little bit too confident in my opinion, but he did fall and make himself look like a bit of a moron there.
Well, I mean, maybe this is just an interesting way of saying, like, get clapped, all right? Like, four games in a row is definitely good for STMN. For West Coast, they're feeling the heat, no doubt, especially if we kind of look at these picks. West Coast are trying to play stuff that they're familiar with, that they're comfortable with, and STMN, they find every single opening, and they hammer it down with absolutely no remorse. You have to appreciate the guts to run something like West Coast did, knowing that, yeah, they'll probably put Bobby on that Colette. It's a classic brawler for him. He's just waiting for the perfect opportunity to pull it out. Alec 26 on the 8-bit. I mean, just going head-to-head, it's almost like the players of one team counter the others, but I think this is time for West Coast to shift out of their comfort zone and go for picks that they might be less familiar with, but they know that STMN esports are not going to find as easy weaknesses for.
I mean, on the statistics side, it's all on STMN. Kills, damage, and healing as well, which is not something we see every day, but it was just as dominant as that shows. Complete walkover for STMN here, and this time, yes, they did have a better comp. The Brock counters the 8-bit out in the mid. Too much of a slow-moving brawler along with that explosion radius is always going to be very, very solid, and on top of that as well, once those walls are broken down by the Brock or the Ruffs, then the Colette's going to dominate the Rico too.
Pretty much. I mean, this was, I think, this was an interesting decision made by West Coast. Not singular decision, plural decisions, and also plural mistakes, in my opinion. It is them trying to tap into what they're comfortable with and try and get a little bit of success. Maybe you earn that confidence back after taking a 2-0 loss in the very first set. Now, though, they're staring that in the face ×2, and they're going to have to go into gym grab. Bit of a slower paced one, especially following Heist, and there's a lot of comeback potential as well. So this is our opportunity to sort of swing things back, even if it's going to be extraordinarily difficult, given that one game to STMN means a match point.
Well, we're on to Hard Rock Mine, and yes, West Coast did look a bit more convincing on that control-based game mode, which is something we return to now with Hard Rock Mine. That big area in the middle, followed by the close-range sides, can definitely be something that can turn games around in a quick fashion, but we are getting one of the tanks off the table instantly by West Coast, which surprises me because that would probably be their answer to be able to beat STMN. Taken by surprise, take a tank, and something that doesn't really take too much skill. As the underdog team, they need that kind of play. But Gene and Crow banned out along with that, and then over to STMN. They don't want to see that Gray, the Max, or the Penny. And, you know, I like the bans all around.
I do like the bans. I think that Penny is a sensible ban. She's a good all-around brawler, but to see her in the bans for stamina just pretty much tells me they just don't feel like playing against her. She's not exactly the most game-changing brawler ever. And also, I think that this allows them to make good use of the final pick because Penny, she's fairly good versus tanks in close range. We'll see the first selection from West Coast. It's a Janet. A few months ago, we would have said, like, yeah, this is a great first pick. She's not, like, the best brawler in the game, but she's pretty darn good, and she's very, very versatile, especially in Hard Rock Mine. You're able to use that super, get in the back lines, and also she's just a good all-around lane with range and damage and such. The response from STMN, we see the Colonel Refs, maybe a bit of wall break and some good lane play. Also the Stew, interesting approach, but I think also STMN, now that they're playing a West Coast team and they got that West Coast ping, they're probably trying to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, they may be looking for reaching for the 8-bit as that last pick. Even with Gene banned out, it's still a solid pick when you get that speed zone down behind it, when you get a power up from the Ruffs, and it kind of does synergize very, very well. But in comes the Sam from West Coast, and they are going to be going the tanky route, regardless of them banning out 50% of the brawlers that would pretty much be used as a tank in Ash. And they do still have this last pick as well, but it does leave them quite susceptible to that STMN last pick. If they can get 8-bit, they're going to be in a good position no matter what, really.
I really do think so. I mean, this is just a strong mid for the game mode. And also with Gene banned out, I mean, this is an STMN specialty. Particularly Bobby would be liking to play this one. Here comes a Poco, interestingly. I think that this opens itself up to literally just B, basically. And there it is from STMN. I mean, no, this is when you see Poco, I think a lot of people, especially in NA, where I think a lot of the meta also does revolve around B, you see Poco, immediate thought is B, because B absolutely shuts him down. And this is, once again, I think just after set number 2, we have another sort of comp diff for STMN. And following set 1, where they had the mechanics to rise above a very even team composition face-off, I will place my bets on STMin to close this out in 3-0.
I do have to as well, but I don't think we can kind of write off West Coast just yet.
No
Yes,
doubt.
they're getting quite countered, extremely countered if you want to put it like that, but the Sam, one play and it's all a changed game. They've just got to look for it, but this B is going to be dominating off the start, and Alec just needs his breakaway play. We need to throw out Super, get a gadget off and bring him towards him, but he's actually going to be using this Meteor Rain gadget come through, and that instantly just pretty much keeps him in the same position and prevents his push.
Now, you can only use it 3 times per game, and he's already used it once. Alec26 also using gadget of his own, getting pinched between Zar and Bobby. Big damage on a Chepo, and he also falls in the back lines. Shine is the next target, and a little bit of time has been used, and Alec26 can take advantage of this now to move up the left side. Big damage as well. He's really looking for any opening possible. He's also lost his Knuckle Busters, and they're not really within reach. He's going to have to do this the hard way. Can pick up a couple gems on the left side. Zar still picking up yet another, and looking to pick up number 5, but he can't get too close to the Knuckle Busters lest he wants to be met with the fate of a gadget to the face. On the right side also, Sans keeping things back. Met with the response of Chepo. That gadget now going for the back lines, trying to disrupt things the best he can.
Yeah, his Knuckle Buster's still lying on the floor there, and Bobby trying to push him and keep him in a bad position, but now his teammates are pushing towards these gems up top. Shine surely going to go down, but just juking so well, does eventually get killed, but Bobby now looking for this one up top, and Alec just pushing him so aggressively. Can he get the bounce shots through? He can't, and he does survive just a little bit longer, but 2 lay on the floor. They're just being a little bit cautious about this gadget. The Knuckle Busters still lay on the floor, and Sam has them in hand.
And Zara, he could pick up 3 gems, but Chepo's going to take this opportunity to pick up a couple for himself, maybe even another. Zara, he's been cooking that B for so long, and with the supply drop too, he can deal 4K damage at a time as long as he has it charged up. Meanwhile, on the left side, Bobby shuts down Alec26 on the lane. Chepo still tries to sneak up the right side, met with Sans, an ambush from the bush, and big damage, but Chepo remains alive. Now headed for the back lines, just a few seconds left for a disruption. Alec26 has the super, could make it all the way to the back, stopped just prematurely by the wall, and Sans on the defense. No shot of making it in, and STMin Esports move on to a match point.
Yeah, STMN just looking so good, and you know, I said there's a chance that the Sam's going to be able to bring something back, but at the moment he's kind of just feeding those rough supers and getting the entire map broken up, possibly, you know, the need of a split, a swap of lane, but even at that, the breakthrough is going to be there and breaking up the map anyway for the Stu, so it is pretty much a losing competition. They're going to need that one play, a gadget from the Sam to pull them towards it, but he's pretty much rotated right around the right-hand side, and I like his positioning.
I certainly like it too. He's right up next to Bobby. Got to be careful not to feed those supers again, as he did in the last time. Is able to almost get an elimination, some gadget response. STMin Esports still trying to remain strong, but with Alec26 disrupting the right side, it's certainly going to be challenging. Already, the inaugural wall break on the right side is opening things up. Shine now bursting through those back lines and avoiding getting any damage from B. Sans also all the way from behind, surely going to be pursued by Sam, but he knows that he counters Sam, tries to stay out of range, and just manages to avoid those Knuckle Busters.
Yeah, I mean, that's all Shine and Chepo were doing, just delaying until Alec could get back in a position. Uses that super down the right-hand side. Don't believe it made a connection. Sans still sitting on about half HP, and he does get the kill, and a gem drops along with it. Shine looking up top for Bobby, but he does have a super. If this Janet is going to land on him, he's going to be trapped in spawn, and he does get the kill. Power-up lays and 1 gem as well on the floor up top left.
Ooh, interesting play on the left side. Alec26 also with a complete upset and turn of events. Now 6 gems, but he has to retreat. He's got to stay out of range. He wasn't able to get away from Bobby, and even if he had run straight for the hill, Sans would have been hot on his heels. Now 2 gems over his head as he retreats. Deals some parting damage to Chepo as well, as he looks to cement himself further back in the back lines. A lot of wall break as well has already taken place, and Zar is using it. Great shot on a Shine on the right side, and Zar continues to accumulate maybe another gem. Number 3, number 4 coming in. STMin Esports just 3 gems away from beginning a countdown. And West Coast only 4. They're looking fairly good here, but with Chepo holding all 6 gems and sort of being a recon brawler should he need to use a super, it could be a bit dicey.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the one brawler they don't want it on, really. Like, you put them on Poco and they're going to be happy, but Janet or Sam are really not going to be the ones you want them on if they want to go aggressive with these supers and make the plays. But 10 gems over STMN's head now. The gadget back, but Chepo's not in range to get the killing blow. He gets knocked back and taken down. STMN Esports are going to be walking away with this one 3-0. 6 consecutive games, and that is domination.
That's a complete sweep right there, just wiping the floor with the guys, and unfortunate for West Coast. We led with, you know, such a great story for how they've gotten here, and they put in so much effort, but STMN, what a turnaround from last week, and what a cute dog as well. Hi, doggy. Congratulations on the victory. I think it's no secret that, I mean, we do move away from the cameras in the games, and the dog plays for him. It used to be the cat, and now it's the dog.
But I mean, that's a massive victory. All of them seem to be celebrating some push-ups there, picking up the dog on the left, and Bobby just being as chill as ever. STMN thoroughly deserved win, and that's a way to bounce back after a pretty disappointing first week.
Yeah, I think disappointing is the word to use, because while it is STMN Esports, they managed to pull out a victory as well. This is, I think, also disappointing for themselves. They did not want to go down to the team that they did, Mystic Esports, but they have looked fairly strong. So in all, once we get through all the games, maybe it ends up not being the worst team to lose to. But for now, STMN Esports, they've bounced back, as you've said. 2 wins under their belt, 3 matches played total, and they're looking so good right now.
Yeah, I mean, on the losing hand as well, West Coast just don't really look like themselves today. I'm not sure if that's something that's going to fight against them in another game coming up as well, but at the moment, just not looking too strong. They did have a fierce opponent, though. 36 gems picked up and only 6 dropped. And on the other side, West Coast dropped every single gem they ever picked up during that period. 121,000 damage from STMN, which is more than double West Coast.
Look, I'll be the one to point the finger. I think that mechanics-wise, we saw West Coast perform fairly well, especially if we look at Hot Zone, where it seemed very 50-50 as to who had the advantage in terms of brawler picks. But when we moved into set number 2 and set number 3, there were some glaring issues with the brawler choices, I believe. And from there, I think we can say that, hey, they're a pretty good match for STMN, but comp-wise, I think that's where they might dedicate their attention going forward.
We'll have to see if you're right, because, I mean, typically you are the big brain analyst here, so we'll have to see if they're able to make some of those changes. But still, across the board, really strong performance from STMN. Nice to see a little bit of a performance bounce back from week 1 to week 2, a little bit more what we expected, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think STMN, that's the STMN we expect. The winners of the first season, domination, they made it to top 4 in World Finals. It's nothing to kind of just glaze over. It's a massive achievement, and they are the team you kind of expect to be coming out on top.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a look back at the standings and see what happened after that first matchup, because when we checked last week, everything was dead even, and we've had a couple things happening off stream as well, so you can see that some things have changed a bit.
I mean, I'll tell you something that hasn't changed, which is Poppy Chulo is still right in the bottom of the scoreboard, 0-3. Unfortunate. Hey, I don't mean to beat them while they're down, but still, there's potential to bounce back. We got to point out consistency where there is consistency, right? In Mystic Esports, I wonder if we can see them stay on the same track. But STMN Esports, they've advanced their position, now advancing to 2-1. A good look for them as they are back in their former shape.
Yeah, as well as Wash Team getting another win under their belt, as a team that you had been keeping your eyes on from last week ready. But it's time for a quick break, and when we return, we'll do some highlights and analysis after that.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Our first match is in the books, and it's STMN who wins as they improve to 2-1. Not too shabby a performance out of STMN as they move themselves up this leaderboard, put themselves in a much more solid position. It's got to feel good, Trev.
It definitely does, and I mean, especially after such a disappointing week one, losing against Mystic Esports up there in first place, it's got to feel good to come back with a win.
Yeah, and we see a couple more changes on that leaderboard as well as we continue to get through all of these matchups in our second week of the challenge. But now we're hanging out on the sofas, Trav, and it's time to talk about one of those rounds from the last match.
I mean, it was so hard to pick considering every game was pretty much so dominant, but the first game of Hot Zone I thought was something a little bit special. It was looking like West Coast were coming out strong. They were coming out swinging, but STMN just didn't want to take an early loss. I know they work quite heavily on that momentum, and momentum it is that they got. 83% to around 47, I believe it was at the start there, but they start to hunker down. They start to just kind of keep control and not rush the plays. Zar doing such a phenomenal job against Shine here, who was pretty much for the rest of the game just dodging his shots so successfully. It started to hit, even with this mute over the left-hand side from Ike26, he still does go down as Zar pinches across and assists OG when he has to back up. And as you can see, little by little, it starts to come back. West Coast push out, but they lose Alec pretty early and therefore lose all control along with it. And just little by little, STMN start to get closer and closer. This looked like it was going to go badly, but Shine and Chepo were just too low to push once more. Alec overextends. Zar gets the flight off just before the mute. Really nice play. I'm not even sure how that worked, to be fair, but they do get control back and hold it out 4%, and they just don't have the time to bring it back. They got a few of these spooky boys over the right-hand side as well to get some heals off, and they managed to bring it back. The closest game that we did see STMN come out on top. I believe we're going to go over and have a little bit of a chat with one of the players, get into the mind of OG.
Thank you very much, Trav. That's right. I am standing by with OG, ready to chat about the first win of week number 2 for the challenge season. How are you feeling?
Hey, we're feeling better than we did last week, so we're excited we got the win. And yeah, I think it was a good performance from everyone, so we're happy about that too.
All right, speaking of a good performance, I've got to ask, because we obviously saw it between every single set, what's going on with the push-up situation?
Honestly, I think Zara was just trying to show off, and then everyone in chat was just making fun of his form, so he felt like he had something to prove. And then Bobby wanted to get in on it somehow, and I had to show them how to do push-ups because neither of them know how to, so...
I mean, I'm not going to lie. We did say that your push-up form might have looked the best out of everybody.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we got to talk about the team house, though. You guys all get to live together, be together, play together all the time now. What's that experience been like?
I think we're all really enjoying it. It's like a place in Vegas, so the weather's much nicer than Canada, where me and Bobby are from. And yeah, I think we still have like a long ways to go. We kind of got off to like a bit of a slow start the past few weeks, but I think like the past week we've been putting stuff together more. So Yeah, we've just been trying to improve on everything and get a grip on the meta.
I love that. I love that. Now, in the house, who cooks the most?
Me.
Who is
Well,
the cleanest?
Me as well. I do all the cleaning. They don't clean up after themselves. It's really bad.
Who sleeps the most?
Bobby. Definitely Bobby.
Okay, all right. See, this is so much more fun when we have everybody in one big group. Also, anytime you bring the dog on camera, we are all a big fan. Big fan of the puppy.
Yeah, he loves attention, so he always comes on my streams as well. So he's a good sport about it.
Okay, we have literally talked about the game in zero capacity whatsoever. So I'll ask you one official gaming-related question, and then we'll let you go. Just generally, after your performance now, you said you felt like you kind of really tightened everything up here today in this week. Are you feeling much better about being like in that top spot on the leaderboard? You've got, you know, the whole reigning champs thing on your shoulders. Feel better about it after today?
Not so much. We still have like a lot of like really good teams to, not saying that like any of the teams we haven't played against or we played against aren't good, but there's a lot of like tough teams left. And once we beat a few of those, I think we'll start feeling a bit better. So yeah, we're just taking it one game at a time right now.
All right, well, you look good so far. Before I let you go, obviously, any shout outs that you want to do?
Just shout out to STMN, all of our fans, and yeah, you guys for organizing this event. Appreciate everyone.
All right, well, thank you for jumping on and chatting. It's honestly, this was just fun to watch you guys all hanging out in the team house. Make sure you give some pets to the dogs for us, and I'm sure we'll be talking soon.
Of course. All right, thank you.
Okay, we had to talk about a little bit of the dynamic in the house because I needed to know some of those questions, like who is the cleanest, who cooks the most. Apparently, Bobby's sleeping the most, but OG just has everything on lock right now.
What the dog doing? That's all I want to know.
I tried.
I want to know how many times a week OG is actually like cooking chicken nuggets for everyone instead of other food.
Specifically chicken nuggets.
Specifically chicken nuggets.
Next time we get him on, I will make sure to ask specifically how many dino nuggies they are going through in a given day, okay? Because it could be a lot, for all I know. But now that we are done with that, it was really nice to talk to OG, but we got to start continuing on with our day. We have another match around the corner. This time it's going to be Mystic, our reigning top of the leaderboard, versus CMG.
Chazmac is going to be the team they're running into. Fade, Juan Carlos, RBM, and Toast. And, you know, this team, composed is the word. Sometimes they play up, sometimes they play down, but very rarely do I see them really panic.
Yeah, not really. I think that generally they are very, very aware of like where their skill level is at. Juan Carlos Toast, you know, sort of part of the main group as well. RBM on the sidelines for now. Fade also. Just every single person on this team has a specific role that they fill. It's very, very organized, I think, too.
For sure. And, you know, just as an aside, Toast, very cerebral, generally a strong strategist for the team. Very well spoken. I love getting a chance to hang out with him at LAN and kind of pick his brain about the game and everything. He really thinks about it a lot, and the way he speaks about it is very, very particular. And I think that winds up showing in their play, again, kind of struggling to find themselves towards the top. And I wonder what's going to really take them to that next page, but ultimately standing in their way is going to be Mystic Esports, who might have surprised a couple of folks last week.
Surprising even themselves, I think, too. Nathan, really the newest addition to this roster of Luffy and Zeus Killer, now out of the picture, but Nathan filling his place, and he's got some really big shoes to fill, too. This roster, they sort of started off the last year, sort of that main group, like Killer, Luffy, that duo, started off last year impressing a lot of us with how they were able to play the very meta brawlers, and now I think they find themselves in that position once again. Nathan, in particular, is sort of my main brawler that I got my attention on, as he's the newest to the crew, and they've been playing really well.
Roger, was there anything that in particular that stuck out to you about Nathan?
It's not anything in particular per se. In fact, in that department, I'm really looking at Zeus. But for Nathan in particular, I think it's really impressive how well he was able to mesh with this squad that had been together in playing, for instance, in the Queso Cup and topping the leaderboards as that team for so long.
And that can be tough, especially when the basis is already strong. If you're kind of stepping into a two-man squadron that like is having some trouble, it's easier to kind of come in and like shake things up. But listen, Toast or the rest of Mystic were already kind of a strong entity, like you said, and kind of stepping in there. Strong stuff for Nathan so far. But Chazmac Gaming, if we take a look at the numbers, kind of leading as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, I think, and also this is very, very telling, and this is pretty much what we would expect to see, especially if you've been tuning into Split 2 and that sort of thing leading up to the challenge stage. Chazmac Gaming, they've made it in the cup stage, at least for the second split. Every single one of those finals, really the only opponent that was able to take them on up there was Wash Team. But we've already seen Mystic Esports surprise us in other capacities, taking down top teams like the sort of incumbent champion, STMN. And now will they be able to continue that streak? They got 2-0. Can they turn it into 3?
All right. Well, chat, it's time for me to talk to you a little bit. Said it before. We're going to keep reminding you, though, in case you're just joining us, ! DHSan in chat. Okay, that's going to be your informational resource for all things DreamHack San Diego, where you can watch everybody compete in our challenge finals for Brawl Stars, the when, the where, the how, and a little bit of a discount code there. So make sure you get your tickets and come hang out with us in San Diego. And, of course, chat, it's match number 2. Which means it is time for prediction number 2. Let us know your thoughts in that poll down below in Twitch chat. Who you think is going to be taking home the second match of the day? Will it be Mystic, and will they continue their unbroken streak of wins, or will it be Chazmac, who knocks them down just a stitch, the tiniest bit? Because now we've got a couple other teams on 2-1. Should be interesting to see how it goes, but picks and bans are underway. So let's get this thing going.
Let's roll. Thanks, Glitter. Jumping in here, Mystic versus Chazmac. I think the table's set just a little bit, so we can kind of dive right in, and I'm excited to do so. Shooting Star, Pinhole Punt, and Ring of Fire is where we're going out in the open to pit stop if we need them. P's and B's, pretty please. I want to see what they're banning out here. We jump into the world of Bounty.
Keeping us waiting a little bit, but I do love a little bit of suspense from time to time. Wonderful BC.
I want it now.
Well, okay, here we go. Well, looks like you summoned it by asking, not so nicely this time, right? Making a demand and you shall receive. Here are the bans, too. Great, banned across the board, absolutely makes sense. This brawler is just insane right now. Some classic stuff banned as well. Fang banned by Chazmac Gaming. That tells me that they have first pick. And also, Mystic Esports getting rid of Nanny. That tells me that they have last pick. So that's really reinforced right there. Mandy first pick looking pretty good. No Piper banned either, which I think could be a pretty strong decision here. Let's keep in mind also, Mandy first pick, she can snipe you from across the map, but it's all about who's using it. When we see OG pick this brawler, he's been practicing a lot, right? Get great performance out of it. Chazmac, not seen them yet.
So, also, your first pick can kind of double as a 4th ban.
This is true.
And that's definitely where Chazmac is leaning. Of course, maybe they're strong in their own right, but taking it away from the opposition just as strong. Piper across the way, always a standard selection here for Bounty. And, you know, I think they're, by picking Piper, you're kind of putting your cards face up on the table. You're looking for the standard long-range sharpshooter approach.
Exactly. I mean, look, Piper is an absolute mainstay on this map. Before Nanny was in the game, yeah, you still go for Piper 100% of the time.
But so, I want to focus on Mandy. She's a little bit newer to the scene here. What characters, what brawlers, what picks complement Mandy? Who would you like to see fill out those choices?
Honestly, really anything that can have some sort of CC, right? A knockback to keep brawlers out of her range, or rather keep brawlers from getting in close range where she's not the highest utility is really the name of the game, I think. Gus across the way for Mystic Esports is going to make them a bit more resilient to the long-range damage, offer some long-range capabilities himself, and KO potential by using the gadget once that ghost has been spawned down. I think really just not major risks taken by Mystic Esports as well.
Yeah.
I think it's really worth pointing out that they picked Piper, and yes, this is a really strong brawler in general, but Max has been banned by Chazmac, and I think that's one of the main things that enables this brawler to be played.
I don't disagree with you there. Max being viewed as a counter to the sharpshooters is one of those things that I can't sit here and disagree with. But it's one of those soft counters where it's just like, well, how does he counter him? Go fast.
Pretty much.
And so it is definitely more difficult to hit. So definitely there. I think Piper probably would have been selected even if Max isn't on the ban list, but she gets stronger, as does any of the sharpshooters, anytime you take the speed boost out. But you want to go from the classic sharpshooter approach to all the way on this other side. Mandy is going to be flanked by Tick and the Stunt Girl. And so you do have some long-range stuff out of there. I'm on record for saying I love the long-range traditional sharpshooter stuff. I love when they throw Tick into the mix. I think it's just enough to kind of keep it give you a different option.
Yeah, pretty much. And you can get basically a free push off of using that super. And it's, been a while since it's been introduced into the game, but the new gear for Tick, as new as it may be, right, a few months old, gives that head 1,000 extra health, which makes it really troublesome for certain brawlers to deal with. It might take them 3 whole hits to get rid of it. So you have to work as a team. You can't really deal with it solo. And it gets you free positioning because once your enemy has used their shots on the Tick super, they can't use them on you, right?
True.
And that's one of the main things that can get you some territory, get you some room to work with as well. I'm wondering about the Bonnie, though. The Bonnie's going to get some close-range interactions, but first, you got to be firing up that super. And also, let's talk about Zeus on the Brock. Break down some of those walls, mitigate the value that Fade has to offer as this thrower immediately. Wall breaking mid, but Fade's still probably going to go for that blue star if he can make sure that it'll survive by using the gadget.
Blue star still not picked up. Tick trying to go for it, but of course, with 3 snipers staring the mid lane down, it's a little bit easier said than done. And so Gus is actually going to be going and picking that one up. Mystic Esports on the good side for now, but it's a $1:20 on the clock, so plenty of time to go. That said, folks, lean back. It's going to be a slow and steady race until we get down to the nitty-gritty.
Pretty much. I mean, really, I think only the pace of this match is going to accelerate once we see some big kills. Here comes big ability. Nathan reduced to 30 health. Bit off on the math there. Unfortunate for Juan Carlos, but he still gets half of the super back for hitting a single enemy. And it'll take him just a couple more shots on either Luffy or Nathan in order to fire it back. And I think really the most ideal target is Luffy. Here he has the super. Might go for it again. Here it comes onto Nathan. Oh, and kill onto Zeus. Nathan very, very low and lit up. But Chazmac Gaming, with that kill, they've taken back the lead.
Nice dodge there from the second super coming out of that left lane. And if I could just say, love the addition of Mandy. I think that super is a lot of fun to watch and definitely something you have to be careful about playing around as the timer starts to count down. Mystic Esports, Blue Star, sure, but they do not have the lead. It's up to Mystic to really make this change. Luffy has the super, which more defensive than offensive for sure, but Zeus has the juice as well. 9 seconds and counting. Mystic has to make a move now if they want to find the dub, but instead it goes the other way, very unceremoniously, tied but fried. The blue star on the other side. Chazmac still winds up on top.
Good stuff for Chazmac, but it's exactly like you said, right? Sit back and just sort of relax and watch this one play out because we didn't see a whole lot of actions in terms of kills, and especially in terms of one super that I want to point out. We didn't see a single Bonnie super that entire game. And one of the big benefits of Bonnie is she can use that super to get in on an enemy or get away, but she also has a lot of health.
And I think you're going to have to get used to not seeing Bonnie supers because if Chazmac is in the lead, there's no reason to Bonnie super. Bonnie supering in is going to be a last-ditch effort to get that 11-second drill or whatnot, getting those kills back as Luffy and Zeus fall down and Chazmac chowing.
Love to see the Mandy play from Chazmac. Of course, I think it's definitely justified to be skeptical of a Mandy you haven't seen played before, especially since she's so new in the game. But Juan Carlos is stealing the show big time. Big damage on Luffy. Nathan also all the way on the back lines. And there's a super that Toast has available as well.
Also, to be fair, I mean, Mandy, let's figure, and this is not a negative. She's just not that complex. Shoot the ball. Like, that's what she does. So I think you have to be pretty wary of the Mandys. Tick head thrown away just like Nathan. And it's double digits for CMG. Luffy takes to the sky and gets buried underground. So it's Chazmac with a dozen.
Now, very, very close call there for Toast as well. He was just on 200 health when he managed to escape using that super. No longer an ability that he has, and he's lacking a whole lot of health. It's pretty much a 2v1 for his team, but Fade could introduce that third member into the mix any moment now as he has that super ready.
Nice.
Good kill onto Juan Carlos. Luffy really laying down the law here as Bonnie's back in the cannon. Some damage dealt to the Tick super as well. Little ground lost by Mystic Esports, but not too much. Nothing they can't come back from. 20 seconds on the clock, though. This is really the time to go. Nathan, Spirit Animal active, super active. Not able to get any kill off of it. Juan Carlos always backed up to the right side. 1-2 kills. Mystic Esports just 1 kill away from taking this one. Chazmac Gaming counting down the seconds. Toast doing whatever he can to defend. A jump in. Very risky play. No kill just yet. And Mystic Esports remain on top.
Fantastic job there. Mystic able to fight back in it. And that last second kill, so important. Obviously, it's what pushes them over into the win condition, but just the timing of it all prevents the answer back.
Yeah, I think really what we saw was Chazmat Gaming going in just a little bit too late. They wanted to get the timing just right, and really it was just a split second that separated them from victory at that moment. Just one star behind or a blue star, that's all it really takes. But Chazmat Gaming, they're going to get that micro lead just off the bat. 1 star on their side.
I think that's one of the hardest calls to make, Reddy, is when do we go in for the final bounty push? Because if you're a second too soon, you don't actually get there. And if you're a second too late, they answer back because you just put yourself into the monster's mouth. And so you have to literally nail it perfectly.
And there's no one-size-fits-all solution either.
Exactly.
It all comes down to those brawler matchups, and there's so many factors at play. And even by the time you made that decision, it's maybe too late, just like we saw at the end of the last game. But so far, not too many huge trades out here. Chazmat Gaming, they remain in the lead. They have 1 super on their side. Now another one is Juan Carlos steadies his aim on the left side. No proper targets. He could burst down Luffy, but he has no eyes on him. He's just way too far off the screen. That's the thing with Mandy, is you have to be prudent and you have to know exactly how those interactions usually go. Great slow Luffy. Vertical super. You never see that from a Piper unless it's something like that.
Pay attention to the Z-axis, my friend. Beautiful play there. She hopscotches her way to safety. Half a minute on the clock now, and Chazmat Gaming has the technical lead. This might be the game mode where the technical lead matters the most, so don't let me take that away from anybody. 20 seconds to go.
We see Toast, he has that super, and he has nothing to lose except for, well, a couple stars, but Luffy and Nathan are looking very lit up on the back left. Zeus also manages to get a kill. Here it comes, zoning super, Zeus gonna get taken down. Toast with the slick dodges, not able to escape. There's not enough time for Chazmat to bring this one back, and a total theft from Mystic Esports as they close out this set and gain their first point of the match.
And there, it doesn't work out for Chazmat, but I told you, you're not going to see that Bonnie super until they're in a bad position, until they have to go all in. The problem was, of course, Bonnie goes all in and does exactly what it says on the tin, but she didn't have any teammates because they were already dead. And so Mystic finds themselves on the good side. And listen, fool me once. Last week I was surprised. This week, ain't no thing but a chicken wing.
Hey, I mean, honestly, I don't mean to beat the guys while they're down, but I think Chazmat Gaming, they really did have the bag in hand and fumble it with just a couple of plays. We saw a very near miss towards the end of that first game that went to Mystic Esports. And here, in game number 3, which we'll be moving into in the highlights in just a moment, we saw this, exactly this, a little slow onto Zeus, and he could have gotten the kill. A free kill onto Zeus, but he went for the double, and Luffy vertical supered. It was a very free kill onto Zeus. He wouldn't have been able to move away, but the greed is what cost them.
The greed. Don't listen to Gordon Gekko. He's telling you the wrong thing, especially in Bounty. Bounty is the one, Bounty is the game mode that you have to be particular. And right here, the numbers, well, I guess they do lie because Mystic wound up dealing less damage and finds the victory. But real talk, jokes aside, I always talk about Bounty being the mode that rewards patience the most.
I think so too. It is all about finding sort of the safe moves that you can go for and without risking too much. And yes, it's time to be risky once the clock starts ticking down. Look at this though. Yeah, very safe bets hedged here. 42 to 58. This is pretty much the most even that I think we've seen so far in the challenge stage. And I dig it. I really, really do. Chazmat Gaming, while they've shown good stuff, Mystic Esports, they came in with being the vast underdog, I think in a lot of people's eyes last week, and now a whole lot of respect on their side, even such so that they outdo Chazmat Gaming on the predictions.
And that's the thing. It's very easy. I see it a lot where fans, there's sort of this like, the legacy lag, where like Chazmat is just the team, so it's easy to kind of dish out your disrespecties to the team that they're up against just by default. But to see the fans kind of behind Mystic here, I gotta shout out the community for that one. And I'm not just going for high fives here. I think that's pretty sick that the fans are that quick to kind of notice all right, they're kind of doing it.
No doubt, you don't often see such a shift of opinion just week over week. And honestly, I think deserved for Mystic Esports. They've gotten their first win on the board now. Now it's time to move into set number 2.
Pinhole Punt is going to be the Brawl Ball map that we head to. and we will see where these players go. I'm always interested in the different map particulars when it comes to Brawl Ball. Pinhole Punt, what unique variables do you have to worry about here versus any other standard Brawl Ball map?
Honestly, I think there are a couple of more like 3 really worthwhile features to touch on, but that ring of bushes at mid is sort of the main thing that you are going to be placing your focus on, especially if we look on the side of Bands, Chazmac Gaming, they've gotten rid of Crow. And I think it's no secret that Crow is pretty much the best, if not just one of the best brawlers on this map, particularly because once he gets in those bushes, there's just not much you can deal with him with. He has that speed gear. He already has very fast speed. He's going to be dodging out a lot of your shots. He's going to be locating you inside of those bushes since he has poison. No need for vision gear, really. Just a great brawler. It's a good thing that Chazmac Gaming have banned them out. And yes, telltale sign that they don't have first pick.
And allowing him to move invisibly up and down the field is where that really comes into play for sure. So we have the Mute Meister as the first pick. Otis, we talked a little bit about him last week being one of the stronger, just evergreen selections. If you pick Otis, very rarely am I going to be heated. And Am's here. One of my favorite selections on maps like this. I asked Reddy what he's looking out for on this map, and he overwhelmingly talks about, well, you're able to hide in the bushes. Not from Ems.
Yeah, this is true. I really, really do like Ems, especially look on the opposing side. No Max in play, so she can continue to leverage her ability to control around here, slow things down, deal good damage versus tanks, which both teams have some, really nasty abilities to make use of. Here's a Sam from Mystic Esports painting a perfect picture. They've gotten the Otis, just one of the best ways to deal with tanks on their side, pretty much from really the yesteryear, even though it was like only 3 months ago, the tank counter meta, and Otis is really the only remnant of that. He didn't get nerfed as hard as everyone else, and he's still just good. But for Chazmac, it worries me. I don't think Ims is going to be the way to go here because especially now that you see Sam appearing on the left side, Gus, I don't think really messes up Ims too bad. He does outrange her and kind of wins that lane matchup, but Sam, he's able to get in close range of her pretty easily. Just throw that super in, pop a gadget, stun her up, get in range because you're fast, and also because you can heal once you make it to those knuckle busters right on top of her.
Last pick, Surge here. Does that really protect what you're talking about?
I mean, Surge, all round, pretty much one-size-fits-all tank counter. Here's the deal. There's plenty of counterplay. The big play for Mystic here is going to be deny. Deny the supers to Surge. That's really hard to do in Brawl Ball when most of the time your entire strategy is let's just roll through the enemy team and make it to the other side, especially when you have that Sam on your side. And here it's going to be played by Luffy up the left side. Ideal lane matchup for Chazmac Gaming here as they do have Fade on that side. Also, drop the base, thrown down, zone out things a little bit, but taken down. Here's one of the benefits of playing Otis is you have Spat Splatter, and you're able to deal with those turrets pretty effectively. Even shoot it through walls if you want.
Well, Luffy going to go ahead and try to just be the hero. Shot. Probably should have went for the bank off on the left side, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. As Fade levels up and tries to push up by himself. And little bit of mellow ball here as we just see individuals hogging and not really playing that team strategy.
Yeah, I really did like the play from Fade, but Luffy might be able to make it happen here. Fade just able to snag that ball from Luffy's clutches, and the shutdown into Luffy. Toast now having to defend. Constant charisma, and here's the super. No way! And that is bag fumblage in its purest form.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, I 1-0. Mystic Esports up 1. Chazmac getting a kill, and that's a good look for them as they need to kind of dust off their apron and forget that one happened.
Yeah. I know I'm personally trying to erase that one from my memory, and I think Fade might be able to help out with that as he does upgrade to the level 3. A little bit of shield protection here. Zeus opting not to hit him. Good plays, but it's going to be fading soon. No pun intended there, but he does have yet another super ready to go. And Luffy's trying to push through. Toast! Oh my gosh! And he serves it right back to him. Return to sender on the sniped goal. And okay, you know what? Now I think it's appropriate to keep both of those in our working memory. Both kind of slick there from Toast. Redemption.
Yeah, without a doubt. That is the redemption arc for sure. And now we got to see who breaks it open. Ball on the wrong side here for the blue team. The right side for the red team.
Fade continuing also to take this lane versus Luffy, but if Luffy can get him in close range, he can still upset things. Here's the super in. Luffy barely going down. Fade on just very low health. Zeus, Nathan also holding their own. Big damage from Toast as he dominates this middle area. Zeus tries to close in, and Nathan is here for the assist. Zeus gonna go down though. Beautiful interaction there, I think, and great team play from Nathan.
Overtime, who has the advantage?
It's got to be Fade. Fade keeping Luffy zoned out. Here's a super in and immediately walking away from that super. Great stuff for Chazmat Gaming so far. Zeus, he's still going to try his best, but I think this control belongs to Chazmat Gaming. It's going to come down to whether they enable some sort of unexpected opportunity for Mystic Esports. Luffy also has a super he can use. Here comes right down the... Oh my goodness! And Zeus and Nathan, it's almost like it was intentional.
Fade? Fade, I loved this play. If you heard me kind of like reacting in the background, that was every hit. Fade, shot, got a super, and shot the ball. There was no question about what he wanted to do. He was just like, look, man, I'm just charging my super so I can score on you. You good? See ya. And because of that, Chazmak finds a tick in their box. And the first goal scored by Luffy just walked it in.
A little anticlimactic there, but that's really the strategy here with Sam, is rush down your opponents. Get in close range, see what you can do. And with this lane interaction on the left side, Fade still, he doesn't have a super. It's not a great sign, but he can come back from it. Once he gets that first level 3, they're pretty much in business, but they're still down by 1 goal. And it's not a great outlook. Still, big damage. Luffy goes down. A 2v2. And finally, the first super for Fade. Now that he's in the bushes, he has a whole lot of speed to work with. And still trying to clip Zeus around these corners, but it's not going to be easy.
Zeus has been a big impact on this left side, for my money. I really enjoyed how accurate he's been, to be honest with you. Able to get the damage out. This time around is Chazmak finding the damage, and 3-man push. The kills are good, and, well, it's all ceremony now. Fade gets taken down as the tank spawns. Luffy smacks him in the mouth, and Toast is able to find it after the fact as Chazmak fans breathe a sigh of relief. 1-1.
I don't want to call it too early, but that is easily play of the day in my eyes already. Just the team play, the clutch from both sides, ultimately to result in a goal for Chazmak Gaming, but they might have it coming right back at them. Toasty needs to get in position, needs to be able to stun this thing. Here it is, and a super over to the left side. Now retreating in here, silenced up, and no one to spawn in time. Beautiful comeback for Mystic Esports as they tie up the set.
For as strong as that Chazmak play was on the bottom side, utilizing all 3 team members, went for the shotgun. That's kind of exactly what happened on the other side by Mystic. They do the same thing. Difference was that was the second goal for them. So they just win. And that'll send us to a set point here, as both teams have 1 in the pocket. And we're looking for 2. So Toast, first one to touch the ball, and the first one to cause a death. Juan Carlos gets the last hit, of course. He falls down, so does Zeus. Ball goes in. Chazmak up, 1-0.
A lot of great interactions and reactions from Chazmak Gaming. They weren't going to let themselves get rushed down. Here comes the lane switch. We got to see Fade move onto the left side. Big super in, and a takedown for Luffy. Also managing to retreat those Knuckle Busters back, and another kill. Just rush things down. This is what happens when Chazmak Gaming are not prepared on the lane interaction for Sam to rush in.
Important play here was how quickly those 2 players died in timing to each other. Staggered deaths is where you really start to run into an issue when it comes to Brawl Ball, because the defenders start to respawn. But if you kill everybody at the same time, it's just easier to kind of walk past those players.
That is absolutely true. And just now we've seen Chazmak Gaming get all of that control back, but Luffy can easily disrupt things, especially with the Nathan and Zeus firing down from the sides. Big super in, Fade gonna get the kill. Now, almost able to receive that. No, the vertical super. It looks like Nathan might be able to clutch this one up. Never mind. And a walk in from Fade. Chazmak Gaming, they close out the game 2, and they close out the set. Beautiful stuff from them. And honestly, I think we saw just good game over game developments, learning by Chazmak Gaming, because at first, Sam, extremely troublesome for them. Once they were able to get the lane switch working out for Surge, it was beautiful for them. Surge, he has a lot of trouble switching lanes because he's so slow when he starts off. A little bit of luck and also good team play and assisting each other, boosting each other up, was able to make those wins happen.
Surge was almost invisible in this first one, and then of course winds up with the last second goal. But I agree with you. The more this series went on, the more active we saw Fade get.
I think this is absolutely true. I mean, really, Surge, while he is all about that one lane interaction, you have to rely on your teammates to get the optimal thing for you. And it seemed like Mystic Esports, at times they were very willing to accept, yeah, okay, whatever. Sam, he's going to be facing versus the Surge. But at times when they didn't accept that and they dared to sort of spit in the face and go for a big lane switch across mid, tossing those Knuckle Busters all the way across, having a lot of speed, getting to the other lane, they were able to generate a goal out of it every single time. And I think this is where Mystic Esports can sort of reflect and say, hey, we don't have to play on their terms. When we play on our terms, we're very, very strong, and Chazmat Gaming is forced to react. By and large, though, just better stats for Chazmat Gaming.
Ultimately, I really think that M's wound up being a big part of that victory as well. Ultimately, Chazmat winds up tying it up. So big picture, one in the pocket for both of these squads. With two of our sets down, we're going to keep on pushing and see where it all lies up. F-Dotton ready here, breaking things down. And Mystic, surprising a lot of folks at home, and Chazmat, I think, in that last one, sort of coming to terms with like, all right, we get you. And now we're going to push it to that next level. Hot Zone next on the menu. And Chazmat here, a strong team for sure when it comes down to Hot Zone. But I think Mystic, I'm going to toss this one over to you. How do you feel that this one is going to go? After we sort of have an idea of what Mystic, how they like to approach the game. How does that bode for our next game mode?
Look, I mean, I really, really do think that Chazmat Gaming are going to get their way here because we've seen it before. We've seen that they get exactly the picks that they want. The only thing that can shut them down there is a team reacting well to them. And so while it was Mystic Esports finding their groove, finding their comfort and success in playing their own game, now they do need to play on Chazmat's terms. I think that it's a little bit, I think that this is really an underrated team. By this team, I mean Chazmat Gaming, especially in terms of their ability to draft. They are going to get rid of some of their stronger brawlers, though, particularly Sam and especially Poco as we move into Ring of Fire. And honestly, I think that this one absolutely makes sense. If you ban out Poco, okay, never mind, it doesn't make sense. You ban out... You ban out Poco, it means that you don't have to play B, basically, and B is a favorite of Toast, so if Toast is in here, I really have a strong feeling that he's going to be on the B.
And I mean, so that is also, I think, a part of the sauce that is often overlooked by the stat heads, is that there is conventional wisdom, conventional knowledge, tanks, tank busters, Poco, what works well. But you also have to take into account, and I beg you to take your tier list into account with your own prowess.
Yeah.
Toast just likes B, and she's good, and he's good, so she's a viable selection, and that absolutely changes things a little bit for sure.
Yeah, I would say there are a few situations where it might be questionable. Like we've seen this team play B in, for example, safe zone before.
Okay.
She's like not the greatest at dealing damage to the safe, but she's great for control. And even then, they can still make it work on those maps just because this is a brawler that they're good at. Here comes Mystic. That's Lu right there, but it could be Luffy on that brawler. We've seen Luffy on the Lu. This team in particular bringing Lu to the forefront of Brawl esports in general. It all started in NA, and a lot to be owed to this particular player, but it still couldn't be not Luffy playing the brawler.
Sure.
But on Ring of Fire, I think this is a great pick. Problem is that could get outranged, could just not get those supers chained up.
That's fair. But if he does.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
And that's the big deal, is that Lu, I mean, king of area denial. Such a strong character when it comes down to that. And so I'm a big fan. And for what it's worth, I mean, a lot of times you look at Stu, and I mean, doesn't really interact with Lu in any meaningful capacity. It's really just about gliding around.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we love to see the Stu glide around from time to time. The thing that concerns me a little bit is that we did see Mystic Esports play Lu on this map, and the response was Stu, and Stu just was not able to avoid enough damage to avoid feeding to Lu. And here's the other thing is that between like when we started to see Lu pop up and dominate the scene on this map, he's gotten a gear that allows him to charge a super faster. It only takes like 4 shots in order to get that super. That's really, really fast. And that generates several seconds where you get free percentage on the point and your enemy can't do a thing about it. I like the Squeak final pick. You'll be able to shut down an entire lane. You'll be able to shut down, I think in a lot of situations, Stu, as long as you can outrange him. Also, deal with his turret fairly well as you can shoot through the walls with Squeak.
Really, really, really like the area denial composition essentially coming up here from our Mystic Esports. Chazmac on the other side, kind of leaning on just personal prowess. We are good at these selections, and therefore we're going to be able to find the dub here. And we'll see how it all lines up. Mystic Esports, the first players to kind of step up onto the point, but quickly chased away. Keep an eye on Toast, as he's able to show up and get the flank onto Zeus, and because of that, Chazmac now emphatically on the point.
And this sort of strategy that Toast is utilizing here on the right lane is Stu, just lurking in these bushes, causing a lot of issues, is precisely what I expected to be seeing from Zeus, but he just hasn't gotten that super yet. Keep in mind also, he's already used all 3 of his gadgets. That's the last one, and Toast is going to be escaping, just staying out of range, waiting for that health to expire. But in the meantime, Chazmac Gaming, they're facing some pretty significant adversity at mid. Luffy still needs to get that next super charged up. The first one was very, very useful. Good plays on the left side. Fade could throw down a super. Here it comes. Nope, never mind. Just didn't pop it before he went down. But Chazmac Gaming, they still stay in the lead. Juan Carlos and Toast had the control unlocked.
You know, you said that Luffy kind of made a big impact with the Lu super, and I think it needs to be more. Yeah. I think you need to get more than 15% out of what Mystic was able to do there. And because and Chazmac is certainly happy as they're just sitting on the point and farming kills. Fade looks fantastic.
He's looking great, especially on the right side as he has that salty barrel pop down. He's got 1 more minimum in the tank, and that's a strangely aggressive turret. Yeah, Juan Carlos shooting as well. They know this one's over. Both teams are very, very aware that this one's going to Chazmac Gaming. Even Nathan idle, and yeah, we saw the Wi-Fi signal as well. I think we did see, and honestly, that's not just a pin, and it's not just BM. I think we did see Zeus maybe having a few connection issues, so hopefully that ameliorates in the next game.
Hopefully. Also at the same time, I think that it is probably healthy for the mindset to be like, all right, dude, you won.
Oh, yeah.
Scoop, go next, right? And so jumping into this one, Mystic Esports, I need to see them be a lot more communicative of when Lu pops that super and be more aggressive. Lu kind of popped the super while his homies were off doing something else last time around. And so good flank here for Nathan. Can have the hit on a fade, but he falls down after the fact. So much ado about nothing.
Yeah, I think really every single one of these picks on Chazmac Gaming are working really, really well, but the one that I want to draw everyone's attention to is the B. It is Juan Carlos, who, interestingly enough, it's not Toast on that B, as we were sort of predicting, but Juan Carlos is still shutting it down. Toast doing a great job on the right side, flanking, but not quite getting any kills. But the thing is, if you weaken your enemies, you send them out of commission, you can still keep them back. Good stuff. Here's a super in for Luffy. That's really desperation, though, because once again, this is precisely what you were saying, F-Dot. It's got to be popped when everyone's ready to push in, and this is that time. Mystic Esports are finally right back, stepping up to the plate, getting that percentage, but they can't fend off Juan Carlos quite yet.
Luffy falls down here as Juan accurate as ever. Mystic on the point, but still trailing by 30%, counting down for what it's worth. Toast with the flank. Backside on the Stu, gets 1. Looking for the second, and gets it down. The double un for Stu. And he knew boo goofing. Just chilling to the point.
I really do love the team play from Chazmac Gaming, especially if we look at Juan Carlos and Toast in particular.
Yeah.
We see Juan Carlos, he's basically like a stationary turret at mid. We see Toast, he launches himself forward into position from an ambush situation in order to pinch those enemies, and you get situations like this. A W for Chazmac Gaming, their second of this match, in fact, as they snipe up the 3rd set.
That was domination. Mystic, for all of the praise that we have given them, none taken away, by the way, this was not their game mode, man. This was Chazmac. We're like, hey, we know what we're doing here, and you know, we just have 2 now.
I mean, I think we can appreciate that that Mystic were a little bit risky with some of the things that they went for.
If you're coaching Mystic and you go home and you watch the tape, what's the biggest thing that went wrong there that they need to fix for next time around? Because that looked, you know, unfortunately, they didn't have a chance of winning that.
I mean, really, it's hard to point out any one thing in particular. Typically, you can like distill it down to, okay, yeah, like this pick got countered really, really hard. And if I wanted to reach for that in this situation, it would have to be Toast is doing very well versus Nathan. He's got that mobility to get in close range versus Nathan. He can dodge out those shots. The zoning doesn't really work on him because he's able to so quickly dash through it. But all in all, it's got to be the B on the side of Chazmac Gaming. Mystic Esports, because B is picked first, right? In Mystic Esports, they had 3 picks, and with each one of them, they decided they were not going to go for something that could compete at the same range as B.
Incredible difference in stats here as we take a look. Chazmac versus Mystic. And again, the reason I was a little, let's say, heavy-handed with my commentary after that one is because of just how distant this Mystic was to not just the Mystic we saw last week, but the Mystic we saw last set. Mystic is a lot better than what we saw here on Hot Zone. And so this is kind of why I love Brawl Esports, is because we have the different game modes and teams have their different disciplines. And so, listen, it's best of 3. You can drop one. So Mystic might come in here being like, all right, man, we're not going to not try, but this might not be our best moment to shine. We've got to win it in out in the open, and pit stop out in the open, knockout being the next one to go.
Well, look, if we want to draw parallels between some of the past sets that they've succeeded in, Shooting Star, they did do fairly well, and out in the open, as Knockout, bears some similarities to Bounty. A lot slower paced and a lot more of like, okay, yeah, try not to die, but also kill those enemies and play those long-range brawlers. Here are the bans coming in, and I think every single one of them makes absolute sense. We could go in one by one and point out why all of them make sense, but I think really the picks as they come through are going to bring light to things, especially as we see the first pick. Here's Mandy, and we saw this pick go once again to I think the winning team in the last one. It was a fantastic pick for them to have. However, and I believe it actually was Chazmac that had this brawler in the very first set. They were not able to make full use of it. We saw Juan Carlos, he went for something a little bit too risky. This is where Mystic Esports need to think about it.
We've got Brock and Eve on the other side. Talk to me about the Eve selection here for out in the open.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's worth talking about them both as pretty much fulfilling the same exact role. Brock, he breaks open walls, and that allows you to march up to mid way faster. Eve is the brawler you go for when Brock is banned, or you are facing a Brock, because she can walk over the water. I think that this might be a bit overkill, but the other thing is that each of these brawlers, they serve a purpose besides just that initial interaction.
You're also kind of, if Eve is the brawler you select against a Brock, well, I took the character you play against the Brock that I selected. So again, using your pick as a pseudo ban, certainly something to come up in conversation. Manny flanked by Gus and Tick. Always characters that I enjoy seeing in Knockout. That Gus shield, I can't sit here with a straight face and say it's underrated.
Oh yeah.
It is so incredibly powerful, important, pertinent to select. Gus, one of my favorite modern brawlers for sure.
Oh yeah.
And it's because he's able to be just as dastardly on defense as he is on offense.
Yeah, because, of course, you have a lifeline for any brawler on your team that gets pretty low, and you can also keep yourself alive.
Yep.
If we talk about his kit as a whole, also just great KO potential. Having that Ghost that, I mean, look, dude, let's face it, no one's counting a Gus's shots. No one's counting 1, 2, 3, there's the Ghost to know that they can push in. We see the final selection as well. This is true, but I will also say, with the meta in this game changing so much, it's really hard to find those opportunities where skill cap can reach such a grade. Though, when we talk Bonnie, that's the last pick from Chazmac. I think that this is going to be great at getting in close range versus especially Gus and Luffy too.
I like Bonnie more on Knockout than on Bounty, for example, because, again, Bonnie kind of jumps in and, well, either she wins or she loses. And that's the thing, is that once you win, you can't lose anymore at Knockout. That sounds really basic, but you know what I mean. One life to live and all that.
Not a whole lot of, well, not a whole lot of pressure so far from either side. Chazmac Gaming still trying to find those entry frags, just a little bit of value, maybe a super. Mystic Esports, quite likely, I think, to get that first super, especially Nathan, as he could get that first Tick super fired off.
Well, it's hard to kind of cross the street when you've got a Tick player. The sharpshooters, you might be able to kind of matrix your way on through, but Tick is just harder to kind of make your way across. And so I think because of that, we're going to have to wait for the gas to creep on in.
Well, now with the gas creeping in, this is not looking really good for Mystic. Juan Carlos just going on a tear. Gadget popped, and he's on a rampage. Great shots lined up, and he's got a super ready to go for the next round. But I predict, once again, that Chazmac Gaming are going to try and wait this one out. They know that Nathan's not going to have much influence without those walls, and he's going ahead and pushing right up. Puts him out in the open. I mean, that is the namesake of the map. But Juan Carlos could jump in on a missed super for Luffy. That's going to cost them big time. Juan Carlos, he's ready to feast, but he's got to wait for Nathan to pop that super first.
I don't love Nathan's position here. Yeah, that's
okay.
He was like, hey, maybe I can kind of step up here, and then pow, pow. Left lane and mid lane combined to bring him down to half HP. Not dead yet.
Not quite yet, though. Chazmac Gaming are certainly laying down the pressure. They have that super in hand, and they have a whole lot of area control. With Nathan right behind the water, I mean, this is, as you were saying, the benefit of, wow, big play by Luffy. That single-handedly going to launch them into a advantageous position. A little launch there, too, with the tick super up the left side. And this gets a lot of pressure from Mystic Esports. Nathan, he still has a gadget that he can use to defend in close range. Luffy, though, not in the greatest position.
My man.
Big shots,
My
tanks,
man.
takedown on the left side. And Chazmac Gaming will falter. Mystic Esports, they take the second round.
All right, last time Juan Carlos cheated into the gas, it was all good because he won. 3,000 damage worth of gas, my man. Not going to be what the doctor prescribes. Let's say that. New round here. This is going to be the one for the big one.
Yeah. Well, gas can be no laughing matter at times, and I think this is precisely the situation Chazmac Gaming find themselves in, as they are staying quite far from the edges and trying to push Mystic Esports back as well, just in the same turn. Here comes a super from Luffy. Could be KO. No. Good dodge there from Brock, just staying in a less predictable position.
Biggest thing there, last time around, the enemy team wasn't ready for the Luffy super. I think they were just sleeping. This time, everyone was aware. I heard it in the comms. Luffy super available. Mandy's gonna shoot us. I heard it, I swear. Biggest difference, they were ready for it. That's it.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, sometimes it's just clear as day that these are the callouts that are being made. Ouch, and we see Toast go down to the poison, actually. And Mystic Esports are in the lead. Big jump in from Juan Carlos.
Nice.
Destruction as well. Final super in from Luffy, but it gets taken down. Is there enough health for Fade? He's trying to clutch up. Here comes a super, and he's going to block up a ton of damage, but Nathan's got it on lock with the splash damage. Mystic Esports, they save themselves from the clutches of a potential match point, now taking the first game in the fourth set.
Very, very, very fun to watch here. Chazmac kind of, rolled over the ball last time around. Okay, now we're into a much more, this is what I expected after 1 and 2. I did not expect Chazmac's overall victory. So here, a nice even matchup one more time. Mystic, one in the pocket. Should they win this, we go to a set number 5. So Mystic still have a ways to go, whereas Chazmac, they're pretty close to it. This is their match set.
Yeah, not really much wiggle room for Chazmac Gaming here. They can't take big risks, but I think they might have already done that in the pick phase, and now they just got to play with what they have. So far, so good, though. No deaths, at least, but the inaugural death is seriously going to dictate who has the advantage in this situation. Mystic Esports sort of lining up in these bushes. A little bit of it destroyed, but not too much to force him all the way back. Luffy also has the super. Good predictions and callouts on where those enemies are going to be paramount. Luffy, he can snipe down Toast, but he's got to be lowered to half health to get that damage gear and get him, or one shot, no, complete whiff. Fade gets really aggressive on the left side, and as this poison is closing in, Chazmac Gaming are all the way against the poison.
Trouble for Luffy, stuck in the corner. Nathan's able to find the kill on a Fade. Here comes the rest. Juan Carlos, the only one remaining standing. And sometimes you let him talk.
This is true. I mean, sometimes the gameplay speaks for itself, but I think Juan Carlos, we saw he was just on the brink of being touched by that poison, healing up as much health as he could before he jumped in. Really only got to like 3,000 HP before that last stand, and it ended up paying off. Chazmac Gaming now in a good position. Luffy goes for the super, which I think might have actually been a misfire. I wonder how that exactly happened. But probably tried to predict a little bit too hard, and now that he hasn't hit a single enemy, he's going to have to work very, very hard and very long to get that one back.
And Chazmac not going to fall down to that one again. I think if Luffy wants to land that Mandy super, she's got to come out of the grass like they were trying to in the last one. And here we have Mystic up around. And I kind of like the positioning from Mystic as well. Slowly but surely pressuring Chazmac into this bottom right-hand corner. Fade puts one down, the 3-on-2. Zeus gets jumped on, pumped on, and Mystic winds up with the second one. We're tied up.
And not only that, but they're staring a match point right down the barrel. This is a great position for Chazmac Gaming, and well handled as well. This is the first time also that we've seen this entire set that Mystic Esports have had trouble with their selection of Tick and sort of their resistance towards breaking open any of those blocks that allow them to move more swiftly into mid. They got caught, they got funneled into the back right corner, and now Chazmac Gaming are just one step closer towards ending off the match with a victory.
Love that. Chazmac just shepherding Mystic into the corner. Trying to do it again. Toast here on the left-hand side. Nathan doing a good job of trying to, well, watch his teammate die. Zeus left out in no man's land. Frankly speaking, I just don't know why he was there, man.
Probably went for a bit too aggressive of a play and also had that shield on top of him, thought that he would be able to get some damage out there, get some area control and get some value, but was left out to dry by the rest of his team because it was pretty much a lost cause. I don't really think that that was a winnable situation for him as soon as he was out there.
And that's the thing. Sometimes you do have to abandon your squad mates. 3-on-2 here. Chazmac fighting for the victory. And Luffy falls down. Nathan bids us adieu. And Chazmac are going to go ahead and take this one to the bank. Round number 1 in the pocket. And that one felt really heavy, Ready?
Certainly did, but for what it's worth, at least Mystic Esports have a super that they can use. Same situation for Fade across the way, though. He has his super. Probably going to use it to block up some of those shots from Zeus and Luffy and maybe get some damage on a Nathan. Pressure could be incoming very soon. Juan Carlos also has the super, but everyone on Chazmac are backing up very unexpectedly. Hit super there as well. Luffy's just 3 shots away from getting his next one and maybe getting a KO.
Oh, Luffy and Zeus walk right up to the cannon and can't find the kill. The evasion by Chazmac, fantastic. And the body blocks coming in clutch as well.
No doubt, Chazmac Gaming, they all remain alive. Big stuff, but Fade's able to dodge it out on the right side. And Luffy's fresh out of a super now. It's going to take him a lot of hits to earn it back. It's going to take a long time, too. Juan Carlos also right back in the cannon, but big damage along the way. Has to stay on the back lines. Luffy goes down. It's a 2v3. Bad situation for Mystic Esports. Toast almost gone down, though. Zeus pops a super, immediately eviscerated, taken down. Nathan tries to get whatever he can, but Chazmac Gaming close in like a vice grip. And there it is. Set number 3 for them up on the board. And a match victory.
Yo, can we talk about veteran play by Toast?
Oh, yeah.
Toast just saying, look at me, dangling himself out like a chicken nugget. And just saying, come on, chow down. And look, he's laughing about it. He knows it. The bait on the left-hand side, everyone turns to look at Toast. He goes, word, my teammates got me, and just walks back home. He's got 2 HP, but that's 1 more than he needs. And he's got 2 teammates, and that's exactly what he needs. Win for Chazmac. And it was a fun one to watch.
It certainly was. And also, I mean, I think we saw in the player games just a moment ago, Mystic Esports, I mean, their player games, they didn't look too disappointed. They were smiling, they were laughing, and Chazmac Gaming is just such a strong roster that you can't go in saying, we went 0-2, it's just unacceptable for us to lose to Chazmac Gaming. This is a strong roster. I think they're still underrated, still dwarfed by some of the big teams in North America, and they're on the rise. Taking down Mystic Esports is just one of the stepping stones on their way to success.
Also, just as an aside, it's really hard to be mad when you lose to Toast because he's so incredibly respectful and polite that, like...
This is true. This is true. I mean, look, but
look at this guy.
For some to be respected by Toast is just a fantasy. But I think in this situation, it is really what it boils down to. Mystic Esports just got a lot of respect for the guy.
Hell, heck yeah, man. We love to see it. Mystic Esports, the surprise in week number 1, perhaps a settling of the squadron here as Chazmac winds up on top 3-1. And just like that, we high-five Chazmac and we high-five Glitter. Welcome back.
You said high five? Okay, there was no hand up. I got a little scared for a second. I heard high five and I was waiting for it. I'm glad you didn't let me down. Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you. All right. That was another good match. I mean, we were wondering who was going to be the one to give Mystic their first loss. I mean, you can't be perfect the entire season. It was inevitable. And it's CMG who looked really good.
They really did. I think that Chazmat Gaming, you know, it needed a little bit of time to kind of settle in, and comes in, and this one looked just extremely professional to me.
Yeah, I mean, really, I think that Mystic Esports, they started things off being really underrated by some of the other teams and came in as a big surprise. Chazmat Gaming, and of course, let's also acknowledge that every single team gives it 100%, 100% of the time. But when you get blindsided by a strong performance, it can definitely tilt you quite a bit.
Also, for what it's worth, I mean, Mystic didn't exactly just go to sleep here.
Right.
There was one round. But outside of that one round, this was relatively evenly matched.
Yeah, and that is the theme that we saw from last week. We're seeing it carry on into this week. The level of competition has been elevated, and it's just tough across the board. Now, as we take a look at the leaderboard here, we'll see that things are starting to even out yet again, with the loss going in the column for Mystic, a win going in the column for Chazmat. I mean, there's not a big disparity here.
I mean, I really do love to see the scoreboard shape up this way, because with no one with a perfect record, just after 3 matches played per team, it's so evident how competitive this region is and how competitive this challenge stage is.
And how more competitive it gets each time we settle in. This is our second kind of go around, and we have seen the teams from the first time just improve. You put them in the blender, this is what happens.
All right, well, it's been entertaining so far, but of course, the end of a match means yet another break for us. When we come back, we'll break down one of those rounds, so don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it faded dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Match number 2 is done, and Chazmac has Mystic walking away, scratching their heads a little bit here after their first loss in the challenge season. I mean, we talked about it a little bit on the desk already. It was a very close back and forth, but looking at the leaderboard, after that shakeup, it's even closer overall.
No doubt, there's no one in the lead anymore, and I personally would not have it any other way, right? This is the evidence, it's the proof that this region is extremely competitive, and also that we have dark horses in the region that are rising to the top among the usual suspects that are topping the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, this challenge season has been a perfect example of the era of everyone as we continue to move through our competition. But before we get into our next match, you have picked out a specific round that you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, and I called it Play of the Day as well because this was just such a beautiful set to watch. It was a great piece of evidence of just how Chazmac Gaming are able to adapt to the situation, not only in the brawlers that they select, but also in how they react. We see things start off with a goal from Luffy, right? Mystic Esports rushing down. This brawler can really run the meta at times if you're not able to counter it properly. But note, Chazmac Gaming, they have the M's and they have the Surge on their side, and they start off this pitch with Fade on the left lane, laning versus Luffy, trying to keep him at bay. This is exactly the matchup that you want if you're playing Surge. It's a strong tank counter, and he'll be able to pull things off as long as he's got a tank on his side to charge those supers off of. Once again, Luffy charges in, but he's not able to be past the ball, and this is where Chazmac Gaming start to pull things back. Fade has the first upgrade, he has the speed with that level 2, and begins pushing in. Zeus and Nathan at the flank still trying to enable Luffy to push right back up to mid, and they are able to get him on that left side. This is exactly where Mystic Esports have kind of accepted that they're going to have this interaction with Surge and Sam going head-to-head, but it doesn't pan out well for them. And Chazmac Gaming, they laid down the law. And this is actually a great play from Luffy, sucking things in, getting the stun, but here's a team play from Chazmac Gaming that really makes them different. Beautiful bounce pass right around the Sam's feet, and a goal from Toast. It only gets better from there. Chazmac Gaming, they continue the dominance, but we still see Mystic Esports react. They try to get Sam pushed in extremely far forward. Maybe even a pass up to him could secure some goals for them, and right around the back of Toast. It would have looked beautiful had he not clutched it up. In the end, Mystic Esports, they brought it back. And once again, I think this really proves the point. Mystic Esports, Chazmac Gaming, really, really good competitors for each other. In the end, Chazmac Gaming, they come out on top. It was a beautiful set to watch, and we have one of their players ready for an interview too.
Thank you very much, Reddy. Fantastic breakdown, but that's all right. I'm standing by with Toast, ready to chat a little bit about that last match. First of all, it's been a long time. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. I'm glad we finally get to chat again. And let's talk about the last match a little bit, because obviously you guys get to be the first team that gives Mystic their first loss and keeps everything on that leaderboard very, very dead even. So how are you guys feeling?
Definitely very happy about the win. They're definitely a very good team. We actually play them again this weekend, so definitely was a little bit nervous for the match, but happy to get the win and excited.
I mean, absolutely excited. We actually saw some of that, I think, on the player cams after that last set and your bait. Saw a little bit of some smiles and laughing going on your face. Were you happy with that last play?
Yeah, I mean, I was really happy that we won that knockout set because obviously they had a Mandy, and with the Mandy, anything happens. So we were always alert at all times, and especially after that bounty set where we threw very, very hard, and we've had a few chokes the past couple matches. So we're just happy to get the win and play how I know we can play.
Well, on the flip side of that, if you're saying that you threw really hard in bounty, I mean, you guys dominated in hot zones. So did you feel really good in that set?
Yeah, I mean, that was like the ideal matchup for us, where I think we definitely had a good comp, and also all three of us were on brawlers that we're very, very comfortable with. I love playing Stu, Juan loves B, Fade loves Penny, so it's kind of like, I think that's one of our best maps, Ring of Fire. We're all on brawlers we really like to play, so it really felt like nothing could go wrong in that set. So that was definitely a very good confidence booster, but anything, like just because you win one set, the next set, anything can happen. So we just stayed focused every set and just tried to play the best we could.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely did a fantastic job. Now, obviously, it's kind of early in the challenge season, but at the same time, it's not, because when we're done today, then week 2's done. That's the 50% mark. So looking forward to San Diego. How are you guys feeling about your chances making it to that LAN?
I'm not too sure right now. We definitely had a couple losses that I would have really preferred not to have, especially the one yesterday. I think a couple matches that I think we could have won, but I mean, everyone in this challenge is great. There's 8 good teams, so we have to definitely beat a couple good teams ahead, but I mean, that's what you have to do to make the LAN, and I think that if we play how I know we can play, then I really like our chances, but it just really depends on how we play. But no matter what, we'll just give it our best shot and see what happens.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, the level of competition has most certainly been elevated this season so far. Now, I won't keep you long. I mean, you've got lots to pay attention to tonight, more matches in store. But before I do let you go, at least give me some shout-outs.
Like my social shout-outs?
Yeah, shout out yourself. Shout out whoever you want to thank. Toast, listen, the world is your oyster. You can do whatever you want.
All right, shout out to my Twitch, Toast BS. I know Trav and Reddy wanted me to shout out last time, so shout out to my Twitch. And then shout out to my teammates. Shout out to Chazmac. I mean, I love all my teammates, and I love my owner. I just love my team, so shout out to all of them.
All right, Toast. Well, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting. I'm sure we'll speak again soon.
Thank you. See ya.
All right, so it sounded like he definitely remembered the last time you guys called him out for not having a Twitch ready to go, Trav, because he had it this time around, and hopefully you're following it.
Well, I mean, he's very recently been unbanned and now has applied to be a partner. So good luck on your partner application, and I'm pleased you remembered, Toast.
I'm not going to touch it. I'm just saying I'm following.
Of course you are.
Yep.
Because this is a great community of supportive people. But it's always nice to chat with Toast. Gives us some really solid answers, as always. But we've got another match that we need to talk about and get ready to go. Because if you notice, there is a team on that leaderboard that has some fewer matches. Well, we're going to fix that. It's Tribe Gaming versus West Coast.
Tribe Gaming, one of the most well-known teams in mobile, especially Brawl Stars, as Livy, Tyrant, and Zulon going to be taking the field here today. Corey out there in the wings. And I mean, what is there to say that hasn't been said about the Red and Black? This has been a monumental team that has been used to being numero uno, but just recently has had to find their way back there.
Yeah, I mean, the compositions just haven't really been nailed down recently, and they've admitted it themselves. They're not doing as well as they would really like to, and I think that's something that they'll definitely be working on throughout this season, looking on towards San Diego and even Tokyo for Masters.
And for what it's worth, it's not that they've really fallen down. My caster math is really that the rest of the squads have stepped up and gotten a lot better. And one of those squads is West Coast. Alec, Jack Chepo, Mingwoong, and Shine. These players, again, they were kind of our example last time around, last challenge season around, as sort of just strong players kind of squatting together. This time around, well, they're still strong players, but we see a little bit more synergy there.
Yeah, I mean, they've already faced pretty much the other big competitor. They faced STMN today. It didn't go as they'd have liked to. Took a bit of a 3-0 loss, but against Tribe, we have had some history. They played each other at Seattle last season, and Tribe did come out on top, but West Coast gave it a really good fight all the way throughout.
Absolutely, and I think that's something that you really have to internalize, is that West Coast is not the most winningest of teams, but I think their ceiling is right up there with kind of everybody else. I think on their best days, West Coast do beat the Tribe Gamings and the Staminas and the Chazmags and whoever else is out there. But is this one of their best days? That's the question you've got to ask every single time you step on the field.
And it just seems like a no. We've seen them today, and I don't know if they're looking the best. Can they take down Tribe Gaming? Yes, but it's going to take quite a lot. Statistics-wise, from Challenge, it's season number 1.
Is Tribe an easier competitor to beat than Stamina?
That's a solid question. I like that a lot. I think maybe at the moment they are.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, statistic-wise, Tribe aren't looking as good as Stamina were even last season.
Yeah.
STMN have been looking just as good in this season as well, and it's a dangerous game.
It's tough, and I think that when you are this West Coast team, you know, these are the moments that you got to look for. You have to look for these kind of conversations of like, listen, man, I know we lost the Stamina, but like, Tribe might be more realistic, and you really have to take those and run with them.
You know it's a tough season when you're sitting there trying to say that Tribe is the easier bet for your 2 matches on the day. I mean, this is one of the most competitive challenge seasons we have ever had. So this is probably going to be another fun match. But of course, it's only going to get even more competitive throughout the season. You heard me asking Toast about it. We'll remind you again. ! DHSAN in chat for more information on how to go watch, participate, hang out at DreamHack San Diego to watch this entire competition unfold in its finals, because it's going to be very exciting to say the least. And as always, we want to know from your thoughts on match number 3. Will it be Tribe or will it be West Coast? I mean, FDOT is posing the hard questions here for who could potentially come out on top of this matchup. So let us know what you think, and we'll see who ends up being correct. I'm ready to just get into this one.
So let's do it. Let's get into this one. West Coast Tribe Gaming, that is where we're headed. And ultimately, you know, you really have to internalize, like, oh, which one's easier, which one's tougher. But at the end of the day, this is the nightmare. You wake up and you go, I have to play against Stamina and Tribe today. I don't think any of the boys on West Coast are particularly thrilled about that situation. But at the end of the day, this is certainly how you learn.
And it's only up from here. Like,
Facts.
the teams can only get easier. So even if they do take 2 losses today, the chances are still there. We'll be kicking things off on double swoosh. Bells, Rock Canal Grande, open zone, and sneaky fields if we need to.
And again, I want to listen. Tribe is the expected top card, but the more and more we play the Snapdragon Pro Series, we do see the distance between up and down become smaller. And so commentary right now from me a little heavy-handed on the Tribe side, but maybe I need to check myself, and I hope West Coast forced me to check myself. We'll jump into double swoosh here, and the bans are gone. I am very happy to see Gray banned out. I do think that he is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. It turns the game in a matter of seconds, and the same as Gene. Tribe Gaming looking for more the controlling route, I'd say, rather than kind of a Gray teleport in or a Gene super to flip it around. They want control, and I'm sure that's what they'll be drafting for as well. But instantly, a controlling brawler, Bo, has been picked up by West Coast as their first pick. Mines in the middle, ability to break down walls, so that's another way they can kind of pivot their composition if they really want to as well.
A lot of times we see kind of the Piper first selection, sometimes even a Bell first. Bo first pick, I particularly care for because he brings you the long-range sharpshooters that you're kind of looking for here on Gem Grab or whatnot, but also that control to deal with that the mid mess.
Yeah, I mean, he can play lane as well. That's the thing. If
Exactly.
if they need to take a mid off Tribe, or if they even need to play Bo mid as they have better matchups on the lanes, that's an option as well. But Crow and Max are going to be the 2 picks from Tribe Gaming. Picks that are usually kind of picked to counter each other. Crow slowing down the max speed and so forth. But, I mean, to be honest, I like the picks. It's got some good synergy.
Oh, I love them. Both of them counter the sharpshooter that's already on the board and the potential sharpshooters that could follow Bo. Crow obviously is able to jump on you, and, well, long-range brawlers don't like you up that close. And what we were talking about before where, well, Max just makes it easier to dodge those shots, but you can't dodge the turret, so.
Yeah, I mean, they may be looking to try and break up pretty much everything if they go in this route, at least on the opponent's side with the Bow and Penny with the Mortar. They've got to kind of have vision to be able to play their best. And I think with the Penny Mortar being placed down, we're going to have to see a lot of the grass taken down. And what further does that more than an Amber?
Yep, one of my favorite selections on grass every match. Not because there's any secret strat, just burn it down. Really like that. And Brawn on the other side. Sam selected here for Tribe Gaming. So a bunch of characters that want to jump on you and kind of get up in front. And West Coast honestly has a composition that just doesn't deal with it well. So Tribe Gaming's strategy kind of right up front and center, force the opposition into a corner and kind of pressure them. How does West Coast avoid that obvious strategy?
I mean, they've got to just burn down the grass. It's all the same. Everything kind of lines up for them to be able to win this one. Sam, it's a pick that you have to just go aggressive, just run at them in a straight line and hope for the best. Whereas it seems like West Coast are going for that more controlled route, break down the grass and play it that way, because Sam is going to be taking literally the entire game of just walking forward and feeding supers. So far, so good.
West Coast in the blue trunks on the bottom side of your spectator UI. Tribe Gaming in red, off to the races. 3 already in the pocket. Couple of spills, but they maintain early control of the mid. And Zulon in the grass. Scared, but ready to go. Winds up whiffing it first, but it do not matter. Sam's big and strong. Takes down 1. Can't find the second. P.S. Teammates collecting gems up top.
I mean, only grass on the right-hand side's been broken up so far, and that's not the one that's causing problems. Alex going to go down straight away again with Zulan just aggressing, not allowing them to get this control. And now he's in this position. It should be tough to get him out, but he is falling low. Gets the heal off as well, though. Gets the double connection of the super. Shine's going to burn down there. Gets the turret down in time, but not quick enough to stop Eslevi from picking up 9 gems already.
With Zulon down, that might have been the moment for West Coast to get on in. Tyrant can't make it happen either, but guess what? There's 10 gems in Tribe Gaming's pocket. You don't know where the gem carrier is. You're 27.5 miles away from the gem carrier. Go next.
I mean, at this point, it has got to be, and it's got to be a better start for West Coast, or as more of the same is going to be happening. That is domination, and Tyrant can really pat himself on the back there on the sand. That was some absolutely lovely gameplay. I said it's going to be tough for him when these bushes get burned down, when the walls are broken, but it just never happened.
Never happened. Just never happened. Zulon on the left side looked really, really strong as well. Enjoyable to watch if you're a Tribe Gaming fan. So here, Shine one more time on the left-hand side. Chepo, was he just not hitting the shots? I feel like I just didn't hear anything from above.
I mean, we didn't really see a lot whatsoever, but during this lull in action, pretty much considering how much Tribe are dominating, we want to thank our sponsors in Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, and when winning is going to matter quite a lot for West Coast at the moment, but it just doesn't seem to be happening.
Zulon fights the 2-on-1 and almost comes up victorious. Ultimately, he winds up with the technical knockout as Chepo is removed from combat because he's brought down to a hair of HP. Max picks up the 7th gem while Zulon goes to town. 1 for the money, and he's putting on a show as Chepo falls down again. Overwhelming lead to Tribe Gaming.
I mean, they're getting absolutely embarrassed, and at this point, we've got to go back to our question of, are Tribe on the same level of stamina? And so far, it looks like they might be dominating West Coast just as much as they were. Tyrant's still alive on this right-hand side, but some pressure coming in from West Coast. The possibility of a turnaround is there. Shine's just going to be getting these splashes through Sam, and so far, it doesn't look like he's going to be doing it. Tyrant's going to pick up the right-hand side as well. The push forward, Eslevi is not going to be too low. The kill comes in. He takes down Chepo, and they take the first set with him.
Easy. Livy is a player on the Tribe Gaming team, but no commentary. No, real talk, that looked easy. Great work coming out from Tribe Gaming, and that's vintage Tribe Gaming. That's what we expect when we hear Tribe Gaming, but frankly, it's been a long time since I heard that song. I'm front row saying encore.
Yeah, as am I, and I mean, I even questioned the Tribe comp after questioning that the comps weren't great as well, but they've proven themselves to be able to make it work, and it really was absolutely incredible. Sorry, I said Tyrant before, but it was actually Zulan on the Sam who was providing us with that absolute masterclass. Just correcting myself from a little bit further back there, but to be honest, it was just absolutely incredible. Eslevi, I don't think once felt at risk.
Not at all. Zulan definitely, kind of gets my star player for this one. Just doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Tyrant with the support, and then, Max just like, y'all having fun? Okay, I'll get the gems, guys. Thanks for playing. Tribe Gaming with the teamwork, certainly making the dream work. 20 in the pocket, not a single gem dropped, and quite literally just one lonely boy.
But at least they didn't drop it.
That's true.
They're consistent at something.
One thing that I really want to point out there as far as the numbers is concerned is Tribe did a little bit more damage. 9,000 more damage. That's really not that much. It's not an overwhelming amount of damage. It was just specifically where the damage came from. They were consistently, to use an American football term, on their own 25. Like, they just not could get out of their own side. Great work by Tribe Gaming. 89% of y'all in chat voted for the Tribe. I think that they have it. And listen, after game number 1, I am not going to argue.
As convincing a game as that was, you kind of expect it to be that way around. It was just absolutely flawless from Tribe Gaming. We do have Knockout coming up next, though. Should be starting the draft shortly for that. But, I mean, if Tribe can carry on this dominance, it's going to be a quick 3-0.
That's the thing here, especially when we go into Knockout, is usually, you know, it is not always transposable, the dominance from one game mode to another. But looking at just how there was no answer back on the offensive side from West Coast, Knockout, you quite literally don't get a chance to answer back. So as we head to Bell's Rock here, no Ticks, no Jeans, no Brucks, no Maxes, and no Graves. I think we inevitably will see a Mandy here, but it's Grom that comes first and foremost for Tribe Gaming.
I mean, Grom's just such a strong pick, especially with Tick banned out of the way. It's kind of the only thrower who can compete with his range on this map. You bring a Sprout, and a lot of the time it does get absolutely dominated, so I like to see that Grom as a first pick. I don't know if we need to see some West Coast possible wall breaks, you know, bringing in the Griffs, bringing in the... well, I mean, I was going to say Brox, but that's banned out as well, so it's difficult to counter this pick early on. You kind of got to take something that's going to wall break, or you've got to take a thrower who's just there.
Who would you like to see for West Coast?
I mean, you got to argue if they need a Sprout, and that's the thing. Like, they need a Sprout, but it's not going to be able to do the work against the Grom. It's going to be losing that matchup quite a lot of the time unless he can catch him off guard.
Is Ruffs a bad selection here?
I mean, I think it's got to be right, because you're going to be outranged quite a lot in the lanes, and when you're not outranged, you're going to be against a better mid-range brawler.
Got it. Ruffs, I always feel like, kind of brings a little bit of a lot, but sometimes you really need the specialization. That's obviously where Sprout comes in, and I think Nani fits that as well. Long-range stuff, and of course, being able to deal damage without putting yourself in harm's way is kind of the quintessential what I'm looking for when I'm playing Knockout.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's that long-range brawler. If it gets the angles, that's the question on this one. I feel quite a lot of the time on Bell's Rock, you've got to be able to play the angle right, and quite a lot of the time you're going to be forced into a position where you can't. So those supers, when you get them, are going to be so influential. The ability to teleport forwards onto a Grom or something like that's always going to be massive.
Option over to Tribe. Otis selected. Looking for the last choice here. Curious as to where Tribe Gaming's going to go. I like the Otis. Will shut down some of what West Coast wants to do. Always looking at the mute. But of course, able to deal some damage in his own right.
You just don't know where to go from here, really. I feel like the Tribe comp is just that little bit better. Now got the Fat Splatter as well to be able to destroy any turrets without really putting himself in harm's way, and Grom along with that as well. It's difficult. They're going to go with the Bonnie, and that's a bit of range that you can't really fight with because it can be close range too.
Exactly. And again, I really like Bonnie on Knockout. I alluded to it before, but essentially, Bonnie, when you look at a character, characters have pros and cons. Their strength and weakness is probably better said. And Bonnie's weakness simply doesn't exist in Knockout because her weakness is, well, I've dove behind enemy lines to get you, but now I'm behind enemy lines. But there is no respawn. So if you dive to get the last couple of kills, that's it. There's no weakness. So a great selection there to round out the comp. And Gus selected here. Again, just the defensive prowess, obviously good shots, but I think the defensive prowess of the shield is really what you're looking for in Knockout.
Yeah, no, I think that too. I mean, you've got the shield to be able to stop a Bonnie. I mean, it's not going to stop the Bonnie jumping in, but it's going to do well against it when it does. Pop the shield, tank a lot of those shots, and be able to get the higher DPS output than the Bonnie at close range with that. Well, not higher DPS output, but a higher amount of health to be able to tank it.
One of the things I love to see, you know, taking a look behind as Livy there, just on the player cam before, all the little like trinkets and tokens from lands past. I think that's very cool. We'll see if him and his squad are going to be able to collect any from San Diego as our teams fight off to find out who winds up there. And then eventually, who winds up in Tokyo. Don't forget, a whole lot of money on the line. $100,000 for the #1 team out in Tokyo. But before you get there, you got to get to San Diego. And before you get to San Diego, you got to win here. West Coast on the bottom, Tribe Gaming up on top.
I mean, so far, it's looking like Tribe are the winning side. Hitting Shy quite hard here is Eslivy, bringing him down to one shot, but a hedge has been accumulated. He's going to have to back off and kind of just wait it out, and that's a nice wall coming up from Shine, able to just tank some shots, but Chepo getting hit hard now as he can't reach Shine. He'll retarget his focus onto Chepo. Grom Bomb coming in and doesn't make the connection on Shine, but it does, and Alec pushes him into unfavorable position. That's got to be a finish off there. The jump comes in from Tyrant, and that is a kill. Just Chepo remaining. He doesn't want to feed super. You've got to be seeing him walk into this gas here and just take the loss.
Chepo trying to get some last-ditch shots there to farm his own super for sure, but help a little slow on the left-hand side. So an unfortunate look there for the West Coast squad. Shine and Chepo moving up front. Alec coming up now. So we're looking at this one more time. Shine placing the wall in the center. Do you like that choice or no?
It's all a matter of positioning, really, just because he's got to place it there to be able to heal himself up, but then it kind of puts his teammates in jeopardy if they are further up covering for him, because it means that as if he can just push straight up the map.
So the reason I ask is because he's kind of walling off the thrower, and are you really walling off the thrower? So, you know, I'm not going to say, just an interesting choice as Alec loses the duel on the left-hand side. Again, help a little too slow. This time at least, Shine pushed out, so could not help as he's popped. And there goes the Weasel. Tribe Gaming, one down.
West Coast, they've got to show up. They're just not able to do much in this matchup. We've seen Otis play slowly. Grom just pushes up, pinches aside, and then Otis can play fast, and that's really all that matters. It's always Gus remaining because it's that stalemate on the right-hand side that nobody can really do anything in between Tyrant and Chepo, and Chepo's team just isn't living long enough.
And I always think it's troublesome when you see the player cams post-loss and all quiet on the West Coast front. You need to talk after matches like that. Round number one, Shine couldn't help. Round number one, Shine needed to help and just, I don't know, was a little sluggish. Round number two, he was shoved out, so could not help Alec here on the left side. But Alec has been the first one to drop both times. Not saying, haha, look at him, but as a team, you have to identify that and kind of shade over and help in some capacity.
Joe comes in from Tyrant, he gets one, and now they're pinned in. This is a terrible position for West Coast, but Alex fighting back. The return to sender's place, he does get the kill, but Shine's surely got to be down here in a 1v2, but Tyrant doesn't have this range at the moment. Walled in instead of out, and Tribe Gaming now one round off being 2 sets up, and I don't see them stopping here.
Little bit of an arrogant play there from Bonnie, just kind of ripping the super, but at the end of the day, sometimes you earn that. And I think Tyrant absolutely did, so I'm here for it, baby. Have confidence and go on in. Right side, Chepo winning this lane just barely. Alec again, just not succeeding in this left lane. Otis just winning.
Yeah, Grom Bomb comes down, and Shine does take quite a lot of damage. Chepo's got this little spooky boy over the right side, and he still has some gadgets in hand as well. Peep now coming up and looking for Tyrant, but does turn towards the Grom and Otis lanes, and they might be able to get that cohesive pickup, but no, Zulwan just outlives it, and Shine can't push far enough up because Alec isn't there to assist him as he was in that Peep form. Chepo now pushing aggressively, and he hasn't been doing anything all game long. It's been a stalemate, trying to make his move now, but I think even in the late game with this Grom Bomb still being there, it's a losing fight.
Bard off is the mid. Grom thinking about it. There's Libby dealing some damage to Chepo, who's trying to find the right side flank. Nice sprout wall, but it's still 1, 2, 3. West Coast falls down like dominoes, and Tribe Gaming, they got stuffed crust. 2 wins in the pocket for now, and West Coast just not showing up at all. I had very little analysis in match number 1, or in set number 1, and frankly, much respect to West Coast. It's a similar position for me in set number 2. Little analysis, just Tribe good, West Coast less good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't think it's even West Coast playing bad, or you know, to say. Like you said at the start of today, that these teams, they're kind of they were a bit of a throw together, and you got to realize they're not playing BSC with each other as well. So the question is if they're even scrimming together at this point.
Sure.
And I mean, it just doesn't seem like they are. Their synergy's just not there, and it's just not where it needs to be able to take down the synergized team of Tribe who have been playing together for years.
And I mean, coming off the back of the loss versus Stamina, you know, I noted that the guys weren't necessarily chatting post-match. I don't think anybody would disagree with me if I say that Alec didn't look particularly thrilled. You know, listen, man, the sports is how much percent mental? And I really think that after, you know, losing to the best team on paper and now being forced to go up against the second best team on paper as far as our leaderboards are concerned, that is kind of scary, and sometimes it just sucks the life out of you a little bit. West Coast playing, you know, a little lifeless, and just an unfortunate situation. I don't take pleasure windmill dunking on these guys, but it's 0-2-0-2, and if you really want my professional opinion, I think it's an 0-2-0-2-0-2.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more, and we saw the same from Stamina as well, and as you said, it's a mental game, and the mental game is not going to be strong after taking 5 consecutive set losses 2-0. And it doesn't surprise me if they get finished off in Canal Grande here. Bans are in. We've got the West Coast ban of Ash, the Squeak, and the Sam. And that surprised me again. I said this in the previous game against SDMN. Surely they're the ones who want these tanks. They're the ones who want to kind of run it down against Tribe Gaming, who are a superior team, let's say.
How do you say this map name?
Canal Grande.
You heard that, Reddy? Texans are always wrong.
I know. Don't tell me about it.
Thank you. High five. Look at us. Me and Trav agreeing. Reddy's not even here to defend himself.
That's the best part.
First pick, Fang. And, you know, I like this pick. I think for West Coast, first of all, I've seen West Coast, forgive me, I forgot the individual player, but I've seen West Coast play Fang to great lengths. And I think Fang is a strong character that can sort of start an all-in. Fang can, by himself, kind of start the charge, make the waterfall, as I like to call it, happen. And so when your back's up against the wall, Fang is a party starter.
He can start the all-in, but he can also start the all-in and get instantly muted by Otis and knocked back by Gene at this point. And not the best matchup to run into. I mean, the first pick of a tank, I said they kind of wanted the tanks, but they banned out 2 of the best ones and kind of picked the next option so Tribe couldn't kind of return it. But if you're playing into a tank, do you want to play another tank? I don't think so. And Otis will much better serve you for that, and Gene to be able to pull him in kind of preemptively before he gets that super and get the takedowns over and over again. And even with that pull, you're opening up the map along the way too.
If I'm West Coast, I'm kind of going, you know, anti-Gene characters just straight up and down. Does Penny fit that bill?
A mortar to tank the pull, a salty barrel to tank the pull? I think yes.
Nice looks here. Last selection. Where do you want to see them go?
I'm going to say Tick. I wouldn't have said anything else. Just wait it out, wait for the pick to be there, and then I don't have to answer these complex questions. But Tick, I mean, I wouldn't have thought it, but I do like it, to be fair. Playing behind those walls and kind of maybe even preventing Gene from getting this super in the first place. It's a definite solid pick.
Last selection here. Definitely looking for high DPS, in my opinion. Gene going to be able to grab players into the clutches. And the idea is Gene pull in into the Brock party. Okay, here for it. Long range, able to kind of do both, right? You can kind of show up when Gene lands the pull. You don't need the Gene pull either. Certainly just individual prowess.
I'm scared. I'm scared for him. I'm scared for West Coast. I mean, it's not just pulling into a Brock. You're also having the whole map broken up against a Tick, against a Fang, and against a Penny who wants those walls for the thrower. They want it for the tank, and they want it for the mortar to be put behind as well. It's just not really looking too good.
It's a really big point. And again, you know, we'll see if we can, I'm not going to say turn the frown upside down. I thought about it. I'm not going to be that guy. The scrumble begins, and West Coast are the ones to pick up the blue star. So a nice little look there, up to Tribe Gaming to be the aggressor now. Tyrant and Zulon on the left side dealing with Alec and Shine, while Chepo by himself on the right. And I like this layout.
Oh. That is disgusting. The mute pretty much takes 2 of them out of commission because he gets the stun on one, and the pull as well.
See you later.
Max range coming in from Zulan. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Must have that extra range from the gear coming in. Shine rotating over to the right side. I don't think it's going to be serving him any better either. It kind of just seems like the Brock is there and living at the moment. Well, They're dead at the moment. But the pull comes in again from Zulan, but the stun, the roundhouse kick comes in as well. Now he does have his mute as well.
8-3. Tribe Gaming, still a whole lot of Brawl to be played. And so we're looking for adjustment out of West Coast. Tribe Gaming have routinely sent this Gene grab out and routinely found the short victory because of it. How does West Coast kind of deal with that? Well, it looks like they're trying to spread out just a little bit. Swap sides. Chepo now on the left side instead of the right, but Tribe Gaming adapt back. Zulan has the pull in hand, but again, it's up to West Coast to step on in. 15 seconds and counting. Last chance.
I mean, there's the pull, but the roundhouse kick comes in. The turnaround again, but it's turned around once more by Islivy. He's pinned in the corner. The tickhead's there, and they're not going to be able to get a turnaround again. Otis gets hit with the head as well without taking it down, and another one is cycled. West Coast striking back for the first time and not getting 6-0 this time.
Nice. We love to see it. They're awake. Oh, yeah. All right, boys. Come on, be awake. But real talk, this was, again, kind of the first time we're seeing West Coast stand up in this match overall. So very happy to see West Coast make these moves. It doesn't matter when you're playing Bounty how Tribe was in the lead for overwhelming amount of time. That doesn't matter. Last second is what counts. West Coast on the bottom side this time. Again, Tribe Gaming with the lead, but 90 seconds to go, like I just said. Kind of who cares. But it's more about this. The fact that Tribe Gaming are kind of clumped up. And West Coast shifting into a nice position as they all corner Zulan, but it's a trade. 7-6, Tribe Gaming in the good seat.
Yeah, positive trade for West Coast, though. They're edging closer and closer to be able to turn this one round. Zulan pull in hand, though, and still, they're clumped up against a Tick, against a Penny, and against a Fang with Super now. It's not the position you want to be in without a mute in hand. Dangerous stuff as West Coast push forward once again, and we're seeing more of the same. Tribe in this defensive position with no real answer.
Zulan has the pull available. Not thinking about it, though. He is kind of by himself. Now that his Livy is shading over to his left side, I'm a little bit more intrigued about Zulan. So is Alec and Chepo, as they are trying to avoid Zulan as much as possible.
Penny Mortar to be this fourth man then as well, but they're backing up a little bit too far to be affected by it just yet. Now got this mute in hand if the Fang does choose to come in, but Chepo's head is looking very, very dangerous, and the Mortar does connect onto Tyrant now and following up with another one as well. Fast flutter over the right side, the knockback though, but the Tick head is going to answer it. The kill as well comes through. Tyrant the only one remaining, but there is some time to turn it around. Shines low, and that will be enough as the blue star still in Tyrant's hand. Alec looking not to be killed, but the head gets thrown down onto Zulan. Has to back up, even has to use a knockback onto it. Eslivy's got the super over the right hand side, though needs to rain it down right now. Throws it down, but Alec's going to go aggressive, and he is going to get the kill. West Coast bring a setback, and the start of the reverse sweep is there.
Chepo wins that. Chepo wins that set straight up by keeping Zulan out of the entire conversation. There's no pull. And that wasn't the only win condition for Tribe, I know, but that's what we saw on display. And that's what I want to see, boys. Show me the smiles. Show me the positivity. Listen, West Coast, you are not this bad of a team. You can absolutely fight back into it. And it feels like this is the first time they believed that sentence all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they even had the majority of control either. It was just those turnaround. Well, I mean, they did have the control, but they didn't have the control in terms of star lead. What a pull as well there from Zulan, just to highlight that once more. But Tribe Gaming, they looked in control the majority of the game. They just didn't have that end game positioning. Alec looks good. Chepo's just throwing out shots, and Shine able to zone so well with that Penny as well. If you're backed into a spawn, if you're clustered up, it's not the composition you want to be against.
Tyrant Star on this Otis. Such a strong player for Tribe. And the Otis honestly did a lot of hard work, but this is what I was talking about. So they go in, and Chepo largely is a part of what allows this push by Fang on the left side. And then the second play that we're not showing you, again, brought to you by Jack Chepo. Just fantastic work out of the Tick. And because of that, West Coast are alive and Well, we'll see if they're well. Strong stuff from there. Numbers coming at you.
Yeah, for now, they're not looking too bad, but they are still 2 sets away from a win in comparison to Tribe's 1 set. I mean, statistics are obviously going to back it up in terms of stars in West Coast's favor, but damage on their side too, clearly. Not just those endgame turnarounds that were the deciding factor, but as you said, it's nice to see a non-flashy brawler like Tick in the hands of Chepo, not making flashy plays, but making it so we can recognize it.
Yeah, just some blue-collar Brawl stars just doing the work. Nice stuff. We love the zoners out there. As we jump back to the picks and bans, open zone will be the last game mode we have if Tribe Gaming has their way. Sneaky Fields, if West Coast winds up on the good side. Bans are out. Max, the only repeated ban. No Poco, and Crow will be the first selection here. Again, hot zone here for open zone. Crow, I feel like, has really become... Players will pick Crow in almost any game mode, and I'll buy it.
I do like it. You know, the ability to scan these grassy lanes that we have in open zones really going to be pretty solid, and I possibly might even see your liked pick of Amber coming back out to kind of burn them away in response to this Crow, but at the same time, if it's against it, that slowing toxin is going to be really, really dangerous. Slow it down, get some damage onto it. They're going to choose to go with Penny. Nice place to put a defensive turret or even an offensive one if you've got that good a positioning. But I mean, when it's so back and forward between these two teams, you kind of don't expect that aggressive placement.
Listen, I hate when casters play armchair psychologists, but I'm, going to be the man I hate. They just look happier, man. They just look more engaged. They're straight up talking more in this picks and ban phase than I've seen them all set. So I am more confident in West Coast's ability to kind of answer back here than I have in the past. They're going to pair that Penny pick with the Bonnie.
I mean, I like it. I mean, Janet's one of the most versatile brawlers there is. And as me and Reddy were saying, so versatile, so good on pretty much any game mode. It's just great to bring it to the table, especially because it doesn't really have that many counters. You know, you're going to be able to bring it out, and Tribe aren't going to be able to be like, okay, they picked that, let's go with this. And kind of feel like the same with Penny as well. Just a very versatile comp coming out of West Coast. And so far, I like it more than what Tribe brings to the table, but I also love it, Amber, and I know you do too.
Yeah, Amber going to deal with a lot of the grass as well. A lot of times we see either you go Amber or Ems if that's kind of the vibe you're looking for in general when it comes down to hot zone. Amber obviously going to be a little bit more exciting when there's a lot of grass involved, map specific. So the Amber selected there with Crow. Obviously lacking a tank. Do you need one?
I don't think you can really have one on open zone. I think the map speaks for itself in terms of the name there. Open. Tanks are going to be difficult. No Poco, no Max to get you in the positions.
I like that.
It's, yeah. I mean, Pam is a really, really solid pick. Not going to be the best against Penny, obviously, with the turret. It's going to be able to splash through it, but Pam's been a very, very solid brawler here for a good amount of time, and the comp usually is Max, Poco, Pam. I mean, it's good enough on its own.
And she's going to be able to be sort of that pseudo tank, a little thick, but really it's that totem that's going to help out. That healing circle, that's really what you're looking for to maintain control of that area. Amber brings area denial, where Pam kind of brings the yin to that yang, that area secure, so to speak. And, well, if you want to write an essay about area denial, Lou is probably your opening paragraph, your first and second bodies, and you're definitely mentioning him in the conclusion.
Definitely so. I mean, it's just so good, and I really do like West Coast comp here as well. However, I do like Tribes also, so I'm kind of sitting on the fence a bit in terms of this one. Don't really want to make a definitive decision on which comp's better.
That's fair.
Because we know the Lu can just spray it down, just cover the mid over and over and over. If it gets that rotation of supers, that just lies right. It's going to be the winning game.
I find it hard to kind of vote against the little guy. So we'll see. It's all about the super, of course. Very front-loaded in that regard. And Shine taking a lot of damage here, falling down. And Tribe pushes 2 players over. And just like that, Zulon on the point with the Pam, heals out. And as Libby just vibing. Quarter already done for Tribe Gaming.
I mean, Tribe doing everything by the book, the slow, the pinch. Just the Pam turret is the only thing I complain about, really, but at this point, they're 37% up. Down comes the Lu super, and it's really not in the best positioning. I'm not sure if I like that too much. Livy's flanking, and the other two can just sit comfortably.
Lu put the super exactly on where the Pam heal zone was, but you just simply do not stand in the Pam heal then. So Tribe Gaming avoid the Lu super, and the big trump card winds up being discarded. Tribe Gaming 66% and soaring already in the 70s.
Don't like to be the one who decides the game early on, but this is looking all Tribe. They just need a Lu Super to kind of disrupt it over. The jump comes in and Ezlivy goes for it, stopping him from really getting the value on the stuns that he's getting up top. Zulan's still sitting on the zone, but the Mortar's going to clean him up. 7% needed, and the first percent goes on West Coast side. Tyrant going to get the trade down, and I don't think Shine can really hold them off on his own. Alec coming up now, needs another Super. He's working for it. He gets it. But Zulan, he's a thick boy. He's sitting on the zone. He does place the turret down. It doesn't really get a lot. They need to keep calm, keep composed, not rush it, and they should be coming back as a 3.
Well said. The only way Tribe loses this is if they just continue to go one by one into the slaughter. Luckily for them, Tyrant and the homie take a breath, wait up, and then push forward. After Zulan goes all in, one man by himself. But listen, Big Z, I'm not letting you get away.
He was opening up space. He was opening up space. I'm sure that's what he'll say. But at the end of the day, you just need to play as a team to be able to finish a game off like that. About 60% up and 5% left to claim. You're not going to really be complaining too much about that situation. But Ezlivy playing the slow game in mid, just waiting it out, scouting some lanes and slowing down Alec and Shine. Nice play once more. Gets the double slow off, and that's what kind of gave him the positioning so easily in the first game, and it's happened once again.
Ezlivy dodging everything. Real strong play. Continuing to dodge it. Finally gets hit as the first shot landed on this young man, by the way. Mid on the point, by the way. And halfway home. Ezlivy going to jump on in. Does trade out, but Zulan has the support. And good?
Well, I think this game's going to be over and done pretty quickly, but the Lu Super does come down first sign of life, really, but also not at the same time because they've just backed off and waited. He hasn't got any cycle whatsoever, and now he's on an Amber lane. Amber's just dodging, gets a Super, Shine's fairly low. Alec's going to go down, and that, I believe, is the game.
Yeah, just kind of desperation plays out here from West Coast, and now it's a formality. Chepo, you know, having fun here. Jumps up to the sky, gets pushed underground, and 97 turns to 100. And Tribe Gaming take the game set. Ladder match because it is candle time. Tribe Gaming 3 against 1. Shout outs to West Coast for standing up a little bit. I am very proud of the team for not getting swept in what looked like an extremely dismal set. That win does change things a little bit. I don't know if they're convinced.
No, I mean, Tribe don't even look too happy in a win, but I'm sure they expected it at the same time. They're a good team, but it's Tribe. You know, they're going to be pretty much taking down the majority of games, really only being challenged by a couple, and I just don't think West Coast are that at the moment, and especially not after that SDMN game as well. That's 2 losses they've taken today, and they're kind of seeing San Diego slip out the hands little by little. Yes, they are the best 2 teams in this league.
Sure.
But you need to beat the best teams if you want to go far.
That's very true. Only 4 weeks of the challenge, and we're, well, 2 weeks in, man. So, gotta get going here. Tribe Gaming do a great job in hot zone here, just maintaining control of the mid. Lu was the win condition, and just we did not see effective Lu Supers out of West Coast. Tribe Gaming wind up with fantastic numbers and juxtaposition across the way, and like I said, get the dub.
I mean, not much healing out of West Coast either. You've been constantly shot by an Amber, you've been constantly shot by a Crow, and peppered down by a Pam. You're not really going to get a lot done in that certain situation. But at the same time, they also didn't have as much damage as Tribe Gaming, and overall, they just looked better.
For sure. A dominant victory coming out from the guys, and, well, a quick one.
F-Dot.
What's up?
Do you remember that time?
No.
No? Okay. just wondering.
No, go ahead.
Do you remember that time that you asked if you thought Tribe might be a slightly easier opponent for West Coast than SDMN?
Remember when I said no? No.
Hey, they got a set. SDMN swept them. That makes them an easier opponent.
Remember when yes, I do remember. I was right.
Okay, you know what? I will accept that math barely, but I will take it for now. But we'll take a look back at the standings and see what, if anything, has changed after that map. I mean, at least for Tribe, they're going to be getting another win in their column.
Undefeated at the moment. And one of the biggest storylines, I mean, across Brawl, not even just here at our Snapdragon Pro Series, has been Tribe's, reascension to greatness. So #1, well, they're doing it.
Little by little, they're getting there, and they did take down West Coast. I mean, it's sad to see them in 7th after finishing after finishing 3rd in the first season. They were up there. They were contending with Tribe and SDMN, and it just doesn't seem like they are anymore.
Yeah, for real. You know, and again, I brought it up actually maybe in the last challenge series, how long these individuals have been playing. Alec is one of the first competitive Brawl players I remember seeing in the NA scene. So I'm always going to be excited to see him take the field. Unfortunate that it winds up looking like this week.
Well, another strong performance from Tribe. It's time for us to send it to a quick break. When we return, we still have 2 more matches and a little bit of a highlights and analysis segment, so don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Match number 3 means that Tribe now remains the only team that is still undefeated. I mean, not only that, but they just crushed the competition in this last match.
I mean, the only team to be undefeated, top of the table, that's where they want to be. They want to get San Diego. They want to get all the points towards Masters, and every game counts at this point. Nice to see them at the top of the league, but also quite sad to see West Coast 1 and 3 down in 7th, as I said just before the break.
I mean, it could have been a mental thing. They almost practically had the back-to-back matches against 2 seriously heavy hitters. It was a rough week in general for them, so we'll have to see if they're able to bounce back in week number 3. But the competition is stiff no matter what way you cut it. And let's talk a little bit about them from the last match.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite sad to see them being defeated so heavily. So I wanted to kind of break down one of their good plays rather than just kind of all focus on Tribe. We went for the bounty. They were quite substantially down, 5 stars down at the 1 minute mark. They need to make something happen. They start it by Shine getting a heal over the right-hand side. And at that point, I was commentating on how Brock was pretty healthy, but he actually went down. Nice pull in from Zulan as well, extending the lead just that little bit more. 5 stars, blue star, but they kind of get into this trap of being pinned in spawn. And F-Dot mentioned it. Chepo was just dominating this lane. Otis can't really do a lot. It's the zoning, it's the heads coming in constantly, and these gadgets as well, not using that last hurrah. Gonna be spamming down a few more mines instead. And no matter where you look on the map, it's kind of West Coast in a good position. And Shine establishing a high turret. It's going to take 3 shots for Zulan to bring it down. And one of the Brock shots misses, so it was a little bit difficult for that as well. But 25 seconds on the clock and still in the same position. They've held on well to the lead in terms of Tribe Gaming, but at this point, it all starts to fall apart. Chepo flanking around the left-hand side. Still got the head, so can't be pulled by Zulan. Just waiting around. Pull comes in on Alex 26, and at the exact time, Shine hits a shot. The splash goes through. Eslivy falls down to the turret and Shine pinching in, and that was a Chepo Shine play. Nice aggression coming in from Alec as well, and he just finishes off that last player as well. Nice stuff from West Coast. I just thought it'd be nice to kind of highlight something that they did do, but that's enough about West Coast, as they played absolutely incredible, but Tribe Gaming need to be spoken to.
Thank you very much, Trav. That's right. I'm standing by with Corey this time around. The first time I get to speak to you this challenge season. So how are you?
I'm doing good. It's nice to be behind the scenes sometimes, and just kind of go with the flow. And it's so far working pretty good.
You know, I wanted to ask you about that too. How has life been now as full-time coach?
It's definitely different. I miss playing a ton. Every time I get to hop in a scrim, it's so fun to be back playing. But at the end of the day, I do think this is where I probably should be, and so I'm happy to be here and happy to fill that role for the team.
I mean, if this last match is any indication, you clearly are crushing it as a coach. This was, I mean, you guys just were dominant. We need to talk about it a little bit, and we'll start things off with literally the very first set because, I mean, 1-20, those final stats from Gem Grab, that was insane.
I mean, honestly, that was kind of just a draft diff. I mean, they left Sam open and they didn't have an answer to it. And so, I mean, that one was pretty straightforward. I think they just kind of messed up the draft a little bit there. If they went something safer with their 4 or 5 pick, then it would have been a lot closer of a game. But we got the draft, and that was that.
I mean, and then that momentum kind of carried through the majority of the sets. But we got to talk about what happened in Bounty, because that was the only one you guys didn't sweep through the whole thing.
Yeah, Bounty was an interesting one. It was one that I felt like over time their comp definitely takes advantage. Like with Tick and Penny Turret, there's just so much that pushes us back over time. And unless we get, full control right off the bat, I do think we lose over time. Not to try to take anything away from them. I think they misclicked Fang first pick or something. I don't know. Maybe that was their plan. It ended up working out for them, and we definitely didn't capitalize on it anyway. So I like their draft there, and I think we played it pretty well, even honestly. I just think we, got pinned back too quickly, and that was that.
I mean, the bounce back after that in Hot Zone was clearly indicative of that not even remotely phasing you guys to close out the entire match. So just generally, especially after a performance like that and seeing just how close the competition has been so far the entire challenge season, what's the team mentality right now?
It's to take every match as serious as possible, take it match by match, because you never know what could happen. I think every single team in this entire tournament is very strong. So, I mean, every match is super important for standings as well. So, yeah, we're just going to take it match by match and just put everything into it.
I mean, you guys have one more on the day today, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So how are you feeling about the chances of remaining undefeated for today?
I think our chances are good, but like I said, I mean, I think I forget the names all the time. They change their names so much. Dog Walkers is a great team. So we're not going to take them lightly, like I said. And I think it'll be a good match. So we have to get the drafts right. We have to play right, and maybe we can win.
I mean, you guys definitely looked great in this last match. I'm excited to see what you can do for the rest of the day. Do you want to do any shout-outs before I let you go?
I wasn't going to shout out myself, but check out my YouTube.
Do it!
Corey Brawl Stars. And then also just absolute shout out to my awesome teammates. I mean, these guys are the best players, and it makes my life a lot easier coaching. If I mess up, sometimes we still win. So it's very nice to have these guys as my teammates.
I mean, you guys have definitely found a system that works. You look fantastic. Thank you for jumping on and chatting, and best of luck in the next match.
Thank you so much.
All right, really nice to hear from Corey. It seems like he's quite comfortable having moved fully now into the coaching role. They definitely look like it's working as a team.
It definitely does, but it's also sad to see. See him as a player since like 2018, 2019. It's sad to see him not, even if he wasn't playing last year, not have the possibility to come back.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, but I'm glad to see Corey's like still in it in a certain capacity, and also like still rocking with the squad, and being happy and being proud of some of the pain points that they've covered, especially like draft. I know is a pain point for Tribe, and they had it really, really well done this last one. Corey seemed to be proud of it. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, like I said, they looked incredible in that last match, so we'll have to see what they can do in their next one later on in the day, but that's not the one that we have coming up next to talk about. Before that happens, we are back talking about Mystic Esports and Papi Chulos.
I mean, Mystic Esports didn't start off as well as they'd have liked. Luffy, Nathan, and Zeus going to be the team that do show up today, and they're a very solid team. Their first week was absolutely phenomenal, but today they just haven't been able to hack it.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but it is just one game, right? And that puts them still pretty well above a lot of the other teams in the competition already, having 2 wins under their belt, just 1 loss so far. Their opponents today are going to be a real tough cookie. They've already faced STMN, now facing Tribe. They're pretty much getting through the top 2 teams in the competition very early on.
Well, Papi Chulos, Jigsaw, second best, Steel, and Toonie. Definitely a solid roster, but haven't seen what we want to see from them so far. Not off to the best of starts in this competition. It's kind of a bit of a few, like, semi-retired pros, let's say, coming together and wanting to battle it out for a place in San Diego.
This is true. I mean, especially if we talk about Toonie from the right and then in the middle, second best. But these are 2 players, Toonie also having gone to Worlds a couple of years ago in second, just barely missing out on that opportunity, being in contention for that spot in 2021 and ended up not making it, unfortunately. That said, they can still manage to make it back, but it's going to be a long journey. And from where they are, it's especially going to be a long journey. They already have 3 losses up on the scoreboard. It's a really poor place to start, but you got to start getting some wins somewhere.
I mean, I hate to start kind of ruling them out already, but
yeah,
you need, I believe, at least 4 wins, unless it goes to a massive tiebreak to be able to guarantee yourself a spot in the next phase. And it's difficult to see them winning this one as well, considering they are pretty 0-3, as you mentioned. It's not looking too good.
It's not really looking too good for the guys, especially if you look at the stat comparison too. It's not looking like they have much of an advantage over Mystic Esports if we just look stats. It's all in favor of Mystic, and Papi Chulos just barely behind. But what we typically see from Papi Chulos is they're passionate people. They enjoy what they do. They're good friends, and they play well. They also come out with really creative comps, and sometimes that can seriously stump their opponents.
You know, there could be an aspect of the mental side of things as well. We almost saw maybe a bigger stumble from West Coast than we would have initially anticipated going up against Tribe after the loss to SEMN. So Mystic might be suffering from that as well. That could throw their game off just a little bit, but I do agree. I think it's going to be a little bit of an upward battle. But of course, if you want to see how the whole thing culminates, the entire competition, !DHSAN in chat for more information on how to get yourself to attend DreamHack San Diego to see our challenge finals. It's going to be a very cool event, and there is a discount code that you guys can use as well. And then, of course, for the 4th time today, chat, we want to hear from you. Let us know in that poll down below in Twitch chat who you think is going to be taking home this next match. Will it be Mystic Esports or Papi Chulos? Will it be an underdog story, or will Mystic bounce back a little bit and continue to keep themselves on the top of the leaderboard? Should be interesting to see how it plays out. But let's jump into the next match.
Well, I think so far the audience has been doing pretty well on predictions, so if they carry that on, they might be a bit of a contender against us at this point.
I mean, they're certainly stumping me so far. I didn't really have a great last week, but I'm looking to be correct on the predictions this time. So we'll see how the audience pans out as far as their predictions, but they're doing quite well. I'm excited to be getting into the next match and see if the audience is correct.
Well, I hate to do it to you, Reddy, but I also love to do it to you. Who are you kind of siding with here?
I can't say I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for Poppy Chulos, but I don't think they'll be able to pull out a win this time. I mean, like being completely realistic, I love Poppy Chulos. I love each individual player on that team. However, I'm versus Mystic Esports. I can't say that they're going to take out a confident victory.
Yeah, I mean, we do love a storyline, so to keep Poppy Chulos in it as well, I'll say silently rooting for them as well, but I do think Mystic Esports will take this one down. We'll be starting things off in Knockout with Gold on Gulch, followed by Ring of Fire and Bridge Too Far. Crystal Arcade and Lake 8 to finish things off if we don't have a 3-0. And we've got to have our fingers crossed that we don't, because I'd like to see a good game between these two teams. Gold on Gulch, the bands are in ready.
And here they are, Mystic Esports to get rid of Gene, Gray, and Tick across the way. Also a Tick ban now, also getting rid of Nanny and Sprout. I'm definitely enjoying the thrower bans here. Gold Arm Gulch can be particularly tricky for these guys, but there's always the looming threat of Grom, and I think that's going to be a serious consideration for last pick. Seeing what Poppy Chulos have gone for as their selections, I'm maybe leaning towards Mystic Esports having that last pick, seeing as these selections from Poppy Chulos in form of bans are, you know, not looking super safe. Here comes the Grom from Poppy Chulos. Now, Mystic Esports, they have a lot of ways that they can respond, especially because they have last pick. I think this is very risky from Poppy.
Yeah, it's a weird first pick, I feel, on Gold Arm Gulch. On Bell's Rock, we've seen it time and time again, and we've seen it work time and time again, but it's a little bit of a different game on Gold Arm Gulch. You can play those sharpshooters a little bit more efficiently and pinch in just that little bit better. We've still got pretty much all of them on the board, except from that Nanny down the right-hand side, but they have banned out the rest of the throwers, so it might have to be a bit of a wall break comp or even a tank. We're going to see Mystic Esports go with a Fang.
Yeah, and I expected to see the Fang as the final pick from Mystic Esports because that's typically where we would see it, especially when you have last pick, you go for these brawlers last. But when you already have gone with the Grom, you've opened yourself up to things like this. A tank picked a little earlier on in the draft, and I think this is actually going to be fantastic for Mystic Esports. Not only will they counter out the Grom, but they'll have that last pick in the bag to counter out whatever else Poppy Chulos want to go with. I think it's a great reaction, but Poppy Chulos can definitely think of some things to shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, they're following in West Coast footsteps here with the early Fang pick, but I do like it, especially when now you pair it with the Gus, give it the shield, give it that aggressive mentality that can go in and just get kills rather than just be taken out instantly. But we'll also kind of see if they go with something like an Otis that can shut it down when a mute comes in, or another tank counter that we might see a little bit further down the line. But as far as throwers go, there's going to be none of those. There's going to be nothing that can kind of just purely outrange the Fang like a Nanny, but what do you kind of go to here?
Yeah, I mean, for Poppy Chulos, honestly, it might be a good strategy to just go for whatever is good versus Grom. Here's the Daryl, and we saw Mystic Esports do fairly well with this brawler before on this particular map as well. Poppy Chulos, once again, they can go for yet another brawler that's good versus Grom. That way, Mystic Esports don't have it for their last pick. I think it's definitely bold for Mystic Esports not to go ahead and break down some of the walls when they're facing Grom because, yeah, Fang's great versus brawlers that are not good in close range if he has a super. Here comes the Mandy. That's going to rely on looking for those situations where there are not walls down the straightaway, and I think probably taking advantage of Fang.
I mean, to be honest, they've got a bit of a all-round comp here. They've got a tank, they've got a thrower, and they've got a long-range sharpshooter, which is definitely quite versatile, but you've also got to question if it's going to be able to be that cohesive unit that they want it to be. I do kind of like it against that Fang, especially the Daryl being able to roll in and just deal with it pretty much straight away, but we do have Mystic Esports with this last pick. And a wall break, it wouldn't go amiss, but also now you are kind of faced with that Mandy. It gives it that little bit more long range that's going to be able to combat it. They go with the Carl, and it's a solid pick, I feel.
I think it's a pretty solid pick. The only area where it's not really my favorite is versus Daryl, but that's just the versatility of Carl. You can opt to simply not pop your super on the Daryl and maybe even get a bit of mobility to stay away from him if he does decide to roll in on you. The unfortunate circumstance is also that you're probably not going to be able to do that great of a job of defending one of your teammates if Daryl rolls in on them. And for that reason, I expect to see the team sort of group together and make sure that they're always resilient versus Daryl should he decide to roll in. Aside from that, Carl, he's also able to attack at range. He's able to wall peek, but so is Mandy. And Mandy has longer range, so they're going to have to be careful along this diagonal straightaway. And it looks like they're opting not to go for that strategy. Instead, just each taking a lane. But Papi Chulo certainly had the East versus West strategy in mind.
Yeah, Zeus already did take quite a lot of damage, whether it was off the Mandy or the Grom, I'm not sure, but he's fairly low. Nathan going to get hit up as well, and just taking down a little bit more. We're going to see that totem being popped up and have the vision in the bushes, and Zeus instantly low, and Papi Chulos, what a start this is for them. Super ready.
And here comes Tooney. Great snipe on the Zeus. He had eyes on the prize all the way down in the back left corner. Now he's looking to farm up the next one. He only needs 2 more shots after this last one in order to get that super back. Just a couple more shots. And honestly, if he holds this for the next round, then he'll be able to hit some people and spawn. In fact, he's holding on to it, not really taking any risks here, just letting his teammates farm up some supers. Staying out of reach, Luffy goes down. Nathan next up on the menu too. Just needs 1 more shot dealt to him. And if Papi Chills can prevent him from getting a super, there it is. Great start for them. And aware if Tooney's going to go for that early game snipe.
We got the 3 supers on the board in comparison to 0, so definitely not looking the best for Mystic Esports in this first game. They're going to be playing the singular side game again. The double super comes in. He cycles it. Can he get the finish off? He can't. A little bit too long and a little bit too much time for them to react, but the Grom Bomb comes in and it hits Zeus. He's going to be low as well. Luffy going to fall down almost here. 1 more Grom shot ought to tie it off, but they're just surviving it out. Steel did roll in, but couldn't get a lot. In comes the super, and that's a triple. The spin's there. The Fang super was cycled. It's a 2v1. Tooney doesn't manage to get the shot around the side to Luffy, and he does just survive. This should be a tie-up, but he does have that super for next round as well.
Beautiful reactions from Mystic Esports. They managed to hunker down and stay safe from Tooney's super, which almost completely shut them down. If the second one had connected, he certainly would have made huge plays. He's certainly thinking about using it as well. Also staying hidden, making sure that he can stay away from Zeus and Luffy. Just go down to the poison if he opts to do so, but they could also end off the game right here and now. Yeah, now running into the poison, probably a good call to not feed any supers to the enemy side. Maybe opt to fire that super away and hit some people as they're filtering out of spawn.
Yeah, well, even out now, and a convincing first round from Papi Chulos was instantly turned around by Oh, the 3 snipe comes in, and they're all running for their lives. Straight back to spawn. Nathan looking to actually try and contest it, but it says hello to Steel. Gets the roundhouse kick off, and Steel just rolls out. A little bit unfortunate. Snipe came in once more from Tooney, but couldn't quite tie it off. Does not get the kill. And 3v2. There's still some room for Mystic to work, but just not a lot.
Not a whole lot, especially as all these bushes on the left side have been taken down, and that's where they're primarily located. But they could sneak around the right side. We'll just have to get through Steel first, and he's quickly charging that super automatically. Just gets it for free by virtue of being Daryl. And staying close by Tooney, who's basically just the standing turret, but also a standing super battery for Zeus as he manages to get 1 shot off. It's not an optimal situation for Mystic Esports, as they only have 2 brawlers in a 3-brawler matchup, but it's certainly possible to come back as long as they're able to stay out of reach of Steel should he decide to roll in.
Yeah, they really do need these supers as well. Luffy trying to work for his, but I feel like Zeus is just that little bit more important at the moment. Grom Bomb comes in and it's avoided. Luffy does stay alive. Tooney going for the double snipe, and he does go down. Nice kills from him, and he also did effect over the left-hand side as well. Steel gets the finish off, and the first game goes to Papi Chulos.
You just didn't learn from the first several Mandy supers, now did ya? Just beautiful connections on the Mandy supers so far, and we're going to have to see Mystic play way more cautiously into this. Already spitting up a little bit more, not filtering all the way up the left side this time. Of course, Mandy's not going to have a super at the beginning of the game, but it never hurts to reinforce some good habits. Already, though, more supercharge being farmed on the right side. Papi Chulos, they're exactly where they want to be. Mystic Esports have now been forced to take that east versus west sort of matchup, whether it's on this map or on the ping as well. But Mystic Esports finding their comfort zone. Nathan also just working on gradually firing up that super. Once he has it, second, and Mandy are going to need a lot of protection.
Just playing it slowly now. Zeus and Mystic don't really want to risk anything, and it's kind of a comp where you have to risk it all for the chance at a win with Nathan and Luffy being so aggressive in this composition, but we have already got a Daryl super, and that should be able to counteract pretty much any aggressive play they want to make. Second just wants his Grom Bomb. Mandy wants another super, and Team Mystic just kind of being zoned out here.
Now, so far, here it comes, though. Luffy with the gadget in. Steel chasing him down. Zeus also being cut off. Luffy goes down in the midst of his super. Zeus also trying to back away from Steel. Great recovery from Toonie, but now he's staring Nathan right in the face, trying to get a lot of damage, trying to stay out of range. Has his super. Could have gotten the kill, maybe, but opted to hang on to it for the next round. Unlucky for him. Fang has a super too. He's ready to go, immediately aggressive onto either of those squishy brawlers on the enemy side. We're talking Grom and we're talking Mandy, and here she goes. Big super in, no connections, unfortunately. Mystic Esports retain a huge lead.
Nathan, though, does have the super and looking to try and go aggressive, but Steel is there. He's waiting. If it hits all three of them, there's a couple of snipes from Toonie. Just wants this win tied up. Nathan looking for the super, but also might want to hold it on for next game, but doesn't want to feed Toonie along the way, and so far he's pretty much just feeding him.
It definitely appears to be so, but there's still room for Mystic Esports to come back, especially Nathan on the left side. He's looking for an opportunity versus Second and Toonie. Steel standing by closely. Here's Second. He's left out to dry. Roll in from Steel. Nathan tries to get away. Roundhouse kick to peel the aggression, and he's still able to recover, but Toonie shuts down his teammate on the left side and follows up with a final shot to the face, tying up the game. Poppy Chulo's just one round away from taking a set.
Yeah, Luffy used that early gadget up into the bush, but they're checking it for their lives now. Don't want to be surprised by something like a Carl with that spin, but that's a flying hook wasted as he's instantly just had to move over to the left-hand side and possibly expected them to try the left for once and play it a little bit differently, but so far it's been working for them. Toonie with super now, looking for the double hit and a charge back up, but ends up getting none.
Yeah, very nearly a kill onto Zeus there, but it was not even really that close, unfortunately. More of a prediction by Toonie that was quite off, but he'll still be able to farm it back. There's still plenty of time before that poison kicks in, but he needs to be lining up the shots. And Luffy staying just out of range, still baiting some of the aggression and trying to make Poppy Chulos a little impatient. If they do get impatient, Nathan could come in and snap up a couple of kills. Second still, ready with his super, the big bomb, ready to go on either side. Everyone has their super except for Toonie. And as this poison starts to close in, we're going to see a flurry of supers flying left, right, and center.
Yeah, well, Steel's got his, Second's got his. It's going to be the Grom Bomb and the roll in simultaneously, I'm sure. Super comes in, but that's literally to the one person, nowhere near anybody. Steel's got the super, Zeus trying to go aggressive, but Steel surely going to tank another shot, and Poppy Chulos do manage to get this game and this set in the bag. Maybe we underestimated them a little bit, but also I feel like Mystica maybe just not drafted the best comp.
I completely agree. I think that they sort of saw the pick right off the bat. They saw the Grom, and they're like, okay, this is going to be really, really easy to counter. And then they picked one brawler and decided, yeah, we're done. And Grom is extraordinarily difficult to face. And I think just all of these picks working together allowed some room for mistakes on the side of Poppy Chulos as well. We saw some missed supers from Toonie. We saw some great ones as well. But moments like these as well, where Poppy Chulos are able to continue farming supers off of Nathan towards the end of the match and come into the next round with a lot of supers on their side, so much value. This was actually a really good recovery from Mystic Esports, though. This is the kind of stuff that we need to see from them throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's those big plays that needed to be made simultaneously. The supers in, Nathan going aggressive, Luffy going aggressive at the same time. And it's just not something we saw. Those really nice supers from Toonie there as well, getting the double connections and even triple connections at certain points. Steel playing some nice Daryl as well. And it's just pretty much an outcome for Mize. They needed to make those quick, snappy plays, and the quick, snappy plays just weren't being made.
Yeah, and look how happy they are, too. A little bit of relief there as well. I mean, Poppy Chulos now with one set under their belt in this match. Definitely one step closer to getting their first win posted up on the scoreboard. And versus Mystic Esports, certainly some bragging rights at the end of the road too, should they make it there. But it's been a strong start for them, and momentum is a huge thing in competitive Brawl Stars. So I think it's looking quite optimistic for them. Though, also let's acknowledge, Knockout can be kind of an iffy mode, and it did look like an outdraft for Poppy Chulos. I think this is really the one thing that elevates Poppy Chulos to the next level and can help them take down the big guys in the region, is outdrafting. And in this case, I think we're both in agreement. It was an outdraft by Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, 22 supers looking at that statistic as well is wild in a game mode like Knockout. You expect maybe 3.
Yeah.
Something like that. But no, they did manage to get quite a lot on the board. And look at this for a prediction. And the audience is pretty much siding with what we said. Mystic Esports coming in the favorite. Poppy Chulos not looking great right now. But maybe they are.
Maybe they are. I mean, if we just are looking at the one set in a complete void, devoid of every other match that they have played in the competition so far, yeah, they're looking quite good, but it's such a small sample size. And even then, we saw a few blunders here and there. Of course, yeah, you're going to miss the odd Mandy super from time to time. And with the rate that Toonie was churning them out, it's not really that much of a waste. They managed to still pull out a 2-0 within the set because of it. Still, though, I'm optimistic for the outcome, and I think also Mystic Esports may have underestimated their opponent. They made it to the challenge stage. They're good. They're in the top 8. Mystic Esports also just sort of barely made it into the top 8 as well, but they're dominating so far. So, once again, I think really this just goes to prove you can't underestimate your enemy. Was this case for Mystic Esports? Really a mystery, and really just theorizing here. On Ring of Fire, though, we'll get to see if they get their game faces on and really hand it to Papachulos.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every interview we've had is saying, oh, all the 8 teams in this league are incredible. Anybody could beat anybody, and maybe it's time a few of the teams actually listen to that and come to the realization that they might be underestimating a few teams, and Papachulos might be one of those. Ring of Fire, going to be the game mode. Oh, the map, should I say, the game mode being Hot Zone. Lou, Otis, and Gray being banned out from Mystic Esports. Pretty good bans, to be fair. Papachulo's going to ban out the B, the Lou, and the Meg. Neither team wants to be seeing that Lou, and I am fully behind it.
Yeah, certainly me too. With the B banned out, though, I think that this is pretty much a dead giveaway that Papachulos are fully on the Poco bus today, or just maybe, hey, they're B haters. I mean, we saw how dominant B can be, even in the absence of brawlers that she just straight up counters, so frustrating brawler to deal with, really dictates a lot of the meta in the region. Papachulos now getting best at their own game. Here's the Poco on the enemy side, but if they banned out B, knowing that Poco is so dominant on this map, they have to have some kind of backup plan, right? Because if you're facing into a Poco after you've banned B, then either that's a huge mistake, or you got some kind of counter strategy and you're baiting your enemy to do so.
You really, really hope so. Lou off the table, B off the table, Otis off the table. I don't know how I'm feeling about Papachulos right here, but they're going to go with the Crow. Play a bit slow, but then again, Poco can pretty much just negate that with his gadget.
Yeah.
The slow intoxin comes in, and instantly it is gone by the Poco gadget, but Papachulo's still got a pick to come as well. Might be something a little bit more targeted towards the Poco pick, because I feel like Crow, yes, it's good against Poco, but pretty much every time it's going to be good against it, it's going to be negated.
Yeah, this is pretty much true. I think Papachulos can also think about like what is going to be combined with the Poco. Are they going to go for something like a Max, which wouldn't be a hugely unexpected thing, but into the Crow might be a bit of overkill. Here comes the Lola from Papachulos, not a brawler that we see pop up a ton on this map, and is not like the most popular anymore, but is still just a good all-around brawler that can do a whole lot of things. I think also the big consideration is like, let's be prepared in case of tanks, because she has decent range and she has good damage, like really, really good burst damage. So I think it's a prudent pick by Papachulos, but Mystic Esports have a plethora of ways that they can fire back, especially if they lean into the survivability and rely on Poco to be able to pop off the, not the tuning fork, but his second gadget to negate the effects of the poison and the slow.
Well, Penny going to be up next from Mystic Esports. It kind of seems like maybe they did pivot off their kind of initial idea just a little bit. Not sure if you'd usually take just Penny and Poco. Maybe the third pick is going to be something a little bit more tank-based, or even something that's just got a little bit more HP than a Penny. But at the end of the day, against the Lola, which has such good DPS, against the slows of the Crow, they might have just kind of changed their mind and gone for something a little bit more versatile.
Hey, I mean, you got to wonder, are they going to go with the Sam here? Are they going to pull out the Max or something? I mean, it's not completely off the table just yet, and it might mesh really well with Poco. Yep, there's a Sam. And I mean, even if Sam isn't best friends with Poco at mid, he's still going to be rushing up, from our perspective, the left lane, getting all the way back in the enemy backlines. And I'll tell you what I don't see on Papachulos is any form of wall break. So this could be time to pull out something like a Griff. And yes, they'll be pretty, you know, outranged by Penny on that matchup, but it'll be able to break open walls, and it'll be able to deal pretty effectively with Sam.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain about a Griff at all, to be fair. Break up the walls, make the matchups better against both Sam and Poco, have no place for the Mortars to be playing. But they've gone with a Surge. I mean, yes, against the Sam, it's pretty good. It's going to get the levels, and then you're going to be able to dominate the rest of the map, but it's just getting to that stage that's not going to be hard, but it's going to take some time. And in a game mode like Hot Zone, by the time you've got it, it might be too late.
Well, a large factor of the game is also what am I comfortable playing? And sometimes playing a brawler that you're comfortable with, and even if it's like, you know, number 2 or number 3 most effective pick at that rate, it's going to pan out better than if you pick the objectively best thing, but you're not comfortable playing with it in a very high stakes and high stress situation too. Comfort is absolute key. We'll see how they pull it off. I do anticipate Surge is going to be trying to find himself on that lane versus Luffy a lot. Big problem is that it's a lot of distance between the left and right lanes on this map, and it's especially difficult for Surge to make that lane switch when he's really slow in the beginning. So far, a lot of damage dealt by Steel, getting rid of Sam so far, and Toonie still left at level 1.
Yeah, just waiting for that Sam to come up once more, but he's actually going to be heading down the left lane this time. But Zeus is going to go down in the mid, and now Tooney's going to rotate over. Without the Poco there, Luffy's going to be slow, and Tooney might be able to get the connections necessary, but he's going straight back to the right-hand lane. A little bit of percentage kind of accumulating once more for Papi Chulos, but at this time, Mystic Esports reclaim the mid. And Odie Surge just about getting that level. He jumps into nothing, and Luffy's going to clean him up.
Yeah, that's really important. When you're playing Surge, you gotta stun your enemy. Otherwise, you're probably gonna go down before you can fire off all 3 of your shots, and that's precisely what happened to Tooney just a moment ago. Still, though, at least he has the level 2. It'll be a little bit faster. He's really gonna need it to outrun the Penny turret on the right side. No wall break, let's keep that in mind. And Penny's turret's gonna be raining down fire upon the enemies. Luffy, once again, is able to diff the matchup, but it is a trade. Zeus, Nathan, they're able to sit down, hunker down, and recover from that Crow super in just moments ago. They refuse to leave this point, and Tooney doesn't seem to have the firepower to really deal with it, but he does get a kill on Zeus, and is looking to shape up pretty well on the left side. Luffy still takes him down, but it's a recovery of mid so far by Papi Chulos, but Luffy, he's on the case, dealing lots and lots of damage. Mystic Esports really just need to succeed on this last push to close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, even if they get it down now, they're not really going to be able to bring this back. Penny's still sitting on the zone. Zeus actually going to clean that up as well. Little tank in there, and Sam's just going to walk on, get the finish off, and Mystic Esports looking to fight back, and I don't doubt that they'll finish this cell.
Pretty much. I mean, it looked so confident, so convincing from Mystic Esports. They seem to pretty much walk over Papi Chulos in that situation. What I will say, though, is I think it could be especially game-changing if Tooney is landing on Sam, hitting those shots, and making it work, getting some upgrades out here as well. Once he gets level 3, it can be a total game-changer, but feeding supers is especially dangerous. This time, Tooney, he's able to get lots and lots of damage off of Sam, hits all 3 of those shots, and already has level 2. Now headed straight for the backlines, trying to disrupt Nathan and also Zeus as he approaches the point. But the same goes for Luffy as he sneaks up the left lane and threatens the backlines of Papi Chulos.
Yeah, Tooney gets the jump off, and he actually gets the kill as well. Level 3 now, which is looking very good. Luffy's just going to survive by a hair. Steel's going to be able to avoid that and actually get the kill, but Nathan's going to strike back and get the takedown in mid. Percentage evened out.
Tooney has that super ready to go, but Luffy has some assistance on the flank. Here it comes, Gadget, super in. Tooney takes a lot of shots, and he's got another super ready to go. Big damage in from both of the defenders on the top side. Steel in second, now find an opportunity to push in, but they can't hit that turret just yet. Steel, he's trying to pinch around the left side, and Luffy gets to charge forward in the midst of that. Still no destruction onto the turret, here it comes, and Zeus is in a precarious position. Pinched, and also another turret down on the right side. Papi Chulos are really fighting for their lives. It's a furious one, and they're gonna have to pay the price and form their lives as the synergy at mid from Mystic Esports is unbeatable.
Yeah, but that down goes Sam. No aggression there now, and Tooney's still level 2 to be fair, so they got a bit of time to play with, but he is going to be slotting onto this zone and getting some percentage, playing down this mid, so he's able to adjust to whichever side Luffy goes for, and Second's now going to take over as he sees him going down this left-hand side. Jumps there, he avoids the hit, but the knockback straight into a wall, and he doesn't go very far. Second gets sniped down by the super as well. No trade just yet, but he doesn't have those knuckle busters, which is going to be difficult for Sam now.
Yeah, left high and dry, now at least sent to the grave where he can recover that super for free. Zeus and Nathan now left to defend. And Tooney pushes in from the left flank. No super, not really a whole lot he can do. Second with a big jump in, some value there, but not a whole lot. Tooney cleans things up, and he and Steel get to reign supreme over this point. They just got to defend versus one last mini push. It's going to be whatever Luffy, Nathan, and Zeus have to offer. A super is coming in from Zeus. Big heals, and Papi Chulos have to run for the hills. They have to abandon ship, but they still have one more opportunity. Tooney can super in. Here comes Second, probably getting the kill. Here it is at just the last second, 97 to 100%. A great recovery from Papi Chulos as they still have a horse in this race in the second set.
Yeah, I mean, he threw out that super. It went really far, got some damage, but couldn't get it back, couldn't get the heals, couldn't keep on cycling that, and they just weren't able to get that percentage on zone. And I said, I don't doubt they'll be taking it down. Maybe I'm here to eat my words.
And I mean, Papi Chulos will make you eat your words from time to time, but still, I can't hate you for supporting Mystic Esports out here. They've looked very, very good so far, and Papi Chulos are really just catching up at this point, as they've just taken game number 2 and playing into a comp that's quite difficult to deal with. Tooney now going to get the jump in on this turret still. It's not like he stunned anyone with that, so he's going to have to ambush an opponent on the right side. Big damage in on Luffy. Here comes the super. Luffy still recovering health. Tooney might be out of his depth. Here it is, but still recovery from Steel. Emergency super out from Second, and he still got damage on a Nathan and takes down his turret in tandem, but everyone's forced off the point so they can stay out of range of Zeus. This is why Poco offers a whole lot of control versus brawlers that don't outrange him by too much, is you have to stay away from his attacks unless you want to feed that super and surrender even more control in the long run.
Great pinch from Toonie and Steel, now level 3, uses that gadget to stay alive as well. Penny Splash goes on to Steel, but does survive also. Looking for the rotation now, but might need some heals on the way. Keeps distance, because if he baits out this Super, then it's going to be difficult to come back from. Super going to be missed by Luffy. Jump in from second now. Nathan's low. Zeus is low as well. Got the heals off just in time, but we do have that tanking from Steel. Not going to be good against the Penny or the Poco, but at least they've kept him alive.
A lot of action on the back lines. Luffy just barely staying alive, now taken down by Steel. And second, also just barely alive. Zeus and Nathan own this point for now, and they'll open the doors for Sam to push back up once again. Luffy, he's ready. He's got the Knuckle Busters in hand. Toonie down. That's his main counter. Now it's time to start taking down the back lines. Steel and second getting messed and tussled with on the back lines. Luffy now chasing after second, but it's going to be a lost cause. Some shots in on Zeus are going to weaken his healing a lot. Big jump in from Toonie, and this could be the recovery from Poppy Chulos as they creep ever closer to matching that 71%, now surpassing the margin of Mystic Esports. Really, either team has just one push left in this competition, rather within this game so far.
Just Zeus left now, and he's keeping the control well. Jump forward from Toonie now, level 4. Might get hit by the water, but doesn't. Getting some nice shots off it, splashing on both the turret and Sam. But Nathan's going to take down the mid. Bait out the jump from Toonie there, and he doesn't actually get taken down. The jump's there from second as well, 93%. They need to go in. Second goes for it. Luffy's still alive, but they got the kill. 98. He's still there, and he survives again and again and again. Mystic Esports going to take down the set, and honestly, maybe Papi Chulo should have won that.
I think they should have. I think what we saw from Lola, especially shooting all those shots towards the right side, get rid of the turret instead of shooting Sam off the point. Probably just a micro play there, but even if we rolled back the tape and added up all the numbers, would it really matter in the end? I think overall we just saw really, really good gameplay from Mystic that time, and even though they were playing into some pretty difficult counters to deal with, sometimes your comp just absolutely diffs even when the enemy picks counters. This is one of those situations. It's why we see Poco banned from time to time. It's why we see Sam banned a lot, is because they just kind of run this meta. It's all about tanks right now, and Poppy Chulos were clued in, but they weren't able to run it to completion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just difficult stuff, really, for Papi Chulos. I feel like they should have won that game. Definitely taken it down at a certain point there, and towards the end, Toonie stayed alive, level 4, out of reach of everybody, and the shots just aren't connecting when they need to. Luffy here, I have no clue how he survived. Didn't even have his Knuckle Dusters either in hand. But I mean, it's just disappointing for Papi Chulos, I'm sure. More kills, by far more damage, but significant amount less heals.
I mean, what can I say? Bro's just slimy like that. He dodges out the shots, he jukes things, he baits things, and sometimes you don't need a whole lot of health remaining or even an ability remaining to stay alive and play the objective. It's what makes Hot Zone kind of a confusing mode, as really the objective is be alive on the point for more time than your enemy by the time the clock runs out, or just reach 100% first. And that means that you don't necessarily have to be winning in the sense that, yeah, we got more kills. Poppy Chulos got more kills, as you can see, but it didn't matter in the end, as Mystic Esports were simply on the point longer. That's all it's about.
Yeah, I mean, not outclassed, not outcomped really, because they had a few counters in there, but it was just a very, very close game. I expected them to do it in 2, but Papi Chulo showed why they deserve to be here in the challenge, regardless of all these losses they've had, regardless of how, you know, we've been talking about them as the underdog pretty much coming into any game. They're showing why they want to be here. They took the first set, maybe should have taken the second, and I'm sure it's going to come back to bite them because, I mean, losing that set's just going to be difficult. They could have closed it out right here.
I mean, you look at a team like Poppy Chulos, and you look at their record so far, they really do need anything they can get, and that was a really, really close game. I think it would be an injustice to call it, to chalk it up to anything like, that was a mechanics diff, that was a comp diff. Both teams really did play their hearts out, but the comp always is going to have that chance of making the difference. And here on Bridge Too Far, we see some of these main brawlers being banned out already. Keep in mind, Bridge Too Far, you got some pretty constricted lanes here. So it really is about that matchup, sort of what brawlers you place on which lanes and how you might switch up with your teammates, or you break down the walls. And we see one of the brawlers that breaks down walls banned out. That's Colt. Also, Gray, enabling faster lane switching should you end up in a suboptimal situation. Eve, of course, always able to walk over some of those puddles and get some great value from there. So far, though, I think this is a good move from Mystic Esports. They get the Brock that can enable them to break down walls. It can also just enable straight up good damage on the enemy safe. So good, safe first pick for Mystic Esports. Keep in mind also, if they're facing versus a tank, someone that threatens of getting in close range, they can straight up not run rocket fuel. They can go for rocket laces instead, get a little bit of extra survivability, or pop over to a different lane.
Yeah, I mean, tanks seem to be the meta pretty much everywhere at the moment. Without a max, it might be just that little bit more difficult, and without the Grey, it becomes just that little bit more as well. But if you run it down, it can work. Nanny going to be picked up from Papichulos, and we know that if a tank can just dodge a few of those Nanny shots, get in within a decent range and be able to tank a couple of those close range big hitters from Nanny, then it can be pretty difficult. So definitely still on the menu for either one of these teams at this point, but it seems like we might have a bit of a sharpshooter off at this point.
It's certainly appearing to be so, but of course there are different sharpshooters across different modes that are valued on, for instance, Heist, right, which is where we find ourselves, and can get actually some decent DPS on the safe. Like Piper is one which might not be my personal favorite on this map, simply because, yes, she can get some good kills out here, but she doesn't get the consistent DPS on the safe. Bonnie is one of those that is able to do fairly well versus sharpshooters because despite having slow speed, she is able to tank a lot of damage. And then in the end, once you get that super fired up, jump right on top of a sharpshooter on the enemy team, or on the safe, or both if you want to kill two birds with one stone. Mystic Esports have to also be considering, could there be a tank running up one of these lanes? I'm not saying you're going to see an Ashe really any day here, but I would not be surprised to see, say, a Sam final pick. And I think that's also why we see Mystic Esports reacting with something like a Lola. Yes, you're able to get some decent range. Yes, you're able to get good damage locked in on the safe, but you can't take risks when Sam can really run this game at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Lola's quite good against the Bonnie. Once you get that super, it's going to be able to tank a few shots, and especially if we go with freeze frame, it's going to be able to tank even more. And the same with Nanny, I guess, as well, but it will be a little bit more DPS coming out of him. So Bonnie, good at that close range, but they've just got to keep him at a long range, and especially with this Bell, he's going to be able to do just that.
And I think Bell's also going to be a great way to deal with Bonnie. And I think also that Papichulos might have expected Mystic Esports to go with something like a Colette, for instance, into the Bonnie, since that's a hard counter right there. But Mystic Esports don't appear to be biting, even though Colette would be great value since she deals with Bonnie, and she also gets on that safe pretty reliably. Thing is that Colette just gets really outranged at times, and you got to keep yourself as versatile as you can on these matchups because it's not easy to switch between lanes. There's a Piper last pick from Papichulos, and this is where we would usually see a Piper pick on a map like this. Once you know that there aren't going to be any brawlers launching themselves at you, getting in close range, really screwing you up, you can play something like the Piper. But Papichulos, they're going to need all the damage they can get. They don't have the most DPS with this comp. It makes me a little bit worried unless they get some cheese rolling out. They get the Warp Blast with any teleport onto the safe and start getting the damage from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be control, really, from Papichulos in comparison to the big damage hitters that we've got, Lola and Brock on the other side. They've got to keep control. They've got to keep on getting these kills, get the chip damage bit by bit, because if they let one push through, it could all be over for them.
It's absolutely true, and that's why you got to pick good DPS brawlers on this mode if you want to be able to play safe. Just get one push in, you can pop off a serious amount of damage, and that's not the case at all for Papichulos. But it doesn't stop him from pushing forward very confidently. Zeus, Nathan, and Luffy all reacting to the pressure, just falling into defensive position. Zeus, he's also placed down a nest egg at mid. Bear Trap could be activated at a moment's notice. Second, also taking major damage as Luffy pinches in from the right side. Here comes the Nanny super, teleport. There's the Warp Blast I was talking about. They kill onto Luffy. Zeus also taking down, and Steel now gets to deal some damage versus a safe. Same for Tooney. But Mystic Esports have taken a lot of damage so far. They still have a high DPS comp that can react with a ton of DPS.
Yeah, I mean, it's just got to be one takedown, an open lane, and they're going to be able to deal some good damage. Luffy trying to make the push for it now. The Nanny with peep up top, but can't quite use it just yet. Second getting pinched down, and that seems to be all we're seeing at the moment. Steel going to jump in to try and deal some damage of his own, as we're seeing quite a lot being projected onto the safe from up top. Little homemade recipe comes down. Tooney's going to TP up to the safe, and he's with Steel there, avoiding some shots, and that's 3.6k per hit, and that is damage being rained down.
Brilliant bait there from Tooney, getting out of the way of that shot. A final celebration from Piper as well. And you know what? I'll eat my words. Papichulos, great selections here, and even better execution, I gotta say. They managed to get that control, just like you were touching on, Trav, and they ran with it. While they didn't manage to shut down the safe after just one or two pushes, they had that consistency of control and positioning that allowed them to, despite having lower DPS, still blast the safe down to 0 and close out the game.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were going to need the whole game to be able to kind of wait it out and play for the control, but we're seeing a bit of a base race here at the moment, getting some damage up top and some bounces on from Bell and shots from Luffy up down here, and staying pretty even. Zeus does pick up second, though, and Tooney is getting a lot of damage down the bottom again, and this is the kind of heavy-hitting DPS that we saw, but Nathan does get Tooney taken down. Steel going to get the trade in the mid, but Nest Egg, oh, wow. Nest Egg almost took him down, but Brock's going to be the one to finish him off.
Really did thread the needle around that nest egg. I mean, that's evidence of good team comms as well. And here's the Rocket Laces we were talking about too. Getting that easy lane switch. Now face versus second. He's kind of outmatched here as well. Getting some decent damage in there as well. Using Rocket Laces to escape as well. Here's a jump in. Second's going to be able to finish him off with just one hit. Brilliant move there. Something you really only do in 1v1s, but this map is basically 3 1v1s at once, and then maybe some team play from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we've had a bit more pinching from Mystic, but at the moment we're seeing the damage coming down from Papi Chulos, but Zeus looking for the kill of the safe up top, but Steel just trying to cling on to his last thread of HP down here. Tanks coming through and the jump forward, but it's just not going to be quick enough. Couldn't have done it defensively, couldn't have done it offensively, had to make a decision and chose wrong. They take the win, 1-1, 1-1.
Seemed to me like Mystic Esports really started off that last game with a bang. They pushed all the way back into Papi Chulos' spawn and were able to leverage a lot of damage from that angle. Papi Chulos cannot lose the early game interaction unless they want that to happen. Again, brilliant lane play here from Toonie, not even taking a shred of damage. An early homemade recipe as well onto Zeus. He's under a lot of pressure, but despite the duress, he's still pushing forward and getting some decent damage in. Some taps onto the safe. Zeus now taken down with a tap from the left side. Big damage from Toonie, and despite Steel trying to get on that safe, he just made it over the puddle before being taken down. Nathan with good lane switch too. Toonie now trying to defend on the right side, but just with that, Papi Chulos, they've now dipped below the amount of damage they've done to Mystic Esports so far off of really what I can't even consider a real push.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much is that one push mentality that they kind of drafted for. Toonie looking for the kill now, gets the TP in and gets it as well. Damage gear activated, which means Nathan needs to bring him down, but he hasn't just yet. 3,600 coming on the safe there, and Nathan eventually gets it. But second, still alive in the mid and keeping the control, narrowly misses that shot. And honestly, it might even be worth opening up this map.
Absolutely could be. Nathan's capable of it too, but it doesn't look like either team is too keen to do so at the moment. Here comes the peep, now targeting Nathan, or maybe even going for the warp blast in. A little teleport action. Mystic Esports now playing for the base race. Toonie could get an elimination on the back right. Nathan takes care of business. Steel with big damage in too. Zeus also trying his best to defend. Just 5.6k left on Mystic Esports' safe. And one big push from Mystic Esports left of damage on Papi Chulos' safe. Papi Chulos, they cannot get desperate. Otherwise, they could forfeit everything that they've worked for so far.
Seems like they are getting a little bit desperate, but Nani's actually going to go down to Nathan. Super onto safe. Zeus is looking for the damage well, but the second gets the kill up top. 3 more shots should do it. There's 2. Can he get the third? And they just sneaks it under Nathan. Was going to have some help up from the right-hand side anyway, but Papi Chulos actually taking another set. And it looked like control, really. It wasn't a base race, and that's what they needed from the start.
Well, what I will say is control was definitely the name of the game for their approach. As far as how consistently they kept that control, they wavered quite a bit at the beginning of Game 2, and it ended up costing them the game in the end because despite the base race, the forfeit of control cost them in the long run. Just that marginal advantage that Mystic Esports was able to get cost Papi Chulos the game. And Papi Chulos, I love the lane play from these guys. Sometimes they can play a little bit disjointed, and that's not an issue on this map. It's 3 lanes. 3 1v1s going on simultaneously. They got the lane matchups that they wanted, and even when they didn't, they were pretty often able to get the diff regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it's at times like that, though, where it wasn't just 1v1v1v1s that Mystic did manage to pull through and get the wins. When they're doubling up, when they're playing as a team and getting the damage on safe through that. And some nice plays from second down here on the left-hand side, pretty much baiting everybody to come across. So even if he didn't finish it, he had the assistance from the mid, from the right-hand lane. And I mean, statistics don't back up the win in this case. Mystic with more kills, more damage. Not as much healing, but usually healing isn't really the biggest statistic in Heist.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at Heist, we're not even looking at any of the traditional statistics. We want to know, did you get damage on the safe, right? And getting kills on the enemy team, still, you can lose with getting more kills if they're constantly rushing in with things like Bull and Sam and laying a ton of damage into the safe. I think great gameplay for Papi Chulos, just good control. And even when they found themselves in situations where panicking seemed inevitable, they still kept their cool and kept on going for the long run for that victory. Now, though, we're headed into Gym Grab, much more control-based mode, and you can't find yourself in those situations where you get team killed all the way at the enemy side. It's Crystal Arcade, and this is kind of a tough draft, it seems, from time to times. You have certain brawlers that are actually fairly good here, but it seems quite scattered. We're looking at Wall Break. We're also looking at brawlers that really succeed in those bushes, like Ash and such. So it can be a pretty scattered draft. The most adaptable team will win.
And I mean, to be honest, the most adaptable at the moment seems to have been Papichulos. They've been looking that little bit better, and their drafts seem just that little bit better as well. We've got the Janet, we got the Otis, and the Ruffs bands up top from Mystic Esports. Papichulos going to get rid of the Max, the Squeak, and the Sam. So, pretty good bands all round. Got the tank out the way as well. So Ash still on the board, and whoever's got first pick might opt to go for that, but picking a tank early on can come back to haunt you, but also leaving it can come back to haunt you.
This is true. Well, what I will say is, let's not forget Gold Arm Gulch, set number 1. This is where Papichulos pick their thrower first. Mystic Esports decide, oh yeah, okay, we'll bring in the Fang, and that's a W in the pocket for us, but it was quite the opposite. So now Mystic Esports have to approach this a lot more carefully. Here comes the pick of Penny. First one for Papichulos. Just a fairly good all-around brawler, I think. One of the best brawlers in the game for that reason, but doesn't suit any exact niche, right? It's not a wall breaker. It's not a tank. It's not necessarily the mid. There are way better options for mid that you could go for, but it's certainly a safe choice for Papichulos. Mystic Esports, they have a few ways that they can counter it out, but they're not going to be good for this rate. There's a gray, and I think that's an oversight for Mystic Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Papichulos have kind of left that. We might be saying hello to an Ash as well. Give us a grey Ash, a grey Jackie. Anything like that can be devastating for Papichulos at the moment, and it's going to be the thing that can turn a game round quite substantially. But will we see that tank as that second pick? And honestly, I wouldn't doubt the fact that it will, because Penny's not massive against it either, but they take the Surge. And now, Papichulos can't really take a tank, but they also don't want to leave one.
It's really just a paradox. Papichulos are just going to have to play like the lesser of two evils, pretty much. They are not going to be able to deal with the Surge and also deal with the tank at the same time. It doesn't really look like. There are a few options that you might be able to go for, but not when your opponent has the last pick. So if they go for a tank now, then they'll just have to be extremely cautious about allowing Surge onto that matchup. Keep in mind, they've gotten rid of Sam. Here comes the B. So that's a way to stay out of range of Surge and deal with tanks at the same time. So you know what? I'll eat my words. Thank you very much, Papichulos. There's a way to counter out the Surge early game as well as a tank at the same time. Here comes the Griff for the wall break too, and I'm digging it.
I honestly really do like it as well. When we get this map broken up by the Griff, when we have the Penny Throat raining down, the B hitting shots, slowing people, then even if they don't go a tank right now, it's going to be difficult for Mystic Esports. However strong Grey is, however strong Surge can be, they've just got to not feed these levels, not let him kind of TP in with someone to assist him as well. They're going with the Sprout. They've completely pivoted off their original idea, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly my favorite either, but still, Sprout can get that super relatively quickly with the supercharged gear and is able to do fairly well with, say, B, for instance. So if this is Mystic Esports deciding, yeah, we're going to leverage you not being able to use B and then go from there, good for them. Here's my big question. What are they going to do with the teleport? Is this just them creating a hole in the ground, right? Pop the Gray Super, and then get Surge's old teleport in? Because if that's the case, I'm kind of here for it. It's flashy plays. It's entertaining to watch, but I don't think it's guaranteed to work.
No, neither do I. And we got to question where people are playing as well. We're going to have the Sprout down this lane, and we're going to have Steel breaking that up instantly, which really isn't going to be too helpful for him. B down the mid, Tooney dominating the left-hand side against Nathan, already feeding no shots whatsoever. And now he's looking for Luffy as his next target.
Let's see if he's able to get it. So far, he's able to fire over these walls. It's auto-targeting Zeus for the time being. Here could come the hook. Wow, just great prediction from Tooney. You could really feel the tension between the two as they were both staring each other down and wondering, yeah, when am I going to predict the enemy to pop their gadget? Still, though, good reactions for Papichulos, is able to keep the mid-control for them a little bit longer. Zeus is still trying to farm his next super. Tooney pops yet another gadget. He only has one left, and this could hurt him in the long run as we're just barely into this game, but Papichulos still, they picked up every single gem so far, and we could be nearing a countdown within just 15 seconds.
I mean, when he has this wall, when he has this grass, it's reactive against Luffy. It's not kind of like proactive trying to react to it on the spot. Nice turret thrown forward there, and Zeus is low as well. Nathan using his gadget to get the level 2 to actually try and have somewhat of a say in this fight. The TP comes in and he is shut down. Nathan's still level 1, and it is the Griff, I believe, who's got that 10th gem, so he's got to stay alive as well. And Steel, he's chilling.
He's definitely chilling on the right side. I mean, what, far away from any enemies that could really threaten him. Same for the gym carrier, just has one job, get rid of Luffy, or at least keep him away. And it doesn't even look like he has any hand in that battle, as Luffy was simply too far away to do anything. Papichulos, I think, unexpected for a lot of people. We saw the chat predictions earlier. They are going to a match point.
Don't forget we heard our predictions as well already. I believe we both said Mystic Esports were probably going to come out on top of this one, so let's not kind of laugh at the chat just yet.
Yeah, this is true. Well, you know, maybe I should have saved my predictions for afterwards so I don't look stupid for calling my shots before they even happen, right? Maybe I'll gloat a little bit after and just tell everyone I was correct. Still, though, Poppy Chulos, I mean, looking good so far, especially as they've broken down walls right in front of B. Nathan, he's not really able to do anything. He's on the level 1. It's going to take him way too much time to circle over to that right side to be able to take advantage of anything major. I
mean, good kill from Zeus, but he's broken more walls that the Sprout's going to want to have. And Steel over the other side has broken them up as well, so Nathan can't get his level 2, can't get close enough, so he's got to pop a gadget over and over again to try and get it, but over the right side, Tooney's still dealing with Zeus pretty well. Getting hit hard now, but looking for another super, and actually second back in spawn this time, and it's Luffy with the supers and the control.
Mystic now starting to find their footing and getting into form too, as Luffy has 4 gems. Nathan still left on level 1 on the left side. We gotta see Zeus and Nathan combine to really get some good value here. Tooney also pops his final gadget. Zeus, much of the same. He has no more gadgets, no more hooks, and Tooney has no more blocks. This could be an opportunity for Nathan to finally switch over to that lane, but they forfeit so much control if they start switching up the lanes. And even then, Poppy Chulos can just switch lanes right back and even faster. Here comes the teleport in. This is what we needed to see. Big damage on the return. Lots of damage and a kill onto Zeus. Teleport in from Luffy. Luffy a little bit of healing off of that as well. But he places the hedge right on top of it. What happens if he teleports in? Okay, just right on top, but a little health healed as well. And a protected teleport in, too.
Yeah, a little bit scared he was going to pop out on the other side of that one there, but Tooney over the right side, and then down he goes. Did he TP in again? I'm not sure, but he went down this time. Nathan, the only one who can really retrieve these gems, with the TP in from Zeus, but he's absolutely destroyed, taken off the map. Pappy Chulos looking to finish this one off, and it's just Luffy who can contend, and he can't even do that anymore. Tooney's going to go down, and Nathan eventually getting a level 3. Teleport forwards, jump forwards as well, surely, but there's just not enough time. Bit of BM from second. Do we expect any less? And Pappy Chulos close this one out.
Pins, spins, wins on the board. Poppy Chulos now with their first W in the challenge phase so far. And we were talking about it. I mean, you're 0-3 so far. It's drive time, dude. You better start getting those 4 wins. You need to go on to the next stage. Go to that LAN in San Diego. And, hey, maybe they're well on their way, but we could be calling it too early. I certainly won't call it until after it's happened. Good stuff for Poppy Chulos. Definitely happy for the guys. Mystic Esports, though, not the shape that we saw them in last week.
I mean, this challenge phase really is something. We saw Mystic Esports beating STMN last week, as you've just said, and now we've seen bottom of the league beating Mystic Esports. Anybody can genuinely beat anybody here, and it's so thrilling to watch these matches week in, week out. And I mean, it was a great performance from Pappy Chulos, I think, and they probably should have swept it. And you agreed with me when I said it. They didn't have the best of comps to be able to beat it in that hot zone set, but they almost did. And there we have the gems dropping, and Pappy Chulos managing to pick them up, and just played it so well.
Just prudent drafting, I think, all around. Poppy Chulos, it looked like, I mean, look, we could be putting words in their mouth. I'll certainly be the one to take the fall for it, but they decide not to ban out Gray. Gray goes to Mystic Esports. No problem, all right? Poppy Chulos, they got the B, they got him out of range. There wasn't really much that Mystic could do with the Gray, but I think also the way we saw them play was a little bit disjointed, right? It was remarkably difficult for them to face this team, and I wonder if they really expected that.
Yeah, I mean, look at the statistics here as well. 25 gems picked up and 1 dropped. And on the other side of things, Mystic Esports pretty much drop every single gem they have, and that was mostly in that interaction where the Sprout did kind of TP in. Not sure if it was on purpose, not sure it was an accident, or if he was just caught out of position. I wasn't really paying the most attention to that left-hand side when everything else was going so wrong over the right. But it was good to see Pappy Chulos come out on top, eventually being able to bring home a win today.
You know, I feel like they heard us talking the whole time, questioning what was going to happen. And the theme that we've talked about many times of this entire season is the fact that it's so dead even. And even when you were in an 0-3 position, still a team finds a way to bounce back. So I'm not mad.
I mean, precisely, right? This is a great bounce back for Poppy Chulos. And I mean, I've been saying it all day long, and I said it even in the last match day. This is evidence of just how close the competition is getting in North America, and I'm absolutely here for it. Anyone can upset anyone. Predictions out the window, but I think Chad's actually still doing fairly well in predictions. Better than me, at least.
You know what? I think today was a little bit of a crazy day. We'll look back at the standings, and we'll see that now for the first time in this challenge season, we'll see Poppy Chulos. They do have a win in their column, which actually ties them with West Coast after West Coast's performance specifically today. So once again, it's anybody's game.
I mean, I absolutely love to see it. We've said anybody can beat anybody. The players have said anybody can beat anybody in their interviews, and it's really coming into fruition here because that is just really, really close on the leaderboard.
Love to see it. We still have one more match headed your way, folks, though, so do not go anywhere. We're going to send it to another short break, do some analysis when we return and get into that final match.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Our fourth match is done, and it's Poppy Chulos who cash in a win, a massive comeback for them, actually putting them on par on this leaderboard now with West Coast down there at the bottom.
It's a pretty unexpected victory for Poppy Chulos. They were riding the bottom of the scoreboard entering today with a 0-3 record, and now taking a victory, especially versus Mystic Esports, who just earlier today was at the very top, the only undefeated record with the 2-0. I think is a huge, huge statement about the state of NA right now in the competition.
Yeah, it's been crazy even for the last 2 weeks. We still have one more match on the day to see if we will keep an undefeated team at the top of that leaderboard. But before we get into that, you wanted to break something down for us.
I did. I think we saw a really, really good draft from Poppy Chulos just in that first set, and that sort of theme continued over the course of the entire match. Mystic Esports, I think also not really their strongest drafting day and might have gotten a bit ahead of themselves. We break down the brawlers here. Poppy Chulos, they led off with a pick of Grom. Now, Grom, he's gotten a bit of a nerf. He's not as strong as he used to be, but he's still extremely dominant. And the response for Mystic Esports in that case was the Fang. And here you can see Nathan really putting in the work on that brawler and managing to take things back. This is exactly what Mystic Esports envisioned would happen with simply the pick of Fang. And they picked it immediately in response to that Grom pick. But what we saw from Poppy Chulos was an appropriate reaction. Still, Mystic Esports kind of playing with their food here, but you see Toonie, he's also hanging on to that super. There are more factors in this equation than just the Grom gameplay and just the counterplay of Fang, as both of them are sort of out of the picture at this rate. Still, some more of the classic brawlers in Mystic Esports possession at this rate, and a little spin and a destruction on the back end. Now we get to see what Poppy Chulos had to offer in response. Also, a bit of a surprise super all the way down the left side. You never can discount the value that Mandy can bring to the table, and we see the Grom marching up the right side once again. Here's the interaction between Daryl and Fang, and this is really where I think Poppy Chulos pulled out a big brain draft. They saw the reaction of Fang not late in the draft, and here's the thing. Fang, he has counters. That's why you pull him out in the end. And Steel on the Daryl simply got it done. Just great thought process from Poppy Chulos. They got ahead of Mystic Esports in terms of the thought process as well, with the Grom pick right off the bat and the Daryl pick as well. And off of this point, Mystic Esports really just had to pick up the pieces in a 2v3. It was not an easy scenario. Still, there's comeback potential, but Steel was the main brawler that was going to give them the most trouble. When you double down with two tanks like Carl and Fang, you're setting yourself up for trouble if a real tank like Steel rolls up on you with the Daryl, and it's exactly what he's playing to do right here. Up on the right side, has that super in hand. Toonie all the way on the right side, big damage as well. Steel, he's just serving to crank up the pressure here as well, and just a great ending off to that entire play. Amazing stuff I think we saw from Poppy Chulos, and it was there right from the outset too. The reaction as well from the opposing side, it was appropriate, but it was not quite enough to make things happen. That said, I mean, you don't want to hear it all from me. We have the players from Poppy Chulos here to share their thoughts on that last match too.
Thank you very much, Reddy. That's right. I'm hanging out with Steel. We get to talk a little bit about that last match. I mean, first of all, the first win of the challenge season, that's got to feel great.
Yeah, it feels great. I'm hyped right now.
What, I mean, how's the rest of the team feeling?
We feel pretty good. It feels good to win. We're glad that we won this. We really wanted to win this one, especially this matchup.
I mean, you didn't just win. You guys did incredibly well in that match. What was the overall team morale like heading into it when you started at 0-3?
It was bad. We just came off of a bad multi-quals run in VSC, and we actually lost to TM in the multi-final. So morale was pretty low, I'm not gonna lie. We haven't scrimmed one time since qual, so a week and a half now, we haven't scrimmed one time. We just kind of came into ESL, into our games, hoping for the best, seeing what we could do, and it's been going pretty well, I guess. Like, our games have been close. Like, we haven't been getting wins, but our games are close, and then we finally got a win tonight, so that feels great.
Honestly, it speaks volumes for your guys' ability to bounce back too, because I think a lot of people would kind of let that bring them down, and you did the exact opposite. You guys came back with a force. It's very impressive. What did you end up really focusing on to change from last week to this one?
I don't know. It's kind of just the draft, being more prepared for that. We didn't prepare very much last week for our games. And then, well, one of them we DQ'd last week because we didn't show up on time. Thank you to second best. But the other one we didn't prepare. And then this week we've been preparing, and we felt really ready for the drafts. All the drafts felt really easy today.
All right.
And it usually feels pretty hard. So, oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say so we've learned as long as everyone's on time, then you guys do incredibly well. Then you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
it's totally fine. Listen, we still have 2 more weeks of this, right? You've kind of started a little bit. You've got a good foot in the door. You could start a snowball effect here. So what are you kind of looking forward to for the next 2 weeks of the challenge?
We're just gonna use it to, I don't know, try to focus for the next quals and see what we can do. I guess we didn't expect that much coming into this challenge season. Like, we didn't really expect, we don't expect to make LAN. We're just gonna try to work on getting better as a team and drafting and whatnot, and we're gonna see how many games we can win. If we make LAN, then with some Cinderella run, then I mean that would be fire. But I don't think that's gonna happen. But yeah.
No, honestly,
I don't know.
Tons of respect though for putting in that work and that grind, because this is a really tough season this time around, and you guys definitely have started to do that even just here today. So congratulations again. Before I let you go though, do you want to do any shout outs for anything?
Shout out to OG on STMN for helping us with the draft. Shout out to Fade and Patchy and Charles especially on Dogwalkers. He was helping us in the VC and with the drafts and whatnot. So shout out to those guys. Yeah, that's it.
All right, I love that. Well, Steele, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us today.
Thank you for having me.
We'll talk soon. Okay, honestly though, I kind of like that, because this is exactly what we've been talking about the entire time. He's sitting there saying that even if they don't think they're going to make it to lane, they're using the entire season to better themselves, to improve, to use this level of competition to focus on the next season. That's cool.
Yeah, no, it's super important when you look at the excuse me, the maturation of the sport, right? Because a lot of times you jump into an esport and you're like, well, okay, we got to do it this season. Maybe, who knows, this, that, and the third. We're a couple of years in. Brawls are going anywhere. You can make these kind of long-term goals.
Yeah.
And definitely very cool to kind of see that. And part of that process is a region helping each other.
Oh, God, yeah.
And hearing OG help out with a draft, hearing Patchy come in. NA's helping NA as we realize it's more of a global competition.
No doubt. I think it's great that there's collaboration and some friendship and some respect and some sportsmanship between these teams. I also think it's remarkable that they're making a long-term plan for the entire year. We're ready for the next season, or at least we're preparing for the next season. You don't often see some of these free agent teams stick together after all is said and done, and that warms my heart, and it makes me excited to watch as a Brawl Esports fan.
I think they're definitely going to be somebody that we will be keeping our eyes on for quite some time, especially if that is their long-term plan. Like you said, it speaks volumes of the trio. And now they, like we said, they're tied with West Coast for the record, and we still have 2 weeks of action in store. But before that 2 weeks, we have one more match to close out today. The 5th and final match on stream. We get to see Dogwalkers for the first time up against Tribe.
This is the squad that just got thanked. Charles, Chino, and Patchy. Last time I said Patchy, one of the most talked about brawlers in the past year or so. And I think things have kind of quieted down, but not by much, and certainly not Patchy himself.
Of course, of course. I mean, these players always got a lot to say, right? But that's part of the entertainment of Brawl Esports.
Yes.
And this is exactly what you and I love, and I think a lot of people love as well, is, making some predictions before the match even starts, too, and leaving the Dogwalkers to do so. But you said quieting down, right? And I sort of agree. I think that they face versus some very tough opponents, but we're still seeing the same level of play and the same level of effort from them.
So when I say quiet it down, I think that I was really talking about the fan base.
Oh.
The fans, when Patchy at the scene, that's every Reddit thread, every Twitch comment, that's all you could hear. Now, conversation is more balanced a little bit, but Patchy is still kind of the same dude, like you said. And you want to talk about people that are still the same dudes. What's up, Tribe? conversation has largely been about that return to greatness, the resurgence, and I think we started that conversation a little bit too soon last season, but now they're doing it. Now they're actually doing it. Getting a chance to hear from Corey just a little bit earlier. Always fun. And, you know, listen, I'm not shy about it. I like watching these guys play.
Oh, yeah. It's enjoyable to watch them play. Not only do they have a style of play that I think is pretty unique in this region, that if you remove all the name tags, you could still tell it's Tribe, but also when you get the cams on like we saw just a moment ago, they're laughing, they're joking, and they got camaraderie. This is a real team that is stuck together for years. It's a synergy that is a product of several years sticking together since 2020, the World Finals, and still going strong.
I've always looked at Tribe as kind of the standard. They play what the meta and the tier list kind of dictates. They do their homework and they just kind of play what's expected. Rarely are you surprised by a pick by Tribe Gaming. They kind of play what is supposed to win, and well, most of the time they wind up succeeding. It takes something special, you know, to kind of break that mold, and I think that's sort of the storyline of Stamina. Usurping them has been, you know, them kind of breaking that.
Yeah, and I think when we look at a comparison between these two teams, you can see Dog Walkers have been on a pretty good journey in terms of like some micro plays, some micro adjustments. We're looking at Season 2 right here, and it hasn't been Season 2 for very long, so take it all with a grain of salt. But Dog Walkers so far, hey, they got better stats overall. The supers from Tribe Gaming NA, I think we can chalk that up to some different brawler choices as well.
Sure.
And kind of keep it at that.
Absolutely. You know, the numbers, too close, too small sample size. You know, we'll see a little bit later when the numbers come in. That's really what I'm looking at for sure.
Well, it's going to be a great way to close out the day. Now, for the final time, !DH San in chat. Okay, that's going to be your one-stop shop for all of information you could possibly need for DreamHack San Diego. If you want to come watch the finals of this competition unfold, the time, the where, the how, and a coupon code. So make sure that you are using it. And the last match of the day means the last poll of the day. You guys have been doing well so far, but in match number 5, do you think it's going to be Dog Walkers, or will Tribe remain undefeated? Because if they do, they'll be the only ones.
True. And this is tough competition as well.
So stiff.
Dog Walkers have stood up, so we'll see.
I'm excited for this one. I think it's going to be a great way to close out the day. So let's get into our 5th and final match.
Let's do that. Thanks. Glitter, are you
What is
excited?
this?
I was going to say, are you ready? But, you know.
Oh, man. You know, the last time I said I'm ready and set to go, you called me cringe in front of an audience.
And I'll do it again.
You know what? You oughta. You got to keep me you got to keep me grounded, my guy. But still, we'll get right into it. I'm ready to go, and you're to go. Let's make it happen. Dog Walkers and Tribe bands coming out. See, okay, you know, it's fun. We have a few goofy laughs and gaffes up here sometimes. We got to keep this on the rails, dude. Let's make it happen.
Safe Zone, Hard Rock Mine, and Pinhole Punt. Shooting Star and Dueling Beetles, should we need them. And our bans are out. Double Colt ban. Colt, historically, you know, does a lot of safe damage, can break some walls. So you know, just a strong ban in general for the basics, the fundamentals.
I think both teams sort of had the same idea. Like, we're going to ban Colt, and we're going to take that last option to break open the wall, which is like Griff. Yeah. Now, there are other ways you can deal with it, but you don't get it for free, right? You don't get a whole lot of free wall break in this game. When free, I mean gadget-wise.
Sure.
Now, we can also get other forms of wall break. There are a lot of brawlers that have wall breaking supers, especially Colonel Ruffs. And I think this might be the reaction from Dog Walkers. There are numerous ways to deal with it, though. And if we're talking like Tribe Gaming in particular, Otis definitely like tops my list in terms of lanes that they might go for that can quickly shut things down. Here's a Colette from Dog Walkers, and I wonder if this means that they're gonna go for like an 8-bit, because while Colette is very good, she's, I think, most known in some situations for countering things. Yeah, there it is. I think this is a good strategy and a really interesting one from Dog Walkers.
I like the 8-bit. Gonna waddle his way to victory. You know, just a ton of damage coming out there. But you know, I look at the Griff, and I think that again, Tribe doing the expected, kind of the standard. All right, we've selected the wall break. That's what you do in Safe Zone. Now they need to find some strong damage onto the safe. Number of directions you can go here. We've seen a lot of Daryl in recent memory when it comes down to heist in general. Obviously, any real shotgun character is going to be strong there. But I like the Colonel Ruffs because, again, strong pick in his own right, but also without Dog Walkers taking him now, sure, man, we'll take that away from DW.
Exactly, and you can get a lot of damage pumped out of Griff if you give him that supply drop, but I think this is also evident of another thing, which is that with so many wall breakers banned out, 8-Bit gets to flourish. He needs those walls to place his turret behind and survive from there. Tribe, they're going to be breaking down walls wherever they can. Here's the Piper as well. It's got to be as Livy, man, but you know what? I'm ready to eat my words and see Zulon pop off on the Piper regardless. Still, though, I like the Colonel Ruffs pick from Tribe, but it seems iffy to me. It's not really the strongest thing. I think we could see a comp diff from Dog Walkers.
All right. I'm on the other side. I actually really like the Colonel Ruffs here. It's going to power up both the other selections that they've gone with. There's the Gray selection, the last pick, Gray. Listen, you know, sometimes you forget.
Pretty much. I mean, like, look, I forgot every now and then, right? But, like, Gray from time to time sneaks through and everyone forgets about him. And if you're one of the old heads in the scene and you have certain brawlers that you like to play, like Tribe Gaming in particular, I think they're a great example of this sort of phenomenon where they have achieved very high skill cap on some of the brawlers that have been in the game longer. They are going to prefer those brawlers. And sometimes your mind, your draft brain just doesn't go to that kind of stuff. Now, will Dog Walkers be able to execute is really the big mystery here. There's a wall break as well, and it slipped my mind too.
All right. Off to the races. And it looks like Dog Walkers are going to be the ones with the pressure first. It's Tribe Gaming sort of on their back foot. Damage on the right-hand side, and Patchy able to win that one on the Gray. But not a huge window open. Literally just 5% here. Brought to you by Charles in the middle. And Charles also taking down Zulon.
Oh my god, big teleport in. Chino with a big damage. Patchy and Charles in tandem laying into that safe. Just 52% remain and probably more on the way, but the supply drop is able to stifle things on the right side. Chino also going down, and now the teleporter gone down as well. Patchy now just looking for the retreat as Dog Walkers are now back to their safe for a defense, but with the teleporter on their side, they have immense mobility.
It's so cheeky as well that you can drop the teleporter on the 8-bit turret and just kind of move your entire, because that's one of the downsides to the whole, to turret characters, right? That you kind of have, you're stationary. Well, DW can move that turret up forward with the help of his teammates, and that drastically changes things. Tribe Gaming falling down. Ton of damage being dealt here by the Dog Walkers because of it. Tribe Gaming only now really answering back, but still in trouble as here comes the blue team.
Big damage coming in, but a shutdown as well from Tribe Gaming as they start to lay into the safe. So much damage rolling in, and so far, so good. You got to be grateful that we get to see these kind of plays, that we get to see these career brawlers make it happen on screen. We have Snapdragon Elite Gaming to thank for that. Thank you to our friends at Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making this all possible. As the Dog Walkers now look to advance once more up mid. No teleport in hand just yet, but Patchy's looking for the next one. Zulon can't block them up with the sandbags this time, and it could spell trouble.
20 seconds on the clock here. And a very tight game, especially in comparison to what it started as, with Dog Walkers with an astronomical lead. Now, a little lead for Dog Walkers as Livy tries to fight back. 39%. They just need 5 to match, and here they come. 3 seconds, the damage dealt, and that's all she wrote. Tribe Gaming able to get game 1, and an exciting one to start off.
Excellent comeback for Tribe Gaming, and they're in focus mode. They are leaning forward, hunched over. It's
Shrimp
game
mode.
time for the guy. Yeah, shrimp mode, exactly. Oh, man. Yeah, a good running joke, I'm sure. But Dog Walkers now, their gimmick might be running out. It worked at the beginning of the last game. Now Tribe Gaming are ready to react because look at how much Tribe Gaming are able to create space here. They can deny the super to Patchy for a long time, but he's still going to get it eventually. And if they can keep their space, then the teleport doesn't have as much to offer.
Well, I don't think that the teleport, one of the things that I, kind of like about this composition is that it's not all in on the teleporter. You can just push up, graze a fine brawler in and of himself, and you toss an 8-bit to collect it. Of course, with the all in, kind of here we are, that's the gimmick. But if they're strong comp, that's not the only card they have. So, I think Tribe Gaming kind of neutralized that idea but I think Dog Walkers might be able to pull something else out. Colette goes in, big damage out of Dog Walkers, and they've got 31% just like that.
No TP required in some circumstances, but here on the right side, it's a big benefit. Teleport over to the left side. Patchy almost able to take down his Livy, who's running for the hills. Right side, not quite able to get out of the way, and Patchy gets the diff. Charles with big damage on the safe, too. Just 80% remaining, and Tribe Gaming in the lead, 36%. Left on their safe. Big damage in. Chino also on the backlines. Teleport forward. Big damage on Zulon, who can't really react in time. Chains a super off of it, but ends up being met in the end with a supply drop. Doesn't stop Charles and Patchy from this unrelenting charge forward. It's only 15% remain. Just one more flurry of shots from Charles could send Tribe Gaming packing.
As Livy's doing a great amount of work, and with all that said, he's still 85% down. Teammates getting stepped on. Chino, well, he's the one kind of eating it this time around. Finally, Tribe Gaming doing a big push forward, but the respawns come just in time for Dog Walkers. Got to keep an eye on Tyrant down here, getting some cheeky damage, and with Patchy winning up top, this is a base race. Tribe Gaming losing it, but Chino with a kill.
Here comes Tyrant, left side, pinched really hard. Patchy and Chino now divert their focus to Piper. They're cross-eyed, they can't focus on any one place. Chino gets a diff on the left side, and Tribe Gaming are still able to hold their ground, just 1%. If no one makes it through, it's a Tribe Gaming W. Dog Walkers have to make it to the enemy side, but the last-ditch effort is fruitless. Zulon with a super in and a takedown to the safe. It's a 2-0 for Tribe Gaming in set number 1.
And that's 2 games in a row where Dog Walkers kind of, not only do they have the early game, but they kind of have the mid game as well. And it's not a last-second bounty-style victory for Tribe Gaming, but they're just like totally fine with letting you kind of have the lead, feel a little bit of confident. And I mean, you know, as my old buddy used to say, they're just lulled into a false sense of security.
Pretty much. I mean, Dog Walkers, they go, okay, so the wall breakers are gone. Let's make it work. But also, we have a wall breaker. It's gray, and you weren't thinking about that.
Yep.
But still, I mean, look, this is this is almost a picture-perfect comp from the Dog Walkers. But Tribe Gaming, you know, they pull out something like Piper. She can break walls, yeah, but she's got to earn it, and she's got to get into position first. And if you're the Dog Walkers here, you usually anticipate we're always going to be at mid because we're always teleporting forward. Even if we have 8-bit and he's literally the slowest brawler in the game, he's teleporting up there and getting free positioning. It's not the case when you're playing versus Tribe Gaming and you're playing versus their mains. This is their mechanic diff. This is their arc.
Exactly, and that's one of those situations where sometimes, as when you're a confident squad, you kind of bait the opponents into picking the new hotness.
That can't be right.
Really? 0?
Yeah, me too.
Ain't nobody voting for Patchy out here?
I'll vote for Patchy. I'll cast a vote for Patchy.
That face when nobody votes for you in the chat.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Blank face. On the other side, Zulon and Tyrant Star just memeing. Just hanging out in VC. I like that. Tribe Gaming, again, I've said before that I like watching them play. This is a squad that's always down to have fun, and I think that last composition really reflected that. Hey, dude, let's just pick what we're good at. Give them gray. We can still step over them. Stepping over safe zone, on to the next one. Hard Rock Mine will be the gem grab locale, and our bans are out. No gray, no tanks, no pulls, no wolves.
Well, and we look at the side of Tribe Gaming too in terms of their bans. Yeah, get the gray out of here. Please, please, let's not play into that again, because I think Tribe didn't win that because they had that much better of a composition. They were completely comp diff. They won because they were able to grit their teeth and make it through. They're not letting that slip through the cracks once again. And the Ash and the Sam bands, while they are good brawlers to have on your side, and you can just have either or. I mean, look, they got first pick. Yeah, they're not going to be picking it as a counter, but these brawlers are not what they're strong at. Tribe are not strong with tanks, but that's the current meta. So they have to brute force their way through this stage of the year.
I think gray also, you know, again, different game modes. When it comes down to heist, they teleport in. Maybe you plan on playing defense instead of third. Bounty, or excuse me, gem grab, that teleport can be a little bit more cumbersome to deal with. So with that said, our picks are coming. Max and Penny selected here for the Dog Walkers. Option over to Tribe. Want to see who teams up with Janet.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think Janet, really one of the main abilities that she's going to have that's useful is having that super that you can use to scout out some enemies, get a little bit of shock damage done to enemies before you make a big push in, or just be sort of a reconnaissance troop. And this is, I think, where we see Tyrant start to flex his ability on the Brawler, but really anyone on the squad is suited to play Janet. It's not like they've invested a ton of skill cap into this pretty fresh Brawler on the block. We talk Dog Walkers, though. Let's talk about the Max. This is definitely a Max counter on the side of Tribe Gaming when they pick up the Crow, but still, Max composition is going to be strong pretty much every day of the week. Here's the Otis. This is, once again, a typical Tribe Gaming pick, evergreen Brawler, as we love to say, and it's really ready for anything. I think, once again, Tribe Gaming are going to be ready to brute force something because I can't pick out any single one of these Brawlers and say, yup, that's the mid. They picked an array of Brawlers that's good. It's not so much of a comp, and I think Tribe Gaming are aware that, you know, the draft is their biggest challenge at the moment.
Exactly. Sometimes you just wind up with 5-color good stuff, and Tribe Gaming certainly going in that direction. I look at Dog Walkers here. You've got the Max and the Penny and everybody. Rico here will extend the range, and that is one of my concerns for the Dog Walkers. A little bit of that concern. So Rico should look good. Rico in the mortar will provide that range that I was concerned about for sure. But Tribe Gaming coming into this one with the first set under their hands, and eager to see Patchy and the boys kind of answer back. I would like, you know what? I'm saying I want to see, bring us to 5, please.
I mean, look, I like seeing some good Brawl Stars, and I like seeing both of these teams play. So, I mean, the longer it goes on, the better, in my eyes, as a Brawl esports fan. But you got to give the win to the better team, and sometimes they just close it out faster because of the difference in skill level. Tyrant on the right side is going to close out the matchup on the right, and Chino now aims to take the place of his teammate. Rico is a great lane on this map. He's able to clear things out. Look at how the lane is structured that makes him so strong, and there's not a single wall breaker on either of these teams, which is going to be beautiful for Chino. Some assaults on the right side. Tyrant still able to hold his own.
All that said, Rico still has trouble 1v2 like anyone else until the double team on the right-hand side works out. Charles, a little bit of an equalizer as far as the kills are concerned, but count. Patchy grabs the first gem for his squad as Tribe Gaming has maintained mid-control largely by kind of pushing on this right side.
No doubt, but Chino especially is fighting back on the right side in particular. He's beamed things all the way from across the map, dealing serious damage to Zulon, so much though that Zulon had to use his super to get away, and Tribe Gaming have forfeited the mid-control as a result.
Just like that, Dog Walker is able to step up, 4 in the pocket. Patchy the gem grabber on the Max as per usual. But now it's up to Tribe Gaming to kind of step forward. Dog Walker's getting very aggressive here. Do you like it?
I definitely do, because they need to. Here he comes, actually. Patchy could get the speed out. A gadget dash in, silenced up, but it didn't even matter as he's out of there. Jump forward by Zulon. They got to salvage whatever they can. Patchy, 9 gems. It's not enough to end off the match, and this was a great move by Zulon, because even though he wasn't able to take down Patchy, he kept him from getting that final gem to start the countdown.
And on the other side, I want to high-five Patchy. I think 99 out of 100 players go for the all gem grabs. So we hit the countdown and then immediately die. Patchy grabs a couple, knows that his team can kind of grab in the mid, has a 3-gem lead, so it was totally fine to kind of play it a little slow. 10 seconds to count. Patchy's got to run, and it looks to be good. Nobody from Tribe able to cross the street as soon as Janet dies. That was close. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. First one goes to the blue team. Shout outs to the Walkers.
Man, the Dog Walkers are really walking their opponents now. I mean, that was a great comeback, but I can't imagine that Tribe are too susceptible to the flip of momentum. They're still going to come back to this one with the same rigor, and I think they're going to be placing a lot more emphasis on Chino. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was the craziest Rico super I've seen ever at the end of the game, and now he's making it happen once again on the right side. Big damage on Tyrant, trying to own this lane. Huge, huge damage taken from that gadget. Tyrant pops down another, but Chino's still able to heal up and recover this. Zulon with the super, or rather the gadget on Apache to slow him down. Charles almost a good recovery. Here comes the speed. Dog Walkers are actually starting off this round with a good amount of success.
Very different from game number 1, in which Tribe Gaming was sort of dominant till the end. We only saw Patchy and the guys kind of step up after the fact. Charles on the left side having some trouble with Zulon, so Patchy shows up, tries to squash the Crow. Nice barrel there.
And we see the salty barrel.
Yeah, Charles is able to get out of jail because of it. Good play.
Definitely a good play, and it's always just a good get-out-of-jail-free card, as you said. Versus any particular brawlers here, it's got to be as Livy, which makes this matchup for Charles probably the most ideal one, and he's able to use it to success. Here comes the turret. Patchy, 9 gems. Tribe Gaming also forced out of this area. Zulan has to take major risks, bobbing, weaving in between these shots on the ground. Chino just barely managing to pick up that kill and assistance with Charles. And Tribe Gaming really now letting it slip. Dog Walkers are bringing it back.
Charles just out of control. 10 to go. Patchy in the corner. Tyrant going all the way deep. 2 players in front of him. Gets the kill. Gems fall down, but they're picked up again by the Dog Walkers. Tribe Gaming are going to have to do that again.
All-star defense there from Chino and Patchy. He's still tanking for the teammates. Charles could go down. This could be the opportunity. Tyrant, he's trying to bob and weave in. Chino with the defensive super suppressing fire, and it's enough to keep them safe. Great recovery from Dog Walkers in game number 1 and a dominant game number 2. What a set there. I did not expect to see Dog Walkers bring that one back so confidently in game number 2. I thought Tribe would be able to reset mentally. It seems, though, that that was not even a factor. Yes,
Sure.
Tribe are 100% capable of that, and they probably did, but Dog Walkers found their momentum. They found their groove in exactly where they wanted to be.
Exactly, and what I love about this squad is that, you know, there wasn't a cheeky pick, there wasn't a crazy strategy. The way Tribe Gaming beat them in game number 1, Dog Walkers beat Tribe Gaming in game number 2, set number 2, where they just kind of came out and went, all right, we're better than you, dude, and they just brawled out. I absolutely love that confidence to go for a draft that way. And Tribe Gaming now kind of look up at Dog Walkers going, okay. And for what it's worth, I think Dog Walkers is one of those teams that the players have a lot of respect for. I saw that 100-0 on Tribe. I think Tribe respects this team maybe a little bit more than the fans at home realize.
I think all of the players, and I think especially Tribe, and you know, we talk the top players in the region, have a lot more respect for the other teams that are in contention for their spot because they're being actively threatened by the prowess of these teams. And I think Dog Walkers in particular, in discussions with pro players and such, will say, like, they're scary good at drafting.
I always like to find your favorite player's favorite player. And, you know, Dog Walkers kind of feels like, I haven't talked to any of the guys about it, but Dog Walkers kind of feels like one of those squads where, you know, the old heads come through and you just, wow, look at Patchy do his thing, man. You know, fun to watch for sure. Brawl Ball coming at you. And we've had some, you know, 0-2, 2-0. I think we might have a little bit more back and forth when it comes to the pitch.
I think this is absolutely true, especially considering that, like, this isn't necessarily, I think, Tribe Gaming's strongest mode overall.
Yeah.
And also, this is not Tribe Gaming's meta. And also, Brawl Ball is not their meta. Brawl Ball favors the tanks. And Tribe
True.
Gaming, when it comes to tank play, it's not the most favorable for them. However, they do manage to every now and then pull out some good stuff with the tanks, and they're good at playing the tank counters. Problem is, we're not in that tank counter anymore, not that tank counter meta anymore, and Dog Walkers are extremely aware. We're moving on a pinhole punt, and look at the bans. These are very, very targeted. There's a B as well. They're eliminating basically Tribe's last bastion of defense versus the tanks. I want to point specifically at Otis and Squeak. These are specialties. I think we see Tyrant a lot on that Otis, and we see, as Livy, a lot on the Squeak. There's a reason they call him Squeak Livy, man. Let's see how Tribe responds.
Do people really say Squeak Livy?
I mean, you know, in the same way that people will find a way to fit GOAT or God or W into any player's name when they take a W, it's the same deal. People say M's Livy too, and this could be one of those situations where we see the M's Livy. I mean, we see the max
sense because it's like M's Livy, M's Livy, like
you add one letter.
There's like a play, you know. You add an M upside down, it's a W. Bang!
I like that. It's like a double symbolism right there. There's layers to that right there.
Like a cake, baby.
Well, I mean, layer cake could be in the cards for the future, right? If we move into bounty for this one, but for now, it's pinhole punt, right? And we'll see how they get it done. I like the max from Tribe Gaming. It's a bit of a taste of your own medicine situation. Janet, though, I can't say is my absolute favorite.
I'm always willing to be proven wrong, so come at me on Twitter. But I just don't love what Janet provides when it comes to Brawl Ball. I feel like I want characters quite literally on the ground. Like, she can go ahead and get some kills and wipe out defense, but other characters can do such a thing as well. I find her more effective on some of the more, like, deathmatch-oriented modes, especially when she needs to avoid damage herself. So, Max, I'm not going to complain about that. Janet, though, strong, but I'm not sure about ideal.
Hey, maybe their plan of dealing with B is to pick up the Janet. El Primo, interesting. El Primo here in particular is going to be good for dealing with Sam. El Primo basically owns like any tank in the game, but only any tank in the game. Not B, dude. I mean, if you set up a friendly match and you say, okay, so you play B and me and my homies, we're all going to play El Primo. 3 El Primos versus B, it's still going to be a B victory. Like, she's just that good versus tanks. Hit you twice. There's the damage. Get the slow as well. Cycle over and over.
Ain't no thing as a 1v1 that Primo will have teammates, and that's the job. The entire job of the other members of Tribe Gaming is to make sure that Big Head doesn't get beat up. That's what's happening here. So Tribe Gaming will see if they can make room for Zulon, who is the player on the Primo. Mid control given to Tribe Gaming at the moment. Primo trying to push up on this right side. Charles barely alive. Here comes the Janet, dive bombing the defense. Big damage, but Patchy's all the way up the field by himself, shoots and scores. 1 for Dog Walkers, despite Tribe Gaming doing all the work.
It's like watching a car crash in slow motion every now and then. That was a complete accident, and it's going to cost him the game too. I mean, this is an easy walk-in for Chino. A catastrophe for Tribe Gaming. That should have been a defense, but instead, look, I'll tell you exactly what we saw. We saw Zulon, he was trying to attack Patchy and ended up passing the ball forward. But look at these guys. Straight faces, game face on, shrimp mode activated, Dog Walkers in the lead in this set.
Well, that's a good example of just a go next. Listen, we know what happened. We don't need to sit and talk about it. Go next, dude. And so here we have B jumping on. All right, that's how that's supposed to go.
Ooh, yeah, that was a little too close. Suplex on the right side, and he was right in position for the ball. Zulon, I hope he's not thinking too hard about that one, because that would make 2 times where he really did chance the outcome of the match. He's still going to be playing defense over here. Caustic Charisma active. Patchy trying to push in. Zulon with the response. Patchy's going to lose to El Fuego. And Charles still trying to shut down his Livy. As Livy decides to pop out and go for a little damage. Could see a respawn. Charles, he's ready to walk it in. Not enough. Nope, there's a suplex, and he's going for it. Ball in hand, and here's the speed.
Pushing up, left side is going to be the focus. Zulon healing up now, hits full HP. Patchy the target. Chino gets the kill on the max, but 2 players alive. Scratch that, just 1. And it's a team wipe. Pass up the field. Defender has respawned. And so we will continue to play more. $1:20 on the clock. And Tribe Gaming with the momentum. Zulon does fall down. But as Livy's able to get 1. Tyrant on the right. Pass across field. Shot in. Good. Tribe Gaming on the board.
Beautiful stuff for Tribe Gaming. They fire back from the brink of a goal just moments ago, now to being in the lead with just less than a minute on the clock. Charles, he also has a super. Keep in mind all that wall break that Zulon broke open in front of Tribe Gaming's goal. It could set things up for a trick shot if they leave their 6 unguarded. Charles has the super, and Patchy's going to be picking it up too. Here it comes. Could be a stun. Zulon down. Patchy with the ball in hand as Livy tries to recover, but the response from Patchy and the crew is just too strong. 35 on the clock. Dog Walkers now have tied it up.
Zulon annihilated. Sam and B just going to town. Big damage as we're just brawling. Zulon jumps to the right and honestly might have missed his target, but himself not a target. So Tribe Gaming answers back. We are 1-1, and What did I say, Reddy? I expected this one to be more back and forth, and this is exactly why.
Hey, I mean, look, I'll once again wait to call it for after the match is finished. That way, my predictions are always correct.
All right, OG. All right. Patchy, first one in the kill column. And Patchy, second one in the kill column. Nothing to do with it, though, unfortunately. Again, it's about frequency of kills. Two spaced out, third defender up, so the respawn's able to come back and play defense. Jumped on by Zulon, and that's the way the Primo's supposed to go.
And it's doing pretty well so far, but still shut down by Chino on the B. He's on the right side lurking, but is not able to keep Tyrant out of these mid bushes. That's Patchy's responsibility. And Chino, he's camping on this high-powered B. Damage in on his Livy, but it's just a little bit too early. Bubble shield from respawning still up. And Zulon charges up the right side. Chino and Charles, they reactively move over to defend versus him, but Zulon, that's not really his target. He's going for Patchy. He's trying to shut down the guy in the left lane. Here's a slow. Patchy now tries to push in. He's got a whole lot of speed without the knuckle busters in the hand, and he moves up the right side. Pass up, stun. Chino's still just barely alive, but it's a team wipe. And Dog Walkers are able to run down the clock just a little bit more and slot in the first goal.
Zulon just, it's heartbreaking when you see the slow Primo. You're just like, man, as he's trying to waddle his way to victory, can't find it. And this time around, also getting smoked. Patchy on top as usual. Oh, man. Taking this one out. As Livy centers the ball as Patchy trades out with Tyrant. And a reset. Dogwalkers do have one in the bank. Tribe Gaming has to find some way in. And there's the max shot. And Tyrant takes to the sky. Kills going the way of Dogwalkers. Not one, but two of them. And make that 3. Game and set. And Dogwalkers, match point.
Certainly cause for concern. Dog Walkers now pulling ahead of Tribe Gaming, which a lot of people, especially me, had winning this match. But the Dog Walkers, they just sometimes really pop off. And versus Tribe Gaming, they're absolutely able to do so. Tribe Gaming, they came into this one smiling, laughing, joking around in VC, but it's no smiles, laughs, and jokes anymore, especially with a W on the line. They had a perfect record, and now that is seriously threatened by the Dog Walkers with their third set victory. And I will say, for Tribe Gaming in particular, this is honestly big blunder for Tribe Gaming. It's very unfortunate. It looks like they did recover from it in Game 2 as they were able to pull out a victory from that one, especially right here. Great teamwork and a play by Tyrant. But Tribe Gaming still, I think in the end, it's the comp that held them back. The Primo was a good reaction to the Sam. We saw good moments from the Primo, from Tribe Gaming, but
Did
really
we?
I think we did. I think we really did.
I think we saw good brawler agnostic moments from Zulon. Like, I think what Zulon did there, he could have had done with virtually any other brawler. There wasn't anything specific about the Primo. And I'm Weird Pick McGee. I am the Johnny. I want to see the weird stuff. I just don't think it was the right call.
And look, I think this is a common running theme with Tribe too, and it's kind of like what I think a lot of people got percolating too, is that despite what brawlers they pick, they're still going to play well. They are good players. They know how to make pretty much every single brawler work. Sure, they got one where they got more skill points invested in others, and they're going to be able to pop off on things like the Piper, and they're going to be able to use the Otis to much success. However, when it comes down to the Primo, I'm not quite sure, especially since I think they were, once again, held back by the comp. We head into Bounty, different brawlers in play, and definitely Tribe specialty brawlers are on the table.
It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator. Picks and bans coming at you. Shooting star. This could be it. If Dogwalkers take this one, we'll see you later. Gray first pick for Dogwalkers as we jump into the Bounty. And with a bunch of sharpshooters and long range banned out. Oof.
Yeah, it definitely worries me, especially because Tribe have also opted to get rid of some of the long-range brawlers, particularly ones that they're very good at.
Yeah.
And they get rid of the longest range brawler in the game, too, the one that would keep them as far away as possible from the Gray. But still, Tribe Gaming have that counter pick, so that could be something that they utilize to their advantage. There's a Bonnie pick by Tribe Gaming. I think that this is, in general, one they play well. And I think also this is one that Dog Walkers would be pretty prone to picking because Patchy loves this brawler, and he does very well on it basically all the time. Here's a Gus. Makes me a little bit worried in terms of them being teleported on, but in terms of boosting up that Bonnie to go all the way to the back lines, I'm definitely looking optimistic for this one.
I actually really like so both of these are responses to the teleport, in my opinion. You get teleported on, well, you can jump and you can shield. So I get it, is what I'm saying here. How effective it will be is what we'll find out. Mac's gonna go, and I think Max and Gray go hand in hand. We TP in, we go fast.
Pretty much. I mean, it's all about positioning. You're able to force some of those close-range brawlers all the way to the back of the arena where they can't back up anymore and they can no longer use their range to their advantage. Have them up against the wall.
Who does Tribe want to pick last here? Because if I'm Dog Walkers, that's all I'm thinking about.
Honestly, this is a tough one for me, and I think it's a tough one for Tribe as well. This is a difficult choice to make, and I think, honestly, one of the things that guides Tribe most of the time is what brawler are we comfortable choosing here. Here's a Colette, and I think that eliminates a lot of options for Tribe Gaming. In some senses, I'm almost tempted to say that they might go for something like Pam, which is quite resistant to things jumping in on you, teleporting on you. Now with Colette, that's virtually off the table. Colette, she counters turrets, and she counters high health brawlers. That's literally all Pam is. Now here's the Lola. Colette also very good versus Lola. She does bonus damage to turrets and non-player things on the field. It concerns me once again for Tribe. This is just the point proven. Tribe, their main pain point right now, their Achilles heel is a draft, and for Dog Walkers, it is their main strength.
Can't disagree with you there. Really, really love the X's and O's coming out from Dog Walkers. And, you know, I think Corey would tell you himself that has been consistently Tribe Gaming's situation to, I'm trying to be polite here. They're not good at it, folks. Dog Walkers jumping in here. Blue Star goes to Zulon. Tribe Gaming on the top side, Dog Walkers on the bottom side, and Charles waiting for his moment to speed.
Yeah, just waiting for that super to auto-charge and still getting some pot shots in while he can. Tyrant definitely willing to dish out some supercharge. Here comes Charles. He has that speed, and here it goes for Patchy and Chino. Speed available. Patchy has a teleport in. Great reaction from Chino, and a teleport in. Tyrant now goes for the back lines, but he's not able to react in time. But Tribe Gaming still managed to pick up a couple of kills off of that play. They're behind by the Blue Star, but still plenty of time on the clock for them to come back.
See, that's what I meant by, you know, the kind of the counter. You get teleported and immediately jump. Now, do you want to do the up down and jump on the guy teleporting in, or do you want to jump into the back line? I actually would like to see the up down. I want to see him defend the squad mates. 6-4, Dog Walkers in the lead as they pull down Zulon, and Tyrant's going to fall as well. So it's 8 doubling Tribes, 4 for DW.
Now we see Zulon coming around the right side, but he's kind of alone, loses the ego in the process. Charles on the left side also being challenged by Izlivy, big damage, and he's forced back, but still wasn't a KO by Izlivy. He was just looking for the bonus damage to force things back, and it's Charles, he's already recovered all of it. But Patchy's facing a lot of pressure on the right side. Tyrant, he has a lot of help to work with too. Jump over to Chino and a takedown.
Whoa.
Beautiful reaction too from Izlivy, but still teleport and kill from Patchy. It doesn't take too long to respawn, and Bounty and Dog Walkers have used it to their advantage. Now 1 star and a Blue Star in the lead, and recovery long range. Chino helping take things down, but Patchy actually managed to get that kill, and Dog Walkers are looking clean. Countdown active. Tribe Gaming pushing in those last few seconds.
1 kill on Apache will do it. Tyrant doesn't have the super, and in fact, Colette not going to ensure it. Kill goes one way, and the kill on the other side would have been good, but it was Blue Star victory for the blue team. Tribe Gaming 1 star off.
It's the last situation you want to find yourself in, and I really do think Tribe Gaming played their hearts out, and they played their best, but the comp, it's hurting them. The gray Dog Walkers, they're just good at running it. And we've seen just from the outset, from the moment that this brawler was allowed in competitive play, Patchy, he's all over it. Anytime it's not banned, Patchy is going for it. And even if you don't get a classic sort of, quotes, gray comp, he's still going to be able to do well with it. despite Tribe Gaming not having super vulnerable brawlers. This time, though, Tribe Gaming, they've cut all of that play time. It's all about defense. We've got the lead now, 3 stars in the lead.
Blue Star still on Dogwalker's side. That was the difference maker in game number 1. Carl's waiting for the moment, and gas means go. Colette shoves forward, doesn't get the kill, knocks out some of the support system. Tribe Gaming still up. And the push in from Dogwalkers, unsuccessful.
Unfortunate, but they'll still be able to recover. Bounce back. Patchy can get the teleport in. Charles takes so much damage as Livy almost shut him down there, and they're gonna have to move back. Charles still, like a little heart thrown the other way. Yeah, good play, but you're just a little bit off. Still though, I think that Chino, should he decide to pop the gadget after a teleport in with Patchy, can make some big things happen. He can pop off a super. They're ready in the corner, waiting for the next assault. Here it comes, teleport in, vertical super, just like you wanted, F-Dot. And Patchy goes down. Tribe Gaming are here with the defense.
Much better response. Like I said, that you got to stick behind your line when you get jumped on. So beautiful response. Dogwalker's trailing. And Blackjack on the clock. Dogwalker's looking for an entrance. Patchy's relatively low, so it's going to be Colette taking the teleport. Super is going to be off the mark. Charles pushes forward, and Patchy full HP now. 7 seconds, and Tribe in the corner. Players falling down. Still the lead for Tribe Gaming. Last second, the kill goes to Tribe. And so they keep the dub. Again, split down the middle.
Only ahead by 1 game here. Really just 1 game that separates them from going down or heading into the set 5, which you prophesized, and I think, honestly, is looking pretty likely at this point. But the Dogwalkers got some tricks up their sleeves. They can get that blue star, then they can dictate the pace of the match. Patchy's waiting for a victim to hook with the cane, using that sort of pressure to go and get the blue star. Now they have all of that control, all the pacing of the match in their hands. Little hook on a Tyrant too, but the reaction from his Livy keeps Charles back. Take down Patchy, another one on the right side as Chino goes down. And Tribe Gaming are ahead by 3 stars.
And that's that patented Tribe Gaming, just, I hit my shots, dude. Nothing fancy, nothing flashy, just confirming the kills. In comes Chino, nice jump. Because of that, tied up, but Dogwalkers with the blue lead.
Dogwalkers now having to retreat. But still, Tribe Gaming are being very cautious about pushing in. They know just how dangerous it can be to get near that teleporter. But Zealand's walking all over it. He's hoping that someone pops through so they can absolutely clobber anyone who comes through. But Dogwalkers, they're not biting, not taking the bait. Instead, they're backing all the way up to their spawn. Charles going to feel the heat. Little gadget back too. Didn't get him that much value, but at least he's still alive. With the shield on Tyrant, bonus damage active. Chino goes down. Now Tribe Gaming are slowly retreating to mid, but still covering the retracts as they retreat. A bonus kill wouldn't really hurt, and they don't want to give up too much ground.
Hacks. We're now the second half of the contest. Things getting a little spicy. And Dogwalkers trying to do from a distance what they normally try to do from up close. I think if they try to play the distance game, ultimately they're fighting a losing battle. But now is where you start to focus on Dogwalkers jumping back in it.
Well, here it comes. There's the teleport in. Chino picks up the kill. He's going for more damage. Zulon also has to seek refuge behind his Livy, but Tribe Gaming are still in the lead just by 1 star. 1 kill for Dogwalkers means a victory of this match. Can they? 5 seconds left. Teleport in. Chino with the super Patchy, and Charles closing in. Time with the teleport behind the jump in, and Tribe Gaming pick up a kill and close it out. That's set number 4 going to Tribe, and they're all tied up 2-2. It's set number 5 inbound.
Man, I feel that moment. I've been there in Power League where you're just like, we know we got to go in. I'm watching it count down, but where is the window? And that window so often in this contest has been that great TP, and it just wasn't. Again, they couldn't find the window. Unfortunate for the Walkers as we head out to that pivotal number 5.
Honestly, I was not expecting the set number 5. When you said set number 5, I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, look, I would have loved to see it too, but it's not going to happen. And here we are. Tribe Gaming have a real challenger. Dogwalkers are all that. And especially as we counted down the seconds, really, Dogwalkers had Tribe Gaming on the ropes.
Yeah.
Even with the counters, though, Tribe Gaming were still able to hang on. We saw just how valuable that was. Chino, he pumped out so much damage there at the end, but got reduced to low health and couldn't finish things off. No one had a window. No one had an opportunity.
Oh man, that I think it was great. Whoever was right most on Dogwalker sends one shot into the jumping in Janet instead of the shot that would have killed his Livy. Hindsight's 2020.
That's for sure.
But I see it good from here.
Yeah.
Set number 5 coming at you, and we are headed to the hot zone.
Look, I've said it once, I'll say it again. I feel like every single team has a horror story that takes place on the hot zone, and this is precisely that scenario.
Yep.
My heart goes out to every single team that has to face this game mode as the deciding factor, especially when a double match point is potentially in the cards. But I think a lot of it comes down to the comp.
Would you rather have hot zone or knockout?
Ooh, honestly, probably knockout. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
I think hot zone is tactically the more kind of deflating one, but when you lose on knockout, you feel it and you know who to point to, and that's a guild killer for sure. So
no, this is true. I mean, even if you go all the way, you get all 3 games played, there's gonna be 2 rounds where one of your teammates died first, and they're gonna be the first domino in that big chain of events, and it never feels good to be that guy.
Well, Dueling Beetles is where we're headed to next. Our bans are out, and some standard stuff, but I want to talk to you about the Meg ban. Why no Meg?
Meg is a difficult brawler for most players to play. However, when you see her at the professional level, she is immensely difficult to deal with. There's a reason that she got way more popular after the World Finals last year, because everyone was playing her and everyone was doing a good job. But just because you could pick Meg on ladder doesn't mean you're gonna do it well. Let me explain though why she's so good. See, she can consistently get a super really quickly. She has long range, she has fast speed, she's gonna line up those shots very quickly. And then as soon as she pops that super, boom, you got 7k health at your disposal, take a bunch of damage, pop out of the mech, you have a shield active, get more damage back in the mech. It's annoying to deal with. At this level of play, it gets way stronger than it would be normally.
Well, that's why she's banned out here by the Dogwalkers. First pick for Tribe is gonna be Griff. So, strong sort of start, I suppose. And then there's the quintessential Lou. Why do we not see more Lou first selection with how dominant NA has been with Lou in Hot Zone?
I really think that it comes down to, are we going to face into, for instance, tanks, or really just overall, brawlers that will charge his super. And sometimes the reaction to Lou is like, okay, we'll play the stew and we will dodge all the shots. And sometimes it's like, we'll just outrange you. We'll play B or we'll play Bell, or it's, you know, Bell's kind of off meta right now, but that's a general idea.
So the answer is legitimately just don't get hit.
It's as simple as it. Don't get hit. How about don't lose this time? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. We'll we'll see how that strategy works out as we push in. And well, the strategy is don't get hit as Stu is selected. We'll see if he puts on the Heelys and is able to ignore largely what the opposition throws at him. I say who's playing Stu?
Oh, this is a tough one. I honestly,
this is a tough one.
This is my mind goes to Tyrant on the Stew and then Zulon on the Griff, but I've been really wrong. So maybe you should just take the opposite perspective.
I think we, I think it says Livy on the Janet.
Oh no, okay. Every single one of these players could play every single one of these brawlers. It's a complete toss-up. But, you know, sometimes it's fun to have some mix-ups.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk big picture, though. Griff, Janet, Stu. What is the modus operandi of this composition?
I think really the idea is with the Stu, basically don't get hit. With the Griff, let's get some area control and compete at pretty much the same range as Lou. I love the penny pick. I think that this is great for Dogwalkers. You don't have any wall break that's really going to be getting close. That's going to be getting close to where that turret is popped down. At least not in the usual stronghold inside of the bushes. You have other corners of walls that are popular turret spots that will probably be broken open by Stu and Griff at some point.
One more time, we take a look at his Livy before we jump on in. And the Stu composition seeks to kind of really retake. That's their goal. Lou, if he's able to, when he's able to charge up that super, you just can't do anything about it once he puts it on the point. So it's all about falling back and then retaking, and that's what Tribe Gaming has to be internalizing as we jump into our 5th and final set of today's contests.
Immediate Lou super on the left side. It's already a good omen for dog walkers because getting a super that fast is kind of unheard of. You have to feed a lot of damage in order for that one to be popped off so soon. But so far, so good for dog walkers. They're walking over the point, even in the absence of the Lou super. Tribe Gaming are getting zoned out hardcore. Even the mid and the left lane are being pretty much stifled for now, but still, as Livy is able to make it through on that left side. He has a super in hand. Big damage potentially. Manages to tap up Patchy just a little bit, but Chino and Charles survive. Just 1-2% so far captured by Tribe Gaming.
A third done for the dog walkers. As Patchy got that super out real quick, and Charles has been dirty with the long-range Gus shots. And here comes Tribe Gaming, trying to push up one more time. Tyrant Star on the right-hand side on the Stu. Not as flashy as I'd like him to be. Want him to be a little bit more aggressive the way Zulon's playing, all the way behind enemy lines. Gets the double, falls after the fact, but his teammates fall onto the point, and it's 15 and climbing.
And here's a wall break, too. This is great for Tribe Gaming. We've seen just how much of a game changer it can be when Griff finally breaks open some of these bushes that enemy brawlers typically call home. Here comes Tyrant, though, and this is a lane switch that we've been needing to see for a while. Apache's still lining up some shots here and there, especially with the turret to consider as well. It's a lot for Tyrant to be thinking about all at once, but he's still going to be trying on that left side. There's the turret also continuing to keep these guys moving. Apache's waiting for the perfect window. They can bide their time because they have a huge advantage. And quickly, the percentage for Tribe Gaming is climbing, but they'll shut it down for just a bit longer using the super.
Janet takes to the skies. Free damage on the left-hand side. Patchy falls! It's a good play for Tribe because, again, I'm going to push out, but I'm going to eat my words as Charles and Chino wind up on top. Bad call by me. Woof. Tribe Gaming fumbling.
Yeah, woof woof for the dog walkers too, but they do manage to take the win in the end. Tribe Gaming really brought to their knees at match point, staring them down that barrel. And dog walkers are in the lead for now.
And, you know, I got distracted there by all the noise that we saw Tribe Gaming kind of exporting, but dog walkers just very kind of quietly were able to slowly put up numbers on this point. You know, we saw Patchy put out the super and Tribe Gaming were able to dance here and there, but ultimately it's dog walkers that really owned that. And fun part, I don't think it revolved around Patchy the way we kind of expect the Lou comps to do.
Interestingly enough, we do see Tribe Gaming focusing down on that, though. On the right side, immediately we saw an attempt at a lane prediction as Livy going on the right side where he was met with the Lou, then lane swamp, Tyrant onto the right, and he focuses down onto Patchy. Now Patchy comes up the left side, and Tyrant, he's chasing him down. He's looking for his counter and denying any sort of super at any possible turn, but Patchy's still able to fire a couple of shots in close range, and now he has the super. Got to get some kills on Chino or Charles, lest they want to be faced with pretty much a complete overtake of mid. And here it is, but they'll still stay on the edge as Livy in particular. We see Tyrant also trying to take down that matchup on the right side. He's not getting hit. It looks like he's taking your advice, and they're operating on a huge lead.
Zulon gonna fall as soon as he hits the ground, unless he goes all the way home. And Charles able to take down Tyrant, who is seeking to finish off what Zulon started. That said, homies are just hanging out up here. Shout out to AZ, who's just vibing. 89% and counting. And the dog walkers trying to fight their way back into this one, but dominance from the Tribe as they bring us to all the way match point.
Youch. An 8% to 100 does not leave a nice mark. That's nasty right there from Tribe.
Game number one, Tribe made a lot of noise, but dog walkers were kind of dominant. Game number two, Tribe was dominant. Dog walkers didn't make much noise. So who winds up here? I mean, who do you think had the advantage?
I really do think Tribe Gaming had the advantage in terms of the mechanics they were able to pull out on the brawlers and their reactions to what Dog Walkers have to say. But if Tribe Gaming didn't have the mechanics and the preparation, the comp diff 100% in my eyes goes to Dog Walkers. The way that you're able to deal with the Lu 100% deals with execution. Here it comes. The pinch from behind by Tyrant. And this is really all it is don't get hit by the Lu. Don't give them the super. But it's so hard to execute. And if anyone can do it, it's Tribe. But so far, they're still facing an extremely difficult challenger.
With that Lu super, it will open the door for Dog Walkers to get involved. Much more of a back and forth here as a second Lu super comes out, owning the point. Chino trying to step forward. But Zulon here just a terror in this mid lane. Builds up a super of his own and looking for Charles on the back line as Chino just walks past and goes for mid. 30 to 39.
Both teams accumulating some percentage here, but a big pinch between as Livy and Tyrant looks good for Tribe as they march on past that 50% mark and continue to climb. Charles, he finds a comfortable area in that left side. Tyrant is on exactly the lane that he wants to be, but he's on really low health and he's got to stay out of the way of that turret. Chino also, with that super from Charles popped onto him, has a little bit more health to flex. Zulon looks like he's going to land in a sort of safe area, just in range of Charles, still dodging versus Patchy, but he's not able to juke him out hard enough and goes down.
And I love this use by Patchy. I think a lot of people can just sort of internalize Lu on the point. Lu super on the point, but zones out any help that Tribe could have had. Because of that, able to step forward and not just tie it, but take the lead. 75% for the Dog Walkers, but Tribe Gaming are pushing forward now, and just now are they matching and running past the 75% mark.
Overextension 100% by Dog Walkers, all met with that super from his Livy right to their faces.
Big.
And now on the back lines, a big loose super for the Dog Walkers, but it still might not be enough. Tribe Gaming are holding their ground. Zulon is on very, very low health. He's still going to get to drop some bombs. Patchy still remaining alive. Super pinched and shut down. Dog Walkers now really gonna have to fight for that last opportunity, but Charles is cornered. Tribe Gaming lead it in 100%. The double match point still lends itself to the victory of the Kings of NA.
Oh man, Tribe Gaming and their target acquisition, so intelligent. And yeah, Zulon, feel good about that. Feel good about that. Because Zulon was the zoner. Patchy's ultimate comes out. He drops that super on the point. And we say, I said big super, but just because it was a Lu super on the point, at the end of the day, it was a small super because Zulon's on the backside, on the left lane, making sure, all right, you got a Lu super, but ain't nobody following up because I'm in your base killing your dudes. And just like that, Tribe Gaming are able to ignore the Patchy project and take care of business in the hot zone. And that takes care of everything for Tribe Gaming, although, like I said, an arduous task for sure.
No doubt. I think Tribe Gaming, really, their main thing in their arsenal here was just that they're different. They just diff the matchups. Even if they have a slight disadvantage, even if they have a huge disadvantage, they can still come out on top a good amount of the time and defeat a lot of expectations. When it came to what they exercised here on Hot Zone, it was Stu versus Lu. 100% of the time, that stole my attention. We saw great dodges from Tyrant circling in 100% of the time. I'm gonna use my imagination and picture that Tyrant's popping off. It looks like his camera like turned off or something. Or maybe he's just that focused. This is the expression of someone who's forced to play Stu 25 hours a day.
I mean, hey, it works. So I'm not arguing with it. Tribe Gaming winds up above Dog Walkers in 5 separate sets of play. We go all the way home, and Tribe Gaming tested, but winds up being on top. So a good one to end the day for sure. What's your take, bud?
I mean, the only one to go the full 5, the only one to be that close in the full 5. And I wasn't prepared. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't prepared. After what we saw all day, and after what we saw for the past 2 weeks now, we've seen things be close, but I don't think it's ever come down to the wire like that.
True. And I think what's really fun for me about this is that it's more fun that this was Tribe than Stamina. For me, this is the old guard versus the new guard. And the new guard are just there, and Tribe has to go, not yet.
Precisely. I think that Tribe Gaming has a reputation of consistency across every single one of the games that they play at stake here. Stamina, they pop off when it's important. And other times they, might not have the stamina to continue. I promise it was a word that I was going for already and not just a terrible pun. Whatever. Tribe Gaming.
A little bit of both?
Could be multifaceted. Could be multifaceted. Tribe Gaming, though, I'm really happy for the guys that they find themselves in the position of consistency and they find themselves on top, especially because they took second place at the last LAN, and going in as front runners could put them in a good position for Masters.
Oh, all right. I mean, that's a storyline we're going to be following the entire time. We're trying to get from here to San Diego, from San Diego to Japan. All right. There's so much on the line for these teams. And we are now somehow, I don't know how it has happened, we are at the 50% point for challenge season. Half of it's done. Now there's only 2 more weeks left for these teams to get a strong foothold on that leaderboard.
Absolutely. And as you see sort of the timed window, you watch every week go by. I'm not going to get too philosophical here, but you got to think about, hey, man, we've spoken a lot about what we want to do. We've looked at some of the, well, now you're halfway through. You've played against most everybody, and now it's time to, kind of put up or shut up.
Really is. I mean, look at how many close score lines we have. Yep, you don't have room for mistakes anymore, right? These last few matches early on, you can afford to make some mistakes and then come back later. And now is the comeback time. So if you're a procrastinator, it's time to start doing really, really well. But it doesn't get any easier for the guys who started off strong either, because their positions can be completely usurped. If West Coast or Poppy Chilla start going crazy, then they got enough time to make in that top 4 too. No one is safe with how close things are.
Truth.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a very interesting final 2 weeks of the challenge season. And like you guys are saying, it's still anybody's game. So no one should be stressed or worried yet, because everything is still kind of up in the air based off of one good performance here or there. It's going to be spicy. Now, we are going to be getting Corey in here for one more interview before we close out the day. But while we're waiting for him to get that all set up, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from that last insane match.
I don't know if anybody should be worried, but I want everyone to be stressed. I just like the atmosphere when people are stressed. And so Tribe Gaming and Dog Walkers, this one started, well, a while ago. And the first one was pretty strong heist mode, where we saw this good composition come out of Dog Walkers, but ultimately it's Tribe Gaming that winds up on top.
And I think, honestly, while it is convenient to address it to this, I think this is really the most accurate direction to go. Tribe Gaming are just really good at this game, and I think they've been leaning on that for a very long time, because they've, had some drafts where they do really, really well, but it's been a pain point for them for a long time, and they still really rely on their mechanical prowess.
They do, and that's not a bad thing. And one of the things that I'm really proud about Tribe Gaming for is because I feel like in the past, they did kind of count on their mechanical prowess a little too much. And then Stamina came through and beat them down a couple of times, and big picture, they aren't the #1 team anymore. And I do think we still kind of pick at their draft phase a little bit, but I do think they've improved in that regard. I don't think that they are just mechanical players anymore, and that might have been something you could say once upon a time. So I do want to point out that Tribe Gaming has made strides in that area, and I think that's why we see a stronger Tribe today.
I think so too. I mean, really, this is the main area where they're focusing on improving, but everyone is also focusing on improving that at the same time. So when you apply the Tribe mindset to that, so far, they've improved a lot, but they still have to catch up to speed. And versus teams like Poppy Chulos, or in this case as well, Dog Walkers, for instance, they're able to make the entire match work based off of their drafts, and so much of the game is won in those brawler selections that it's really time to see the top dogs make it work there.
All right, my real question for you is, now that Tribe is the only undefeated team at the top of this leaderboard, albeit everybody else being very, very close, I mean, that can't possibly stand for the whole challenge season. So who is the team that takes them down?
I got to see the schedule, but I mean, I would have said Dog Walkers.
Well, yeah, right?
That's what I would have said.
100%.
That's what I would have said. Like, I mean, I guess play it safe and say stamina and just yell at Bobby if he doesn't
All
do
right.
it. Like,
Yeah, that's me too. I mean, it's got to be stamina, but it also, like, we saw them play versus, for example, Wash Team, and I placed my bets there. So I
Spicy.
really do think that it's got to be stamina, if anything. But I think also we've seen stamina really just get back on their feet over the course of the last week as well. We saw them sort of be a different team last week in the challenge. This week, completely new face, completely new attitude and form. I mean, they're doing push-ups as well and still pulling
True.
out a 3-0. I mean, if there's any team to do it, it's got to be STMN.
All right, well, we've got Corey standing by, ready to chat with us to close out the day. Corey, you ready? All right, let's talk, because that one was close.
Yeah, that was definitely a little too close for my comfort. I think I screamed, and it's 1:30 a.m. and I might have woke up, the family. But I'm glad we won. Let's just put it that way.
all right, Corey, I'm coming at you kind of for checking us here. We've said that Tribe Gaming has kind of largely relied on mechanical prowess and has kind of faltered in the picks and ban phase. I've noticed a little bit of a step up there. Has that been a concerted effort from you guys, or is it all just kind of caster math?
I mean, we definitely put as much effort as possible into the draft. I mean, you can see it though in that series that we still don't get it right every time, and that's part of the game. But we are getting better, and at least we know where we're making mistakes, and so that's what we're going to try to improve on in the future.
Well, just to tag that, man, we do notice the draft's improving. I'm with you. Still some work, but we do see it improving. So great work, guys.
Thank you.
Corey, I got to ask, man, like, I think we've seen really, really great stuff from you guys so far, but as far as the other competitors in the competition, I want to know, like, do you have a team that you have the most respect for as far as how they've been playing lately, one that you guys think is going to be the most fierce opponent for you?
I mean, like our rivals, STMN, are always a very good match to play. I think that anybody knows that it's always going to be a close game between us. So of course we have our eye on them, and other teams probably in the future would be like two of the East teams, Chasmac and Team Mystic. They both like to, play tank comps, and they're both very good at it. And so sometimes they can catch us off guard, and so we have an eye on basically every team. But those are a couple to name.
I mean, it's been a very close challenge season so far, but now you guys sit atop the leaderboard, 3-0, so you've got to feel good heading into the final 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel good. Thank God we got that win, because that makes our lives a lot easier going. I mean, it's not easy, but easier going into our next matches, because, well, we are closer to getting, to San Diego, and that's the goal, right? That's what we want. But obviously we want to finish first, but yeah, the couple wins that we got top of the leaderboard is always nice.
Well, phenomenal performance yet again, and thank you for chatting one more time. We'll let you go. It is late for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Oh, man. See, he's yelling at 1:30 in the morning. You saw how hyped Zulon was, too. That at the end, I'm not surprised that that's what's happening.
Well, I think Zulon's household might be a little more used to that. Corey's a little bit quieter than Big Z, so. But yeah, you got to get excited after a match like that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely well-deserved as well. And versus a team like Dogwalkers that's been threatening really every single team in the scene lately, and in some senses has been sort of an unknown enemy, because post-Worlds, a lot of teams have been taking time to spend times on the holidays, relax a little bit, decompress so as to not get burnt out as well. This has been a team in the development, sort of in the shadows, outside of the eye of the big leagues and Brawl Stars.
Okay, well, like I said, we're at the halfway point. We're about to close out the show. This is a gentle, more like a teams to watch.
Uh-oh.
Who are you going to be keeping your eyes on for the next 2 weeks?
DW, man.
Okay.
I like Dogwalkers. I think Tribe and Stamina are your easy answers. I'm all the way here for Arthur's sister. I think DW is a team that I want to see fly. As I said, they represent the new blood. Patchy on that squad. It's going to take a lot for me to hate on this team, so that's my answer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to just 100% hop on, the hype train for Dogwalkers, but 100%.
Let's go.
This is like the team to watch. If I want to give you a second place team to watch, it's still got to be Wash Team. I think that these guys.
I love that you love them.
Look, they need some fans out here too, but they absolutely deserve more fans
Agreed.
than they have, I think.
I agree. Well, we'll have to see how well it goes for both of those teams in the final 2 weeks of our challenge season, because week number 2 is done. All right, and it is Tribe, the only team to still remain undefeated, that sits at the top of our leaderboard, with everything else being very neck and neck. As always, thank you so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching. We will see you next week.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.